I started taking one of those fake injection things. It just kills your appetite. And then like this morning, I walked 6 miles. So I'm walking. Yeah. Oh, that. Yes. Yes. Yeah. This morning, 5:15 this morning.
Have you heard? The SIU Day of Giving is moving to the fall. Gear up and join me on Wednesday, September 18th by going online to siuday.siu.edu and support our students and faculty. Saluki Nation, every gift counts. Go dogs.
We are live here in the studio of WSIU for the ninth annual Day of Giving. An incredible day where we come together and we ask all alumni and friends to consider a gift to our great university. Over the last 8 years, we've raised about $16 million. And your gifts have really made a difference. And throughout the day, we're going to talk, and we've got 21 live interviews here in the studio. We've got 15 look lives with Anna Toomey. Then we're going to show about 30 videos done by Preston Dahl and our team. So you're going to really get a great sense of what's going on in this university. You can just feel it. Last night we kicked off the Day of Giving. It's kind of like Christmas Eve. We had Day of Giving Eve with a night of beer. A great idea from Scott Moeller, the president of the Alumni Association, also an executive committee at the SIU Foundation. And we showcased both the beer scholarship, the 80s and 90s group. Truly one of the great organic things that have happened with our alums of the 80s and 90s. And you've taken that now to endow numerous scholarships, and you're making a difference with those scholarship dollars, changing the trajectory of lives. We're going to hear from Wendell Williams in a few minutes about enrollment. And we also celebrated the fermentation science, the Institute. You know, our fermentation science program is top 5 in the country. And for those of you who haven't been over at McClafferty Annex, man, things are popping over there. We just completed a $7.2 million investment in the BioLaunch core facility, which focuses on chemistry. And it's just, and business development and types of things. So it's just, you'll hear more about that today. You're going to hear about, again, from 21 folks, and go to make a gift. Go to siuday.siu.edu. You know, we did this 6 months ago when we decided to move the Day of Giving to the fall this year. We think it's better. Our research shows you with the launch of a great academic year, the excitement we can. So in good Salukis tradition, we decided not to wait 18 months, to go ahead and do it in 6 months. So we recognize some of you gave 6 months ago. That could cause some issues, but we are asking you to consider a gift today. Gift of all sizes matter. And you're going to learn a lot more about the impact of your philanthropy. You know, and I want to just kind of finish before we go to video, and a great saying that to the world, you might be one person, but to one person, you might be with the world. And that's what your gift is. Just any kind of gifts I can support our students. So we're going to have a great day today, 5 hours in the studio. Now we're going to go to a video with our president of the foundation, Diane Compardo.
Hi, everyone. I'm Diane Compardo, president of the SIU Foundation Board of Directors. I'm thrilled to welcome you to our 9th annual SIU Day of Giving. Today is a special day for all of us as we come together to celebrate that incredible Salukis spirit that unites our community. Every year, SIU Day of Giving is a powerful reminder of what we can achieve when we come together. It's a day to honor our shared commitment to SIU and to support those programs and initiatives that make our university exceptional. Your generosity makes a tremendous difference, whether it's through donations, sharing our mission on social media, or simply just spreading the word. Every act of support helps us move forward and continue to thrive. Making a gift is easy. Just visit siuday.siu.edu to contribute, and let's make this the best day ever. Go Dogs.
I am from Jos, Nigeria. I grew up in a little town in the middle of the country. As a little child, I grew up close to an international airport, and I always looked up and I saw planes flying. But unfortunately, I grew up in a conservative area where women were not supposed to get education. I had my first flights on my way to the US, and I had a female pilot, and that inspired me that I can be a pilot. So as soon as I came to the US, I sought out aviation. I applied to SIU Aviation. I got accepted, and now I'm here. My name is Basola Saliu. I am a recent graduate from the School of Aviation at Southern Illinois University.
I'm Amy Rutledge. I'm an assistant professor, SIU School of Aviation. I teach in the Aviation Management program. So what inspired me to become a mentor in the Women's Leadership Council is my love for my students. So mentorship just seems like a natural pairing for that, because I'm already wanting to know where my students are and wanting to know what's going on with them and wanting to help them achieve that next level.
The reason I joined the Women Leadership Council for mentorship is because in aviation, we do not have that many women, and we need the support and encouragement of other women. Just like Amy said, I don't have the experience that she has, but I can learn from her and grow from that.
Things I have learned from being a mentor is to always take the time to stop. When she's at my door, no matter what I'm doing, I just pause. I think a successful mentorship, it requires effort on both sides. It can't be a one-way street. I need to stop and take time for her, but she also has to take time to meet with me.
So the importance of having a female mentor is just someone to share that life experience with them. Someone in aviation knows the struggle about aviation and then being a woman, and they've probably been a mentor. They've already been there. They've seen it. They've done it. They've faced all the challenges. And so they'll help you navigate that journey, especially in a male-dominated world. Having a female mentor, it opens paths for you that you can go further than they ever did.
Other things I've learned from her is just to go for it. She's such a strong woman. She faces challenges head on. She's had a lot of challenges this past year. She's overcome so many of them impressively. And I've learned a lot from Basola, as much as she's learned from me.
I have another mentor that says, if you can see it, you can be it. And so I know that if people can see me as a woman being in aviation, knowing that I am making it, I know that I can motivate other people to keep on pushing and make it also.
Unfortunately, I never had a female mentor, but I'm also from a different generation, so there wasn't as many women around. So to be able to be a mentor, that's such a neat thing. It's a new world. I feel like we're on the edge of opening up more in diversity in the world of aviation, which is exciting. I am so proud of you and the growth you've made and the difference you've made, and you're making a difference every day, and I know you're going to be successful.
Thank you, Diane Compardo. Great message, great kickoff to the 9th annual Day of Giving. And then we're going to hear more about the Salukis Women's Weekend. But boy, you saw the video right there. We'll have Dawn Cordy live with us in a little while. But just spectacular growth there. But right now we're pumped to have in the studio, in the house with us, the Vice Chancellor for Enrollment Management, Wendell Williams. And Wendell, you're feeling pretty good right now. Tell us about the good news.
Well, you know, it's been a great enrollment period since the last 6 months that we talked. It's been a lot of excitement. The contributions that was made and the scholarships that was awarded has made a tremendous difference, not just for SIU, but especially for the local economy. Mm-hmm. You know, when you go out on Friday nights mm-hmm. for date nights, or when you go out in the community, you're seeing and feeling the excitement that the increase in growth here at SIU is meaning to the local economy and to businesses. And so today, you know, my pitch is a little bit different. I'm challenging those local businesses, maybe have never made a donation or a contribution of any amount, to begin to show the appreciation for what they're seeing and experiencing with the growth here in Southern Illinois. It's just a lot of excitement now. As you walk across mm-hmm. campus, you're seeing so many different students. We're bringing students from all over the world, not just locally. Our enrollment growth here in Southern Illinois is up over 8%. It's a great time of excitement.
Yeah, I like to pitch to the local business leaders, and there's no doubt the impact of gifts, particularly scholarships, is helping to make all of our jobs easier, but specifically the numbers then for the year, for this fall.
I can remember when my wife and I first got here about 3.5 years ago, you would see help wanted signs out, and you would go into, and I remember us wanting to go someplace locally to have a meeting over lunch, and we couldn't get there because they didn't have enough people to supply that need. You look at the buses now, and they're filled up. So it's a great time to be a part of SIU and part of giving to continue to make those offers. You know, we always have about that $3,000 or $4,000 gap with students, regardless of in what position or what condition they're in. It's about a $2,000 or $3,000, $4,000 gap or so. And us being able to find those resources through the foundation to help make that difference is creating new lives. And who knows, that person that may not could afford it could be the person that could cure cancer or solve some of the challenges that we face in the world. So it's great. And so that's why I really want to talk about, we are feeling it. Everyone is feeling it here. The rental facilities are feeling it. The rental companies are feeling it. The airport is feeling it. Not just here in Carbondale, but completely around the region. When you go to the wineries, when you go to you look at the festival that was held this past weekend, the amount of people that you see in this population, the excitement, the types of people that's at the football games and that's going to be at the basketball games. it begins to feel like what SIU should be feeling like.
Yeah. Well, I applaud your modesty. The increase was 3.8% this fall, which is the largest increase in 33 years at our great university. So what's the strategy and how do you do it? You're the leader. It's a team effort again, but tell us about the strategy. And again, you mentioned already how alumni and alumni gifts can really help you to continue this really encouraging trend.
Well, the strategy is very simple. We all hear about the enrollment cliff that's coming, but just because you know something is coming, it gives you warning so you don't have to be a victim of it. So it's not enough to be on the right track. You got to be moving faster than a train. So our team, our whole administrative team, especially those team in enrollment management, we're constantly thinking of new and creative and innovative ways that we can make the process of coming to college so much simpler. So like this year with the Say Yes campaign, we decided to solicit the high schools for the names of students who have a 2.75 or better. And if they have a 2.75 or better, we're going to send them an email that says, congratulations, you have been pre-admitted to SIU. If you're not interested, that's fine and dandy. We'll put your name on hold for a while and we'll send you another reminder around decision day. But if you're interested in and you hadn't fully decided, or you're interested and you're fully sold on being a Saluki, we're going to start the process right away of getting you enrolled immediately into the enrollment process, so that when it comes time for registration, all of those barriers have been removed. We can start looking at a financial aid package, scholarship packages. So at Christmas time, you're able to sit at the door and say, I can make a decision on where I want to go. Right now, we have a free application period where students, anyone who's applying between now and September, the end of October 1st, it's a free application period where you don't have to pay the $40 fee. For those students or those schools that participate in the Say Yes campaign, we waive the application fee for those students. It's eliminating those barriers to get more students in the process and considering or imagining the possibilities of what they can do and become once they become a Saluki.
Value engineering, you got to love that. And that's the leadership under Vice Chancellor Williams. Again, it's siuday.siu.edu. It is our 9th annual day of giving, and certainly scholarship and scholarship support has made a big difference. So as you heard the challenge from Vice Chancellor Williams, consider a gift to support scholarships.
Become a new partner.
Become a new partner. Let's talk about partnerships. So obviously your strategy is global and local. Locally, though, we've seen incredible increases in enrollment.
Our community colleges, John A. Logan, Wren Lake, Shawnee, Southeastern, Southwestern, they have just stepped up amazingly and began to work those seamless pathways for students. We have about 25,000 students within a 50-mile radius that could take advantage of what we have to offer here, and we're beginning to see that to grow.
Tell our audience out there, Wendell, the feeling you get when you sit in your office and someone comes to you with prospective students. They might have some hardship, they may have some challenges, and just the joy you get working with them to see you changing the trajectory of a young person's life. Tell us about those feelings, and so gifts that alum giving, that we can all share that with you.
It's been said that about 6 million people go to bed hungry every night, but it's probably 10 million people who go to bed hungry for a word of encouragement. When you sit across and you see a student with hopes and dreams, but they hadn't necessarily made that connection, and when you talk to them about the federal, the state, the local aid, the foundation scholarships, the merit-based scholarships that we have to offer, and you see that change that occurs in their face, where they begin to have that hope and they begin to realize that I can, then that is what makes the difference. And that's what keeps a 63-year-old person feeling like he's 25 years old.
Wow. Every day you're changing lives.
Right.
And every day you're helping Wendell and his staff change lives through your gifts to support scholarships. It is siuday.siu.edu. We've only got a minute and a half left here.
Mm-hmm.
You and I could go on for hours and hours, but just some final thoughts is, thinking again, you're just saying, thank you for your great leadership, first of all.
Thank you.
It's exciting to feel for those of you out there, the energy on this campus, the more cars and everything going on, having to wait for students crossing. It's great. Final thoughts.
I'm so happy that the complaints that I'm hearing now is about parking.
Yeah.
My final thoughts would be, you may not have ever considered the possibility of getting a 4-year degree or master's degree or a doctorate or becoming a physician or becoming who knows what you want to become. But now is the time to think about that possibility. You may be working someplace and you need to change jobs, or you need to refresh your career because the technology has changed or opportunities have been expanded on your job. This is a great time to enroll at SIU.
Thank you, Wendell. Again, great to have you here. Congratulations on the success, the largest increase in 33 years here at a great university. So tribute to you and your great team and everybody on campus. It is a teamwork. So the great Wendell Williams, we're going to go with our first live look-in with Anna Toomey, who's with members of the Dog Pound. So Anna, take it away.
Hey Salukis, we're out here in front of Salukis Stadium to talk to the Dog Pound. This is the group of students known for how hard they cheer on our SIU sports teams. Here with me today is Susanna Geik. She's the Chief of Operations for the Dog Pound, and Corey Krombar. He's the President of the Dog Pound. Thank you both for being here today. Susanna, start us off. Tell us what the Dog Pound does.
Yeah, of course. So the Dog Pound, we are the student section here on campus. We are an RSO. We are at every single game, there to cheer on and support our athletic teams here. We are huge on student involvement. We want all students to show up and sit with us. We grow every year, so it's kind of changed throughout the couple of years. We've got a brand new board this year, and we are so excited to work with the students and athletics. We do travel games. We are at every single home game. We've got themes and giveaways to make sure the students show up, and we are so excited for all the seasons we have this year, especially football season, which we are in right now.
Yeah, what's your favorite part about it? What do you like being part of?
I love the football games and all the rowdiness and the cheering and just dressing up in my maroon and white. I just love the energy.
Oh, that's awesome. And Corey, we know there's a lot of alumni who love this organization. How do their donations help you guys best?
So your donation, any donation, large or small, is going to go to promoting the Dog Pound and growing us and investing in student success and engagement. Anything that you donate will go to giveaways, promotions, themes, and travel games. If we do food, if we do a pizza giveaway, if we do cookie giveaways, if we do t-shirts, it's going to go straight to that. It's going to go into investing in the student engagement and success.
Absolutely. And for you as president, why would you say the Dog Pound is so important to have as a presence at our games?
It changes the environment. The Dog Pound wins games. As you can see, the Dog Pound is very loud, very rowdy, gets in the other team's heads. We win games.
Yeah. No, I love it. Now, they're our biggest cheerleaders at these games and an awesome group to support. Very appreciative of our alumni and donors who make programs like this possible. Don't forget to give online at siuday.siu.edu. Thank you so much.
In Salukis athletics, a new day is dawning, the day of the Big Dog Leadership Society. What does it mean to be a big dog?
It means you believe in our mission, you value our legacy, and you want to make a difference in our future. We have instilled big dreams, major plans for the expansion of our facilities, increased support for our student athletes, and ensuring our coaches have the tools to build and sustain excellence. You see, it's not just enough to win. We want to dominate.
There's no chant that brings about more internal stimulation, if you will, to me than SIU. SIU. Hello, I'm Mike Norrington, and I'm from Carbondale. I've been a season ticket holder for 50 plus years. Basketball is my favorite. I love my football players too. I think that overall, by the way, in basketball, well, let's face it, the record proves it. Overall, we're pretty damn good. and have been for a long time. It is the best entertainment in the south half of this state. There's no doubt about it. I say go to them, go to all of them, support them, win or lose, because you got to keep that going. It's the best game in town. SIU is Carbondale, and Carbondale is SIU. I give, but it's a pittance of what the whole budget is, and somebody's got to, and there better be some more. I have always had pride in SIU. I'm Mike Norrington, and I'm very proud to be a member of the Big Dog Leadership Society.
To make this impact, we're asking of two things. Make a leadership level gift of more than $5,000 each year to Salukis Athletics, and pledge a multi-year commitment to the Pride of Little Egypt, our NIL collective. That's how you become a big dog. And the more you give, the higher your status in the Big Dog Leadership Society. Each level, champion, Hall of Fame, and legendary, will unlock unique access and opportunities to enhance your experience and deepen connections with players and coaches. This is the moment. Become a big dog today.
We are back live in the studio here, WSIU, the largest broadcast studio south of Chicago in the state of Illinois. What an incredible facility. You just saw Tim Leonard finishing up that last video. Nice job, Tim. With Mike Norrington, our first member of the Big Dog Society. But we've got Tim Leonard, our Director of Athletics, with us in the house. A reminder, this is the day of giving, siuday.siu.edu. I think Tim's going to inspire us as we hear from the next 10 minutes, right, Tim? You're going to tell us about the life of an AD, and you don't get to sleep. There's a lot going on in your world, isn't there?
Yeah, I slept for about 24 hours on Sunday, so I did get to sleep. Yeah. So, but yeah, you put all this pressure on me now. I got to inspire, but that's all right. Let's go. Let's go.
Well,
so,
lot going on.
Yeah.
And tell us about some of the great stuff you launched recently.
Yeah, I mean, there's just so many things going on, but I love this time of year, right? Because we've got football and volleyball and soccer going on and cross country, and the place is vibrant right now, and that's what makes it fun. And you know, you get away from all the stuff we're talking about in the news with the NCAA and the restructuring and all the rest of that, and then we can get back to what this is all about, right? And that's bringing in a bunch of young people between the ages of about 18 to 22, 23 years old, and that they want to go out and compete, and we want to get them ready for life and hopefully show them how that competition, that desire to compete, translates to what's going to happen the rest of their life, because they're going to be competing in everything they do the rest of their life, and that's really what this is all about.
Yeah, and a reminder, I walk on campus early, and I see our football team now practices in the morning, and they're there at 6:30 in the morning. So the life of a student athlete is very challenging and very difficult.
Yeah, you got to be committed, right? There's no, well, I might try it out, or no, you're either in or you're out. Right. And it's quite a commitment. But that's life, right? If you're going to do anything and do it well, you got to be all in, you got to be committed. And our football team right now, they're getting after. I mean, they're ranked 7th in the country right now, and boy, they look good. And I think this is a team that could have a special year if we can stay healthy and things go our way. I mean, we got a lot of pieces, and it's a lot of fun to be around this team. And I think they're going to do some big things.
They are excited. We got SEMO this weekend. Big game. We're expecting sellout crowd.
Yes, we got to get the community out for that.
Come on out and watch the Salukis. It's a great experience. You've done a great job with the pregame experience, the tailgating. It's fun. You know?
Yeah, that's what this is supposed to be, right? Is fun. And then of course that last piece, as we always say, how do you spell fun? It's WIN, right? And that's what we want to do. We want to win and get after it. And again, that's what today is all about, right? With the Day of Giving and the things that we had just talked about, right? Is commitment, people that are all in. And that's what I'm looking for is people that want to be all in. They're committed. They understand what our athletics program, what a winning athletics program in particular can do for not only this university, but this region, and the excitement that it brings. And that's what it's going to take. It's going to take all of us working together and going to the games and buying tickets and investing in our program. And, that's what we're looking for. I'm looking for some big dogs that are going to help us out and invest and commit, because, I like to say we're not messing around. We're committed to doing this and achieving new heights and really bringing out the brand of the university, showcasing these young people that are here to compete and wear that maroon and white. But I'm also excited to see what it's going to do for this region. When we bring home a national championship trophy in FCS football, when we bring home those Missouri Valley Conference trophies and we're going to the NCAA tournaments, the excitement that brings and the enthusiasm it brings to this region and this campus. And that's what this is all about.
It is siuday.siu.edu. We've been inspired here by Athletic Director Tim Leonard. If you'd like to support athletics, siuday.siu.edu. Tell us about the launching of the Big Dog Society.
Yeah, it was kind of a tongue-in-cheek, play-on-words type thing, if you will, but I liked it. I thought it was kind of fun, and that's kind of what we're trying to create, right, is that kind of fun, committed atmosphere and mantra. But yeah, we're looking for people. I'm looking for big dogs, as they say, right? And those big dogs are people that are willing to make a 5-year commitment of $25,000 or more. So as little as a $5,000 annual commitment. And that can be to really anywhere in athletics, right? Whether that's to our unrestricted fund, whether that's to capital projects, whether that's to a scholarship, heck, our NIL program through the Pride of Little Egypt. And that's what we're looking for, is people that said, look, I get it. Athletics is important for this university, and we're committed, and we want to be the big dogs that make this thing happen and take our program to new heights.
And that's the beauty of the Day of Giving. Donors can restrict their gift to a certain sport.
Yep.
And we've got a great offering of intercollegiate athletic sports.
Yeah, we met yesterday. Our newest big dog that we met with yesterday made a $10,000 plus annual commitment, and I think most of that's going to go to softball. Okay, I don't care where it goes, just as long as it's coming in and people are committed to helping us build our brand, build our program. And it's, that's a interesting story on that particular donor and that family person that does not live in Southern Illinois, lives out on the West Coast, hadn't been involved with the campus for decades. And about 20 years ago, maybe 15 years ago, when we first started doing our broadcasts live, streaming them over the internet and on ESPN Plus, he started watching our games out on the West Coast, and that's how he got re-engaged on campus. And it's not just with athletics. Keep in mind, this person just got done completing, I believe it was a $500,000 gift to the College of Business. And so it really brings in people to campus and to the university. And that's also a big part of why we have college athletics on this campus.
Yeah, we get a lot of live watch parties now that happen during the season, basketball and football. That is exciting. We do have Salukis are everywhere, 270,000 alumni. What are some of the other priorities or projects you got going on you'd love to share with us today?
Yeah, I mean, obviously we're focused on our annual fund. We got to get resources in for that, for operational, so we can grow our budget and allow our programs to do more. But we're also looking to freshen up some of our facilities, right? We've got some things in the Banterra Center that we'd like to do with the concourse. The renovation of the arena took place. That's been well over a dozen years ago now. So some of those things need to be freshened up, cleaned up. But we also need things, we're looking for a naming partner for the football stadium. We have things that we want to do to build out that. We need an indoor practice facility for football. We need locker rooms in the stadium for football. We need to expand the locker room for softball, and do some things with their stadium. We've talked about building a new clubhouse for baseball, a new stadium for women's soccer, and so there's just so many facility needs. And then keep in mind, Lingle Hall has really not been touched since it was built in the 60s. And it really needs to be reimagined, and so that's another project. So, yeah, our needs are many, and the costs are great, but okay, that's what it takes. That's why we're looking for some big dogs.
Right, and we're lucky to have Tim in a leadership role. He's doing a great job, looking at revenue streams enhancement. Tim is a very passionate, very visionary leader. It's always fun to be around. Tim, we kid with you, what's the Tim Leonard kind of expression you like to use?
Can I say that on the air?
Yeah.
Oh, heck yeah. Right, we're looking for world domination.
World domination.
Right, because we're here, and I can't say it. My mom might be watching, but we're here to kick everybody's rear end. Right?
There we go.
That's what this is all about, right? Line it up. We want to see who's lined up against us. I know they've been working out hard, but I think our guys have been working out harder, and we're more prepared to win. And there's only one way to find out, and that's play the game, and then let's go kick the rear end.
Let's do it. Tim, thanks for being here. Great
Thanks for having
job.
me.
What a great leader. Again, siuday.siu.edu. Want to make a gift to athletics. And we're going to now go to a live look with Anna Toomey with Coach Jen Newell, softball, and Coach Nagy, basketball. Let's go to Anna.
Hey, Salukis, we're coming to you from inside the Banterra Center to learn about some awesome Saluki athletics programs. Joining me here today is softball coach Jen Sewell and basketball coach Scott Nagy. Thank you both for being here today. Coach Sewell, we'll start with you. Your team is coming off a fantastic season. Tell us a little bit more how you're feeling about that.
Yeah, I think, anytime you get a chance to go 44-11, it's an awesome, segue into the fall. But we have 12 newcomers, super excited, as many newcomers as we have returners. So excited to get them on campus in a week or so and get them going this fall.
Absolutely. And your program is one our donors love to support. Can you talk to us about how their dollars support your program?
Yeah, I think the best part about the Day of Giving is this is the moment where you can give directly to the program that you want to support. I know oftentimes, many donors are worried about where does my money go? And I think the coolest part is when you show up in the fall for us, you're going to see it on the field, in practice, in the games. You're going to see it in the equipment that we use, the travel that we're able to do, the nutrition pieces. You are directly benefiting softball student athletes and other athletes that we have here on campus.
Absolutely. And Coach Nagy, I know you guys are gearing up for your season. How are you feeling?
Good. We're conditioning now. We're getting ready to start practice, and the players are excited. The coaches are excited. It's all new for everybody right now.
Absolutely. I know a lot of our donors may not realize how their dollars really help behind the scenes. Can you paint a picture how they support students?
Just like Coach said, and what we're trying to do is build a program like she has right now, and we're in the beginning stages of it. But everything that we do in terms of travel, nutrition, the gear that we have, all of that, it impacts recruiting, and it helps us recruit good players, and that's the most important thing.
Mm-hmm. It's all in the small things, all in the details.
Yes.
Thank you both for sharing, and thank you so much to our donors who make this possible and support these students. Don't forget to give online at siuday.siu.edu. Thank you.
What a great segment we just had with athletics. You heard Coach Sewell, Coach Nagy talk. Great news. Jamie Hayes just committed $25,000 to athletics, and we received another $2,500 to support the basketball program. So again, that's impact. You guys out there, we appreciate you considering a gift. siuday.siu.edu. It is our 9th annual Day of Giving. We're trying to hit 3,000 donors this year. Good news, we've gotten over 100,000 already. We're just out of the gates. It's off to a great start. And there's just so many good things going on. And right now we're going to talk with our acting dean over at the School of Education, Stacy Thompson. Stacy, great to have you here. Congratulations. Stacy's been at the university since '05, been acting dean since January, and is doing a great job.
Thank
I
you.
will tell you, I'm in meetings, I hear all the time the great work you're doing. You got a great school over there.
Yep.
Tell us about education and the goals and
Mhm.
and enrollment growth and all those types
Yeah.
of things.
We have a great team at the School of Ed. I'm really excited about the team that we're building to support the students, because students come first in the School of Education. And students, we're talking about those out in the public schools also, because we serve over 100 schools with our students going out into placements out in the schools. I mean, that's a lot.
That's
so
a
we have
lot.
we have a lot of influence in those schools, and that's really important that we put our best face forward. So our enrollment is up right now. It's at 3.5 for the School of Education. We're really excited about that.
Wow.
But, you know, that's not something that happens alone, right? That's something that takes group effort. And I have this fabulous team that really put in the hours and the time to make sure that we got the students, because we want those students and we are working hard to get those. Yeah.
Yeah, my understanding is you did an incredible job using those scholarship dollars to couple with the great
Yes.
outreach efforts
Yes.
of you all.
Yes.
And that's the impact. We're talking impact today. So a
Yeah.
gift to education students in scholarships really make a difference.
Yeah.
So
We spent over 91% of the scholarship funds.
Wow.
They are reaching the students, and that is critical, right? But I'm also using other scholarship funds to support our programs in other ways. So for instance, over this summer, we had special education. We have shortages in the schools for special education. And so we offered an endorsement for people who are already in the schools but didn't have it to be able to teach it. We gave scholarships to those who attended the classes because that would help them. Teachers can't always afford to spend money on 4 classes in one summer to be able to earn that, right? And so we use Teachers Shape the Future. So we use that fund also in addition to the scholarships that we gave. So I'm trying, you know, we want to leverage those dollars in the best way. And we know that people who give to the School of Education want it going directly to education.
wow. I love the 100 students or throughout schools.
Yeah.
Is that in Southern Illinois?
It's
primarily?
across the, yes, but mostly down here,
Down
right?
here.
But we're also in the Chicago area, right? We're also reaching out to other states too because of our online presence.
And what kind of relationship do you have with school districts and schools and what have you?
So we are building really strong relationships. I attend Illinois Association for School Administrator meetings. I let them know what we're doing. We support schools when they're doing their professional development days for their teachers. We try to be there and have some of our faculty present. We also, you know, we may serve donuts to them because, you know, we want to show appreciation to the schools in the region, right? Because it's really important that we know that our schools know that we are so pleased to be in partnership with them.
And I'm a master's in educational administration, so I'm biased towards the School of Education. But you know, there's been so much change in education. So I admire, I guess, this outreach really helps keep you relevant, correct? And at the lead.
Absolutely, absolutely. So one of the new things that we're working with is a partnership with the Illinois Principals Association, because they have some micro credentials that they offer, and we need to make sure that our Illinois principals are well prepared, and working with them means that we're going to have a stronger program even then, right? And so being able to make outreach and have collaborations across the state with all of the organizations that work within the schools is really important.
It's over the years, education has been one of our strongest, biggest schools, and I think has the most alumni, I believe, in our Saluki nation. You want to support Dean Thompson, siuday.siu.edu. You want to restrict the gift to education. There's a lot of different things and programs we can talk about. But what are the challenges, thinking about the need for philanthropy and sport? What are the challenges you face?
Well, the challenges are just meeting the day-to-day needs of the students, right? So an example is a student who couldn't get to their placement because they had a flat tire and needed a new tire and couldn't afford it. So for us to have funds, and we do have that, the School of Education Excellence Fund gives us those funds that will allow us to help a student that just can't even get to their placement because they just need $100, right? And that's one of the challenges. Some of the other challenges are just, you know, making the outreach. We have people from diverse backgrounds who may not know the college path as well, right? So we need to be able to get out and make sure that we have a program that meets their needs, and so being able to have that fluidity of what programs should offer to the different constituencies is really important.
Yeah, you know, I used earlier the quote that to the world you may be one person, but to one person you may be the world. Think about that student with the flat tire. Through the generosity of a donor, you were able to get to yes and support that student and continue on their trajectory through finishing their degree.
Yeah, because they wouldn't be able to make it to just go to the school that day, and then it's going to hold them up. And, you know, so we want to support them in every way possible. So absolutely. We have some exciting things that we're doing in the School of Ed to support our students in different ways, but the community also. So one of them is our Imagination Lab. And so that is a space where adults and children can come and make things to, for the teachers that come in, they make things to work with the children in the classroom. The children come in and learn how to operate different tools and things like that. We've had summer programs where kids are coming in. We also have a model classroom for early childhood education. So we will do more education events. We've done conferences at Touch of Nature. So we have lots of things going on. We have a 3D lab. So we have a statistics lab. So all of those things support our students in so many ways.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. And they all take resources.
They all take resources. And that's what we really need, is that if we need new equipment, that helps, right? If we need to figure out how to get different products out to childcare providers who are educating kids, but also they're attending our program, so that we can build in that knowledge base and that professional development, then it does help with those funds.
You're making a difference, aren't you?
Yeah,
in the School of Education?
we are working really hard to do that, and
Very
making sure
cool.
we reach out in a lot of different ways.
What's the feeling of the students? Is there a real great energy? Is there great excitement about their future?
I think we have a lot more. So last year about this time, we had about 100 students coming into our teacher education program, and that means the last 2 years of the program. And this year we have 163.
Wow.
Right. And so that is a wonderful thing to have that much growth, you know, in 1 year. And so, you know, we're not stopping. We are not stopping there. We are going to keep on. We're going to get up. You know, I'm looking at 200. I don't want to throw out too many numbers, but that's what I'm looking at. That's what should be our number next year. Right.
60% increase. That's phenomenal. What about the faculty? How they doing?
The faculty are doing good, and that's another thing that some of the School of Education Excellence Funds helps them go and present their research at conferences, helps with projects. Sometimes they will have a book club, right? So we may purchase that for them. So there's different things that we can do for the faculties to support, you know, what they're doing also, because the faculty, you know, they make the programs, and I want to make sure that they're supported and being able to do what they want to do in their careers.
Wow. 9th Annual Day of Giving here on our campus. It's with Stacy Thompson, the acting interim director, dean. You can support the School of Education, siuday.siu.edu. Stacy, in the closing minute here, final thoughts for our audience?
Yeah, well, one of the exciting things that we have going is a collaboration with Touch of Nature, where our Head Start and our Southern Regions early childhood programs will be having 1 day a week at the nature school down there. You know, this would be something that children from low-income homes don't get the opportunity. These are usually for people who, families who are high income. So we are trying to set the bar for a new way of having, you know, supporting kids. And again, kids with emotional problems and behavior problems, we think that being outside and learning outside, not sitting inside, is going to make a difference.
That's partnership too.
It's partnership too. A lot of collaboration. That's how. Yeah.
Wow. You could do my job, because that's our transition here. Stacy, thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Congratulations on the great job you're doing in leadership with our renowned School of Education. You want to make a gift, siuday.siu.edu. Support Dean Thompson and the School of Education. Let's go to take a look with Anna now, that live look at the nature classroom. Anna?
Hey, Salukis. Salukis, we're out here at the Touch of Nature Outdoor Education Center, specifically Camp 2, and today we're talking about a fantastic new program that's getting kids from inside the classroom out into nature. This is a program through the School of Education, and here with me to talk about this is Lee Maui and Melissa Vierno. Thank you so much for being here, both of you. Lee, can you talk to us about what this program is all about?
This program is our intention to get children outside more than they already are. So historically, children who spend more time outside do better in school, they have better outcomes. So we are preparing right now to send one classroom to Touch of Nature 1 day a week throughout this school year. They will be out here rain or shine, unless there's awful weather, then we obviously wouldn't put them in danger. But we want to look at how the children perform. We have baseline data. We're going to collect other data throughout the year. And then ultimately our goal is to hopefully have a full day, 5 days a week nature school out here eventually through the School of Education.
Yeah, that's fantastic. These kids are literally learning outside. Yes, great. And Melissa, can you talk to us, donors who give to this program, how are they helping you?
I think we're going to break it down into short-term and then long-term goals. Our short-term goals is just to make sure that we have all of the materials that we need. Like Lee said, we will be out here every day, rain or shine. And so we need to make sure that we have the children, with the materials that they need, the all-weather gear. But then long-term, I think we're going to look at our space. Having a 1 day a week program, is very doable with what we have here. But then ultimately bringing in some upgrades to the space, giving us more of an in the moment, cooking here, sleeping here, all of that is going to take a little bit of financial support.
Absolutely. And I expect this to be something the kids absolutely love.
They will. And the teachers out here will love it. And so, there's a lot of research in what outdoor education does. Just, with our social emotional well-being, reduction in anxiety and depression, and just thinking about all of the developmental, positives that will come out of it is pretty exciting.
What a fantastic program. Thank you both so much for sharing. And a huge thank you to our donors who make programs like this possible. If you'd like to donate online today, head to siuday.siu.edu. Thanks so much.
Looks like he put on 25 pounds. He's not dead anymore. Sorry, Larry. We are live back in the studio. We're having a great time. Sorry, we lost track of time. What a great segment. Nature Classroom. Love to hear what Dean Thompson's doing. Love that collaboration. Speaking of collaboration, I've got with us the legendary Dr. Jeff Bergen, Vice Chancellor of Student Affairs, who's in the house with us in the studio here, the largest broadcast studio south of Chicago in the state of Illinois. So, Dr. Bergen, you got a big job, brother.
A fun job.
A fun job.
Yes.
Tell us about being a Vice Chancellor for Student Affairs.
No day is the same. Yeah. It's all fun. And I can say this emphatically. I have the very best students in the world. Yeah. And so I get to work with them in changing the conditions of their lives for themselves, their families, and their communities. And it's a team effort. We know that we have amazing staff. Yeah. We work with the faculty. We understand that we are here to complement the academic enterprise. And so we work diligently to make sure that the student experience is the best experience.
Yeah, Tim Leonard was here before talking about this time of year when the plays back in, the student athletes are playing. You get to have game day almost every day with students.
Yes.
And tell us about today's students, and we got alumni out there from many eras out there listening to us. But tell us about the today's student at SIU.
So this generation is the most technologically most resourced generation of all time. Mm-hmm. And so for them, we have to work a little harder than, maybe we were in school. And so getting them out of the room, making sure that they get engaged, get involved in things going on campus. But as we are here in Carbondale, making sure that they are servicing Carbondale and Southern Illinois. That's just very important because we want to be one community and vibing with all stakeholders. The one thing that's amazing about working here, if you really think about it, Matt, since 1869, if you think about the mission of the institution, we've been shaping leaders, We've been impacting communities. And the best part of our mission, we transform lives every single day. And I love the work that we get to do. In student affairs specifically, as I've said, we understand the academic enterprise, but the reality for us is we assist in the academic and social mission of the institution so that our students, once they walk across that big stage, they can contribute to whatever community in this world that they desire to be a part of in whatever field of endeavor. And so I love it, and we work hard at doing that.
That is part of our DNA here.
That's right.
So well said. I got goosebumps right now. But as Vice Chancellor for Student Affairs, overseeing a big operation, certainly you have some needs for supports and programs you'd either like to start or build, strengthen. Tell us some about those programs.
And so, obviously we have our facilities, our auxiliaries. When you talk about a recreation center, our Rainbows Inn Child Development Center, you'll hear from Touch of Nature a little later. And then we begin to talk about our residence halls, but also our student center. Yeah. Our student center has been impacting lives for over 60 years. Yeah. It needs a little touch up, but it is a place where students and the community congregate, have a good time, and have experiences. And so that's the physical layout of the institution. Obviously, we have campus life and campus services, our career development center, which is on the first floor of our student services building. And then we want to make sure that we focus on leadership development through our Office of Student Engagement. We have an amazing student engagement staff when you talk about our student organizations, our dog pound, which you hear about all of the time. And we have over 300 student organizations that really focus on growth and development of the holistic person and wanting students to be leaders. And Salukis are leaders. And so we want to make sure that we touch upon those things when it comes to creating those programmatic experiences. And so when we have the opportunity to send students to conferences, we want to be able to provide those at a low cost to them. Obviously, we want to support, you had Tim Leonard on, we want to make sure that we can get as many students to games as possible because we support student athletes as well, and they are part of the fabric of who we are. And then you think of wellness. We have our student health center, counseling, as well as health promotions, and that's very important. Today's society is very difficult. And one of the things we say in education is that you have to mass low before you bloom. Our secondary or post-secondary education has always understood that if basic needs of students are not met, food and housing, then it's going to be very difficult for them to get a solid and successful education. And so we want to make sure that we're providing all of those things that will allow for students to come to campus, navigate education, and have all of the resources that they need possible. And so giving to our Heroes program, Saluki Cares, which addresses our programs and things related to emergencies. We want to be able to do those things for students so they have less burdens and they can be successful in a classroom. Again, and I have to continue to reiterate this, we are here to complement the academic enterprise of the institution so that our students can go anywhere in the world and contribute.
Dr. Jeff Bergen, the esteemed Vice Chancellor for Student Affairs, is with us. Again, to support areas of student affairs, go to siuday.siu.edu. I think Dr. Bergen has been very inspiring, talking about what the opportunities are, the quality of our students. So what in your world? I mean, I'm always impressed. I do walk early on campus and I see your car parked early. You get to campus early. You're dealing with, it's almost like a city you're dealing with. And how do you handle all that? And how do you lead?
I try to lead by example. Okay. You get to work early, you leave late, you do the things necessary to get the job done. And that all comes from the example of our chancellor and our system president. And so I think it's always important to do the things necessary to make sure the students are first and foremost in everything that we do. For me, students are really just alumni in training. We're trying to prepare them for the next level. And so if they have a good experience here, then they will want to give to their alma mater. One of the things that I love about this place, and it's a phrase that I use that I learned when I first got here. If it's been done and it's been done well, a Saluki probably did it.
Oh, man.
So always remember that. If it's going to be great, we're going to do it here at SIU.
We're going to get the quote book from Dr. Jeff Bergen because he's given us about 8 so far tonight.
It's coming out soon, actually.
Okay, it's coming out soon. Speaking of students on campus, enrollment increase.
Yes.
Housing, you oversee housing.
Yes. housing increase.
It's huge, isn't it?
Yes, and you know we work collaboratively with so many people, and thank you to enrollment management and all the work that they do in getting the students here. That we transition them into the residence hall for the community experience for the over 3,000 students that live in the residence halls, whether it be the Towers, West Campus, East Campus, or Evergreen Terrace. We want to make sure that the living experience is the very best that it possibly can be as well. We feed them, we entertain them, we have programs for them. It's a good time.
It's 3,000 now living on campus. That's pretty cool stuff. Big increases over since you've been here. Congratulations.
Yes. Oh, thank you.
But it also goes into the services we must provide. You talked about wellness before, and that's certainly changed. But that's with our student health center and the great work it's doing. Tell us about that.
So our student health center, we have amazing medical and health professionals that are standing at the ready to assist students. Obviously, we provide walk-in opportunities, and we get students from all over the place. And so if students have a level of care at home, we want to make sure that they understand that when they come here, they will have the same level of service, if not better. And so whether it be our medical staff, our pharmacy, health promotions, or our counseling center, CAPS, counseling and psychological services, which we actually have satellite areas all around campus for students to get to, so we won't make it convenient. And so we provide those opportunities again so that students can be successful in the classroom.
Wow. Wow. We've got just about a minute to go. Again, siuday.siu.edu. You want to support Dr. Bird and his great team over at Student Services. You got a minute? Final thoughts for our audience?
SIU is a special place. We want to continue to make it special. We want to write this new chapter in our history. We have an amazing staff. I have an amazing staff in student affairs standing at the ready to grow and develop our student and create the very best student experience. And so, as I always like to say, student affairs is the institutional heartbeat.
Wow. Wow. You've heard it here from Jeff Bergen. I was quoting John Wooden. I've got 3 I wrote down the other day. I will have 8 sayings from Dr. Jeff Bergen after I get back and get done with the show today. But thanks for being here.
Thank
you. The talented, the great leader, Jeff Bergen, with us. Great job. Continue it. And we're going to go right now to a look live with Dr. Jamie Clark and Anna over at the Student Services. So Anna, take it away.
Hey, Salukis, we're out here at the Student Health Center. This is a place where students can get their basic health needs met. Here with me to talk about this today is Dr. Jamie Clark. She's the Director of Student Health Services. Dr. Clark, thank you for being here today.
Thanks for having me.
Can you tell us about the type of services students are able to get here?
Absolutely. At the Student Health Center is really our centralized location where students can get their basic health needs met. We really focus on the 8 dimensions of wellness. So really physical care, looking at health promotion, or their mental health care, but also places that they can come to get basic needs met. We have 6 different locations across campus where we have more specified services, but really any of their needs can be met here. We also have a full pharmacy and lab where you can come and use those services as well.
Yeah, you guys are great because students sometimes have nowhere else to go, and you guys are able to fill that gap. Now, I know you're the liaison for the HEROES program. Can you tell us more about that?
Absolutely. So HEROES is really fully funded outside of the university by grants and donations, and so we're really looking at that today. And the reason we're really emphasizing that program is because it supports all of the different programs at Student Health Services. And really our students, we really believe that their physical and mental health needs can't be met if their basic needs aren't met. So this is really what brings together all the different dimensions of wellness. And so one of the things that we've been able to do through this program is some of these satellite locations for mental health. We've subsidized thousands of students' mental health appointments, physical health appointments, and had stress and relaxation labs across campus now. We've also been able to create a store that has basic needs met for our students at no cost. And so they can get school supplies, they can get personal hygiene items, cooking supplies, and bigger items like laptops, webcams, and things that, really do get in the way of student success. If they don't know where their next meal is coming from, or they don't know where they're going to sleep that night, it really is hard to really focus on their mental and physical health.
Mm-hmm. And tell us why donor dollars are so important to this program specifically.
It's really important to this program because a lot of the services at Student Health Services are either fee funded or state funded, but really Heroes is fully sponsored by donors and grants. So we go out, and grants are never a guarantee. We don't know whether the grants that we got last year will be in place next year. And so really looking at, with the pandemic and looking at the mental health crisis across the country, donations can really help support those students, both in their basic needs, their mental health needs, when we don't know if those dollars are going to be here next year. And so you can really make a big difference in the eyes of a student with just, helping support even $10 for a door fee.
Yeah, what a fantastic program to give to. And we're so grateful to our donors who make services like this possible. Don't forget to give online today, siuday.siu.edu. Thank you so much.
We are back live in the studio here, WSIU, the largest broadcast studio south of Illinois. What a great facility, what a great program, WSIU. Great interview, Anna, with Dr. Jamie Clark. I love what's going on in student services. We got some really good updates. We got 4 matching gifts that have come in the screen behind us. So your gift can be doubled, tripled, quadrupled. Go to siuday.siu.edu for more information on those. We also just got in a $105,000 gift to support Dean Thompson over at the School of Education. Impact. It's all about impact. The 9th annual Day of Giving, our goal today is 3,000 donors. We recognize we did this 6 months ago. We just felt that to kick off the school year, we wanted to go in fall. We didn't want to wait 18 months, so we accelerated that. We understand if you made a gift in the spring, it's maybe a challenge for you, but again, Saluki Nation. My favorite African proverb is, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, we must go together. And this is coming together, mobilizing the Saluki Nation, the support our great leaders, our great students. And speaking of great leaders, with us right now, we've got the acting dean, Angela Upchurch from the SIU Simmons Law School.
Yes, glad to be here today.
And you got a lot of good stuff going on.
There's so much positive energy at the law school. We've had, since our Simmons gift, which has been truly transformative, we've had so much energy in the building. Right now this year, I've welcomed 4 permanent new faculty members. We also have a visiting faculty member. Our entering class is top notch. We've got, we don't typically get this, but we have more women than men. We have one of the most diverse classes we've ever had, and they really hit the ground running. We just couldn't be happier.
Tell us just, certainly the Simmons gift, Jan and John Simmons made a $10 million commitment. Which then gives you some great ability to do some things to get to yes. Tell us some about the priorities within the law school. You talk about the great moment and the momentum, the increased class size. You can just feel it when I'm over there.
Yeah.
So tell us to the donors, that gift's not going to be, okay, we're done now. There's a lot of needs and opportunities we have in the law school.
Yeah, I mean, it's been really wonderful to have an opportunity to make bigger plans so that we can actually think about our future and use that money either in forms of investing or leveraging some of our immediate needs that our state appropriations and other gifts can't cover. But the reality is our students are coming to us with a great deal of need. And we really prioritize them first and foremost, both their education in the form of scholarships and also in events and programs for them. So where you as a donor might think, oh, they've got this big gift, is there still a place where my money might make an impact? And the answer most definitely is yes. Our students really come often as a first generation to college. So professional school for many of them was something they often thought outside of their realm of possibility. But we want to keep those students here at Southern Illinois, and in our region. It's getting to be more competitive for law schools across the country. And the reality is, if we want lawyers to stay in the state of Illinois and we want them to be well trained to meet the needs of the communities, especially in Southern Illinois in our region, we need them to make SIU their home. And Simmons Law School provides them a top-notch education where they learn about experiences, they get time to hone their skills, and then they give back to their communities. And so even small gifts towards those scholarships make an enormous impact to those students and to the communities they go back and serve.
Angela, great point. It reminds me, as a state university, we're really state assisted. 25% of our budget comes from the state.
Yes.
So we must find ways to generate revenue to provide this great education.
Yes.
The law schools. The mission of the law school is pretty cool. Tell us about the mission of the law school.
Yes, we were really formed in the public interest. We say for the public good.
Mm-hmm.
The reality is our state legislature saw fit that there was a great need for a law school in downstate. The reality is that most of attorneys kind of come out of the Chicagoland area, and it was very difficult to get lawyers to come and stay and practice in the communities south of central Illinois. And so SIU really filled that gap. It's one of the reasons we pride ourselves in having so many attorneys who are on the bench and often in representative roles, either locally in their community or in the state and federal level. It's because they had a connection to Illinois. SIU Simmons Law School now provides them access into the legal profession, and they turn around and serve those communities.
Just, again, you want to support the law school and everything Angela is doing, it's siuday.siu.edu, an incredible law school. Tell our audience some more about you.
Well, I joined the faculty in 2014. About a year and a half ago, I started serving as our associate dean. And then when Camille Davidson, our most recent dean, left for another school, I've started serving as our acting dean. And we're in the process right now looking for our next permanent dean. And I can tell you we're very encouraged. The energy around the giving, especially the Simmons Law gift, has really put SIU Simmons Law on the map for people. And it's something that I think is attracting our next leader to us. And we're in a good position to really think about what does the future of legal education look like. And so I'm excited to be part of that team. I'm excited to see where our next dean is going to take us. And I know I share the same thoughts as my colleagues, my faculty and staff and students at the law school, that we're really energized and we're ready to meet the needs of our communities that we're going to serve.
What is the future of legal education?
I think the biggest thing for schools like SIU is dealing with what many law schools deal with, which is the advent of AI. How does that impact legal practice? But I think it's especially complicated question for schools that are rural schools. We're serving communities where technology doesn't always keep up with the pace in urban areas, and we really need to figure out how does a legal professional actually meet the needs of a rural community when many of them might be turning to AI and not even know what they're missing out on. It's the cost benefit of getting an attorney, a trained expert. So we want to make sure that people can still afford to get attorneys, that they're not just relying on what they can find on the internet. But we're trying to train attorneys to figure out how they meet that moment in time.
Yeah, I mentioned it earlier. I love staying relevant and
Yes.
staying important and combined with the mission
Yes.
of our law school.
We always call ourselves nimble because we've had to be. From our beginnings, we have done a lot with a little. I think when you look at our budget compared to some of our peer institutions, what we get done is monumental. And I think we're just falling back on that skill we've always had of being nimble, responding to the moment, preparing our students to meet that moment, and helping them think about when the moment's going to change after you leave our four walls, how are you going to meet it?
Yeah, you gotta love that again. The return on investment, you certainly get it through the School of Law, the Simmons
Law School. Yeah.
Excuse me. And again, siuday.siu.edu. You want to make a gift to support Dean Upchurch and the great faculty over there. And I can attest, I've been over at the law school a bunch lately, and the energy is off the charts.
Yes.
You're doing a great job.
I have a great team, and we're really excited to continue.
It's fun to see. John and Jane are thrilled to have their name associated with this great law school that really has an incredible mission. So we're down to about a minute to go. You and I could talk for hours,
Yeah.
but final thoughts, anything we missed? I know your students are doing something pretty cool today.
Yes, I do want to mention that. So our Student Bar Association, which is sort of an organization that takes care of our students' needs, it's comprised of the students, approached me about how they could participate in Day of Giving. You know, this day is meant for us to help them. And I was so encouraged. They are today doing a clothing and food drive at the law school. They are going to give food back to the Salukis Pantry. They're giving clothing to a nonprofit in our community. And they planned already for spring to do an entire day of pro bono giving back to the community. You know, these are students who don't have a lot on their of resources on their own, but I think it tells you the character that you see at SIU Simmons Law School is one of truly giving back to your community. Yeah, I was so encouraged. They're a great group of students.
You got goosebumps just listening to you. And there's so much more we could talk about. The legal clinic, you guys are doing the outreach, the partnership.
Yep.
Spectacular job. Thanks for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Great work. We've got, again, siuday.edu. Let's see, siuday.siu.edu. Sorry about that. If you want to support the law school, we're going to now, Angela, we're not going to do this live because we taped this earlier, but we're going to go to Anna and Angela over at the Road Covington courtroom in the law school for this quick video. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hey, Salukis, we're at the Simmons Law School inside the Road Covington courtroom, and this is a fantastic facility our law students get to use. There are a lot of programs here today that need your support, and here to talk with me about this is Dean Angela Upchurch and a student, Ashley Dorsey. Thank you both for being here today.
Thank you.
Dean, can you start us off by giving us a few updates on what's going on this semester?
Yeah, we have a great fall that we've already started. The students here are excited. We have 4 new faculty members that we've welcomed, and they're bringing new ideas and new programs here to the school. And our entering class is one of the most diverse classes we've had. We love hearing from their perspectives and the energy they bring. It's really, truly an exciting start to the year.
Oh, we love to hear it. And I know there's 2 big programs that you are supporting or putting out there for the Day of Giving. Can you talk to us about those?
Yeah, the programs that they're most interested for our donors to give to are our Student Scholarship Fund and our Bar Support Fund. Both of those go directly to our students to help meet their needs. The bar support one for our alums who remember taking the bar is especially critical. When our students get ready to take that bar exam, oftentimes they have some unmet financial need, and this really helps them fill the gap so they can hit that test and knock it out of the park on the first try.
Yeah, that bar exam is no joke. All the support is needed.
Definitely.
And Ashley, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Well, I'm a 3L here at SIU Simmons Law. I am editor-in-chief of the Law Journal. I'm also a non-traditional student, so I started my law school career a little bit later in life. I'm a single mom to a wonderful 7-year-old, and I'm excited to be here.
I know you're working so hard and you've already made it almost all the way through. Can you tell us the importance of donor support to you and what it means to students in general?
It means a lot to us. For me particularly, it would mean being able to support my family outside of law school. I took a huge leap coming here, changing my career and coming here. So it would mean a lot to be able to make sure needs are met at home while preparing for my future.
Absolutely. You're working so hard. It's awesome to see, Ashley. And a huge thank you to our donors who make these programs possible and support our students. Don't forget to give online at siuday.siu.edu. Thank you so much.
We are back live in the studio here at SIU, WSIU, the 9th annual Day of Giving. We are at $216,000 raised, and we are just getting going. I'm telling you what, that was a great segment with the law school. Dean Upchurch doing an incredible job. Now we're going to turn our attention to research in the graduate school. We've got the Vice Chancellor for Research and the Dean of the Graduate School, Dr. Kostas Tsoulis. I've just called you Kostas.
And I'll call you Matt now.
You call me Matt. I tell you, we got some great news, brother. Talk to us. What's going on?
We have had 2 record years in terms of research in the productivity of our faculty, in the funding that we received, in what we've been doing. This year, we received $87 million externally for research and training and education, and we've spent about 75 million. Now, the 75 million stay in the community. They support our community, the Southern Illinois community, and we are a major economic engine for the area. The other thing I want to do is, very often when we talk to people, research is this esoteric thing, quantum mechanics, which by the way we do.
We do.
But I just wanted to say some of the projects that I think are clearly have an immediate impact to our society. For example, we work with the Veterans Administration with vets who have PTSD and traumatic brain injury. A lot of the people who are watching us are probably like to fish. Now, rivers are stocked by fish, and one of the questions is, where do the fish go? Our faculty track the fish and know where they are when they get stocked. We also have the invasive carp staying in the rivers. We try to find out where they are and make sure they don't destroy the local ecosystem. Another thing, staying again with the environmental issues, our faculty study wasting disease in white-tailed deer. They also work with our farmers to improve the production of soybeans. They do, when there is a site that's being developed, whether by a city or whether by the state, we do archaeological investigation to see what cannot be destroyed in that area. You may have also heard recently about the PFAS, the forever plastics that are in our food, in our water, in our children's food and water, in our pets and animals' food and water. We have faculty who are working to remove them from the environment. So the work that our faculty do is extremely advanced, but also has an impact in our environment.
Game changing. Changing the world?
It is. We also do training. We have a tutoring program for all the children in Southern Illinois. We have a program to evaluate nursing assistants. We provide legal services for older adults. So the impact of Southern Illinois University and the whole Carbondale research infrastructure is immediate and important.
We are here live in the studio with Dr. Tatulis, and if you want to support the research, graduate education, siuday.siu.edu, impact, that's what Costas is talking to us right now, making a difference. And you are an encyclopedia of a lot of information, brother. Tell us about some cool things are going on over at McClafferty.
Yes, we just finished a project called BioLaunch. It's a $7.2 million project supported by the foundation, in other words, by our friends and alumni, by the university and by the state of Illinois. And it provides an amazing environment of equipment and facilities to do bio development, bioproducts, fermentation, and a lot of analysis of from biological products all the way to chemicals. So what is that good for? We have industry literally knocking on our door and wanting to come and work with us. Industry who wants to use these unique facilities in Southern Illinois, not just Southern Illinois, the region. It's a gem, it's a jewel, and we have industry who want to even move to the Southern Illinois area to be able to use these facilities.
Wow. Wendell Williams started with it, the impact, what we're doing locally as an economic engine.
Yes.
Really together. Again, you want to go fast, go alone. You want to go far, we must go together. And we're seeing that. And the university is a significant player in research is.
Absolutely. And the other thing is the quality of research not only supports the economic development of the region and workforce development, but also brings in the best researchers here because we provide them the environment where they can be successful and the best graduate students. This year, again, we had a record 2,700 graduate students. They support our research, they support our educational mission. And again, this happens because we're doing extremely good research through the excellent faculty we have at SIU.
You know, the other thing that I love about is the connecting research to the undergraduate population. And we're doing a lot here. Tell us about that.
You know, if there is something that a lot of our alumni and friends can have an immediate impact is supporting undergraduate research. Right now, because of the generosity of 2 of our donors, we can have about 30 of our undergraduates engaged in research. So they're in the lab, they're in the studio, they write reports, they work with faculty, they do measurements, and all these things. What is that good for? Well, first of all, students who are engaged in research have a better probability of graduating on time, much higher percentage of staying in school. And then when they graduate, some of them join graduate programs, but even the ones who don't, they then have an opportunity to provide a portfolio to industry who wants to hire them and say, I've already done it. I've worked in a group, I've worked in the lab, I've written reports, I've presented things. My goal is to take these 30 students we can support every year and have 100 of them. I would like to get to a point where if you're a senior or a junior in SIU, you have a very high probability of engaging in research as an undergraduate.
Yeah, pretty impactful. We've got about 3 minutes to go here. Again, it's siuday.siu.edu. Costas just talked about areas you could support with undergraduate research. What are some of the other big projects you have on? There's a lot, but what tell the audience about what's ahead?
Well, we mentioned about BioLaunch. Right. We're still renovating a big part of that facility to include other equipment, other tasks, but also bringing in an industrial partner. I mentioned that these facilities are a generator of economic development, a generator of improved life for our local residents. And we're bringing another industry there to be in that facility. So that's one big project that we're working on. And there is a continuous work to maintain our equipment, to maintain our facilities, to add new equipment, to modernize the equipment. A very wise faculty member told me once, you can only do the research that your equipment allow you to do, right? You can only see so far as the best telescope you have. You can see so small as the best microscope you have. So it's a continuous battle with trying to get the best for our faculty and our students.
And we're working together on some good projects we're going to be announcing soon, ways that our alums can support. Excuse me. Bad timing on that one.
Bless you.
But incredible what you're doing. You, the Chancellor, and I were just in D.C. With Jeff Bergen and Paul Frazier for some big congressional meetings and what have you, donor visits, and you're a good guy to travel with.
Oh, thank you, Matt. I have to say the same now.
We got a lot done there, and just talk about meeting with our representatives up there.
The thing that I think immediately got them interested was the support that we have for our veterans. That the veteran services will provide, the research we do in traumatic brain injury, in PTSD. We have about 750 to 800 SIU students who are veterans. So they were immediately attracted to that. We also talked a little bit about the service we provide to our farmers and agriculture. I mentioned soybean. We also have cattle and swine and so on. So all these things are to support the region, and they immediately excite the interest of our elected representatives.
Yeah, you're doing a great job.
Thank you.
It's been thrilling to bring you on board. The Chancellor brought you on board, and to see what you're doing. Our faculty do great research, but you're making it where 1 + 1 = 3, and we're changing lives even more than we ever have.
Thank you.
And some really good news on the way, I think, on research that we'll be able to talk about soon with these great numbers you're talking about.
Absolutely. Every year is a record year, which makes it tough for the next year.
Yeah.
But that's the direction we want to keep going.
That's the beauty of it, right? Set that bar high. And so, Costas, thanks for being here.
Thank
Great
you.
job for your leadership and driving research and helping really drive this university in the region. So we're going to go right now to a really good, cool video, Costas, on the impact of the research you're talking about. Let's go to the video.
Hello, Salukis. I'm Kostas Tsatsulis, Vice Chancellor of Research and Dean of the Graduate School. I'm thrilled to be here on this very special day, SIU Day of Giving, a day when we come together to support research and graduate education. SIU Carbondale is classified as a doctoral high research activity institution, and it stands proudly among the top 7% of academic institutions in the nation.
The Research opportunities available at SIU are unique to here because most students at other schools don't get these types of hands-on opportunities where they get to work one-on-one with our faculty on real-life research.
My students at the graduate level and undergraduate level are out doing cutting-edge research with crayfish. Nobody else is doing that anywhere, and we're having a great time.
I knew that SIU was known for its research, so I came in freshman year wanting to look for any research that I could get into. Luckily, sophomore year, I was able to get in contact with the STEM Education Center, and an opportunity arose for me, and I took it as fast as I could, and it's been an amazing opportunity. The ground penetrating radar machine, also known as GPR, I use it to go over any type of ground I please and image the surface. So after running it through a cross section for a few hours, it picks up below subsurface, whatever depth I pick, usually around 1 to 2 meters. Then I do some computer programming, and with a lot of different editing, I'm allowed to see 2D and 3D features of underground. And I'm hoping to even further that research and get better imaging.
In 2023, we received a staggering $96 million in research, training, and service-based grants and contracts, an impressive 21% increase from the previous year. But our research doesn't just happen. It's nurtured and supported by the Office of the Vice Chancellor of Research, SIU's research centers, and the graduate school, aiming to strengthen research and graduate education. We support the university's technology transfer program, and we partner with the Southern Illinois Research Park, which promotes entrepreneurship and innovation throughout the Southern Illinois region. Graduate education at SIU is intertwined with research. We offer over 70 master's and 30 doctoral programs. Our 850-plus graduate faculty members mentor and guide students across 8 colleges covering diverse disciplines. But to maintain our cutting-edge environment, we need your support. Our fundraising goals revolve around 3 key pillars. First, we need to ensure our students have access to the best facilities, and we seek funding for the continuous upgrading of equipment and research laboratories. Second, professional development is crucial. We aim to establish a robust fund for graduate students, enabling them to attend professional meetings, workshops, and pursue entrepreneurial activities. And finally, we want to expand undergraduate research opportunities. We have 3,700 third and fourth year students, but only 25 of them are funded to perform undergraduate research. Our goal is to reach 150 undergraduate research students each year. Your support today will directly impact the future of SIU. Let's come together to ensure our students have the resources they need to innovate, to explore, and to lead. Visit siuday.siu.edu to make your gift today. Every gift, no matter the size, makes an impact on our students and faculty. And thank you for being part of the SIU Day of Giving. Together, we make a difference.
Hello, my name is Randy Burnside, and I am the Director of Med Prep for the SIU School of Medicine on the Carbondale campus. Med Prep is a 2-year baccalaureate program for students who are looking to increase their success in getting into medical, dental, or PA school. And so we have an innovative curriculum that over that 2-year period allows them to enhance their grades while also preparing for the standardized test to enter those professional schools. And so we are here today to ask that you take the time to donate to our scholarship funds for our students. It is important, especially now that we are able to help students to fund their education, because a number of the students that come to our program are underrepresented, but also from socioeconomically disadvantaged situations. And so them having the ability to receive scholarships helps them to be able to focus on the work they need to accomplish here while not having those financial concerns that often come with getting additional education to be able to be successful in the workforce. And so again, I'd like to ask you, please donate as little or as much as you can. No amount is too small, no amount is too large. But understand that it'll be going to deserving students who want to be the next generation of dentists, doctors, and PAs. If you would like to help support these deserving students, you can give by going to siuday.siu.edu. Thank you for your support. Your giving is greatly appreciated.
To a student who's considering joining the mentee program, go for it. Fill in the application. Go to the Saluki weekend, Women's Weekend. You have networking. You get to meet really cool people. At the last meeting, I met so many important women I didn't know we had at this school. And that network, that community of women together is amazing. Because you never know who is going to be your next employer, who's going to set that path for you to achieve your dreams. So go for it.
Have you heard? The SIU Day of Giving is moving to the fall. Gear up and join me on Wednesday, September 18th by going online to siuday.siu.edu and support our students and faculty. Saluki Nation, every gift counts. Go Dogs.
We are back live in the studio of WSIU. This is the 9th annual Day of Giving here at SIU. Again, in the first 8 years, we've raised $16 million. And those dollars have, excuse me there, those dollars, it's probably a donor calling in right there. You gotta love it. We're off to a great start. Again, our big goal here is driving towards 3,000 donors, recognizing we did the Day of Giving about 6 months ago, and we've accelerated because we think, and we'll annualize this going forward, but this is the great time of year to do it. Kicking off the school year, and again, you've heard incredible reports or messages and updates from some of our key academic leaders. 21 live interviews today. We've got 15 live look-ins, and we've got 30 videos that we're showing throughout the day. So, it takes a very talented team to do that we've got at the foundation, and working with the Alumni Association and the folks at University Marketing and Communications. We're blessed to have this incredible facility here, WSIU. We'll hear from Fred Martino later about the goals and aspirations here. But this is just another great asset that we have here in Southern Illinois. And it's, again, 25% of our budget comes from state appropriations. So we're state assisted. And certainly we're very appreciative of that support. But we look to alumni and donors to give those dollars, that margin of excellence that allows us to offer these opportunities for students to stay in school, to get students here, to do some of these undergraduate research programs, some of the really cool things our academic leaders have talked about so far in the first two and a half hours of this Day of Giving. And we're honored right now to have our next live guest in the house, in the studio, Dr. Lane, Dr. Austin Lane, our great chancellor. And Dr. Lane, Chancellor Lane, welcome to the studio here on the 9th annual Day of Giving.
It's back.
Yeah, we are back.
We're back. It's a beautiful day outside, and we've got all the Salukis that are here. Even this morning, we got over 900 SIU Day, 900 incoming, whether it's seniors, juniors, sophomores, or freshmen on campus. So you picked a great day for this, Matt. And hats off to you and your staff. You guys have done an amazing job with this event year after year after year. And I know it takes a lot of folks on your team to pull this together. And most importantly, our donors out there. We've got folks who have been with us for a long time, at least during my 4 years. They've stuck with us and supported the institution. And there's some great things that are taking place on our campus and throughout our region and throughout the state and the country. So just excited to be back. I know it's September, a little different date this time around, but it out of the gate seems to be going very well.
It is. And a board member, Bill McGraw, just sent in $1,000 to the Chancellor's Scholarship Fund.
Great.
So, we appreciate that. siuday.siu.edu. Again, a gift any size makes a difference. We're really trying to build the base, ignite the Saluki Nation. and your philanthropy, your support makes a difference. Chance, I talk about, to the world you may be one person, but the one person you may be the world.
That's right.
That book fund, that scholarship that Bill McGraw gave allows us to use that money in a way that makes a difference. And speaking of great things going on, and you're very modest and humble, and we all appreciate that. But we're having a remarkable run here under your leadership, Dr. Mahoney's leadership, working together, with our colleagues over at SIU Edwardsville as well as a team. But great news this fall on enrollment.
Oh, wow. It takes a team effort.
Yeah.
And we've got a phenomenal team. We started building that team 4 years ago. It's like a football coach, I guess, putting the right coordinators in place and directors in place. Obviously, Matt, we've got you on our team. So being an old quarterback, it works out just right in the position you're in. But we set out 4 years ago to put together our Imagine SIUC in 2030 plan. And a big part of that focus was the strategic enrollment management plan. And I remember arriving here and everyone was doom and gloom on the enrollment. Oh my gosh, enrollment's falling, and how are we going to get this turned around? And the only way I know how to do it is with a plan and with great team members. And so over the course of 4 years, we've been able to do some amazing things that even most universities around us have not been able to do, with enrollment cliffs and everything else. We have not been, luckily we've been fortunate not to be in that position. We added 431 new Salukis. You think about that, for us, that's almost a 4% increase in enrollment. Where I think our first year we were celebrating with a barbecue on campus, we were celebrating a single digit decline instead of a double digit decline. You remember that?
Yeah, I do.
They thought we were crazy. So you guys are celebrating being down?
Yeah.
Yes, because we're not down as much as we were
Right.
for the 4 previous years. So for us, it's exciting. For Southern Illinois in our region, we had so many people tell us, your students are going to schools south of you, or they're going out of state, they're leaving. And we've stopped that. We strategically got our hands around the region, thanks to you and your efforts with Saluki Takeover and the Southern Illinois Takeover. Huge success, which bought us a lot of those students, by the way, from the Southern Illinois region. We're up 7% of students from the region that have decided to stay home and be Salukis. I mentioned earlier, we have over 900 students that are over in the Student Center right now. Many of them are on campus touring. And I asked the question, I said, how many of your parents, grandparents, aunts, or uncles went to SIU Carbondale? Now that's 900 students in that ballroom. I guarantee you about 90% of the hands went up.
Wow.
That's a big difference in institutional pride, the pride of being from the region. We're tapping into it, right? We're making it really cool to go to SIU Carbondale for students and let them know they don't have to go anywhere, right? We're making it accessible, but I think events like today with donors, what they hopefully, and I know they understand this, and maybe we need to say it even more, they are the difference between a student staying here on campus. It is that thin in terms of the line. We see it in the first couple of weeks before the 10th class day of students saying, I've got a 3.4, but I don't have the funds to get that number down where I can register. So these are students that are academically qualified, they're doing well, they're being successful in the classroom, but they don't have the finances. So they're not dropping out, they're having to stop out because of the financial reasons that are there. And so thanks to our donors and everyone supporting the students that are here in the institution, we're able to have those funds placed on students to really retain all the students that we are recruiting to get here.
I went to a long time ago leadership with IBM, and they talked about leadership qualities. And 3 I remember of inspire shared vision, lead by example, and pause to celebrate. And all 3 under your leadership, just the way you started with the listen and learn tour. And you came here, you wanted to hear from the kids. It was brilliant. And then you converted that to a strategic plan that was a shared plan, not just your plan. And you lead by example, because you're always out there. You're in these schools. You're leading the effort. and then the ability to pause and just say, hey, give us some context. Again, back in fiscal year 19, we moved students out of the high rises to Thompson Point.
Yeah.
And I had we opened up the new marching band tower named after Mike Haynes.
Yeah.
And when we had moving, and to see on that side of campus, the electricity, all the dorms, and Jeff Bergen was talking about 3,000 now living on campus.
That's right.
That's pretty cool stuff. You obviously take great pride in that.
Cool stuff. I make a point to walk outside about every day to just see the diversity and the number of students that exist on our campus and the traffic. You're starting to see the traffic that people used to talk about that we had here on campus. Takes a little longer to get off or on campus, which is pretty cool. I know it's an inconvenience, but it's pretty cool to see students with their backpacks, on their bikes, on scooters, and you can feel that the numbers are up, right? You can feel that. And so it's exciting, as you mentioned, by the towers. Now you've got a beautiful, for our band, our marching Salukis out there, they love it, by the way, but it just brings that collegial feel to an already beautiful campus. So we've got the best of both worlds, but we're excited. We do celebrate. We got a campus barbecue coming up again to celebrate and to thank our admissions folks and recruiters and advisors, our faculty, our staff, and most importantly, our students. So we're excited. Again, good fall, but we're already recruiting for fall 2025.
Yeah. And one of the three great things you talk about is servant leadership. You've recruited an incredible team. I've seen it.
Yeah.
And again, we've had a great history here. We've had great leaders, but to see what you're doing, it's pretty cool stuff, Chancellor.
You gotta, the requirement I always have when we hire is you gotta be able to get your hands dirty. Right? So you can't expect people to serve you. You've got to serve others. And that means that you've got to do some jobs that, quite frankly, even if you don't want to do them, right, you've got to do them for the sake of the university. And so we've got a lot of what I call accessible leaders. We give out our cell phone numbers. I get a text from Dylan when he was a senior here. That guy texts me probably every day. I think he forgot who I was. I think I was like his new father or something. But that's the kind of high touch environment we run here. We're accessible, right? You can get to us. We're not these mystery administrators and folks that don't care about the institution. I didn't have the pleasure of going here. So I always treat every day when I arrive as if I don't want to mess up an alum's institution. It's not mine, so I always want to make sure that the alums are proud of their institution because they have great memories when they were here, and they have a lot of pride and respect for our institution. And I don't ever want to do anything to let them down or embarrass them. And so we've got leaders that act the same way.
I think one of the great
knock on wood. That's not wood.
Great things you do at the beginning of moving. You get on the golf cart, and I think I know our alums love that, to see the leader, the servant leader out there.
They have no idea who I am. Incoming freshmen, if they didn't see me in orientation, a lot of them think I'm the football coach.
Right.
And I said, yeah. And they say, you're the football coach? Yep, I'm the football coach. I don't even correct them. I've been called that. And then sure enough, Nick Hill, the football coach, comes around. He does the same thing, by the way. But he's got a monster golf cart. His looks a lot better than mine. And it moves a lot faster. He looks pretty cool on his. But I've been doing that my entire time as a leader in higher education at every stop that I've been on. It allows me to connect with students again, create a high touch environment. It helps them relax a little bit, knowing that we know who they are. And I'm always curious as to where they're coming from, because as you mentioned, we have recruited in this region and across the state. So I always like to hear, and I'm from Peoria. Oh, what high school? We were there. You remember us? And some of them go, oh yeah, we remember you gave us the scholarship. Or I'm from Marion, or I'm from Harrisburg, I'm from DeCoin. So it's really neat to finally see the efforts of recruiting actually yield enough where the students are in the golf cart or on campus in the fall. It just shows you the progress it's been made.
That is. We've got, again, it's siuday.siu.edu. This is the 9th annual Day of Giving, where we ask alumni to come together and consider a gift to support their university, your alma mater. You've been generous in the past. We thank you for that, and we're hopeful that you will continue to do that. We've got Chancellor Lane with us. I think we have donors, alumni from 34 states and 4 countries right now, Chancellor. Because one of the things that we're fortunate as leaders and with our colleagues, that we've got the Saluki Nation of 270,000 strong, alumni strong.
Yep.
And there's a real passion that we see out there amongst our alums about the love for this place.
Oh yeah.
Your thoughts on that?
We're everywhere. Yeah. And I didn't realize that until after my first year being here, that, Saluki Nation is truly alive and well. And it makes sense, right? Because we used to have 23,000 some odd students. So if you think about how many of those students graduated, you expect to have the alumni base out there. And I think what's been extremely helpful to tap into even more Salukis are these Saluki takeover tours that gives us the ability to take the university on the road and highlight and showcase the great things that are happening. Yeah. We said we didn't want to be a best kept secret. We said we wanted to put our flag in the ground, which is you got to trademark that. That's trademark. You got to put something on that. But we wanted to make sure that everyone, not only in the Southern Illinois region, we want them to know that region belongs to us, right? We own that region. The students, the families, the legacy that's there. We are the first choice university in the region. That's even the percentages bear that today. But outside of the region, when we creep into places like Chicago and Nashville and Memphis this year, I think we're going to Memphis. We're strategically now trying to go and get more Salukis to create a larger Saluki Nation. And I think with the excitement that's happening at the university, the plans that we have in place to grow even more, and the things we're doing within the strategic plan are going to really help us mobilize even more Salukis across the country and across the world. You see, you got 4. How many are represented?
4 from foreign countries. That's
countries.
Right.
Wow. So that's amazing. We're everywhere.
And next week, we will be in Chicago.
Yes.
To launch the first stop in the Saluki Takeover Tour. Again, the concept is we go to areas of large concentrations of alumni, also for recruitment.
Yep.
We basically bring a lot of us from the university, and we just take over that region. What we say is we put the Saluki flag in the ground.
There you go.
And in the Windy City, we say, move over Northwestern, move over Chicago. This is Saluki country.
That's right.
So it's pretty cool. We'll have over 300 there.
I heard several
and we have a lot of school visits, and you can just feel the excitement. You can feel the lift, and we're fortunate to have such a loyal alumni base like we have. And the Alumni Association under Molly's doing a great job.
Yep.
Really working together with the foundation. We're excited about that. So where are we going now? We're on a we got it going. How do we keep it going?
Piggybacking on the takeover, you mentioned this, but strategically, as we put the flag in the ground, all week we have some very serious meetings that happen. And these are meetings to, quite frankly, get in front of any competition that we have in the area. So we're meeting with CPS, Chicago Public Schools Administrators. We're meeting with Hope Chicago, who has the fund that brings a lot of students down on full scholarships. So we're meeting with our community college partners, Harper, College of DuPage, very large community colleges that we've been able to recruit students down to Carbondale, or in some cases through the Saluki Step Ahead program. So it's really designed to capture more enrollment, right? And to really make sure that we partner with the right partners up there. And so I'm excited about that. Our plan calls for us being at 15,000 students by 2030, which means if we're at 11,790 today is where we are, you can do the math. We still have work to do. We've still got to keep our foot on the gas, and we've still got to be competitive within the higher education market. We're seeing a lot of our interest out there for the non-traditional students who want to take classes fully online. So you can expect us to be launching a lot more of those programs, whether it's undergraduate or graduate programs, to have those programs accessible to non-traditional age students that may be working and can't necessarily come to Carbondale, but that's going to help with our enrollment growth. We'll continue to red carpet the region. And the biggest news of the day is we will become an R1 institution by spring of 2025.
Wow.
Now, that is humongous. I even get chills talking about this. I have had the pleasure of working at an R1 institution, but that means a lot for if I'm an alum of this institution or a donor. You can now go out and say you're among the highest national university in the country that has a very high, not just a high research activity, but very high research activity with all of the other institutions. In our state, there are only two public R1s, University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign, University of Illinois Chicago. We'd be the third R1 in our state. So a lot of plans, again, to put our flag in the ground and to make sure that everyone knows that we're Southern Illinois' public research university with an R1 status and awesome faculty.
That is awesome.
The quality that's here is second to none. And we're excited about those kinds of things coming to the institution.
And that research is changing lives. It is improving our quality of life. Costas was here earlier, talked about the myriad of ways that our research makes a difference.
And your event last night, I think you were over at
we
McClafferty
were over looking at the bio launch. It's just incredible what's going on there. The equipment that's going to allow our faculty to do even more great things moving forward. Couple of programs I do want to talk about that I think it's important for us our alums all to know about. One is the Salukis commitments.
Yes.
That's a game changer.
That is. I go back to the 900 some odd students this morning that I welcomed to campus. I said, if you don't remember anything else, remember Salukis commitment when you go home tonight and talk to your parents. I said, here's what it is. If your parents in the household, if there's a combined household income of $103,000 and below, then you're going to SIU Carbondale with your tuition and fees covered. And I had to tap the microphone because I think half the students out there, their mouths opened up. They thought I guess they thought I was joking. I said, this is serious, right? If your family has a combined household income of $103,000 and below, you're going to come to SIU Carbondale, tuition and fees covered. This year, we had several students take advantage of that. You wonder why our numbers have increased. It also works that way with the Salukis transfer commitment. For those students starting at Wren Lake, Shawnee, Kaskaskia, Southeastern Illinois, any of our schools at Logan, any of our schools that are in the immediate area or beyond, as long as it's in the state, that same benefit comes over. So even if they started at our community college partners, that's great. We have great partnerships, but we're still going to be able to get those students to transfer to us. And when they go to Logan, I was talking to Kurt the other day, the president there, they're going to be chargers. I think that's their new mascot over there. But they're going to be charging towards Salukis Nation.
Love it.
Right.
Love it.
So we'll have some marketing out there to really show that even though you're there, you're still a Salukis on day one. So a lot of activity there that we're excited about.
It's and this is where we do take care of tuition and fees, but we do have to cobble some money together. And this is where you as a donor can come in. You can kind of give some of that capstone money to make sure we have that, are able to continue to offer that program. Again, siuday.siu.edu. If you want to support Salukis, the commitment program, the transfer commitment program, or the other thing I want to talk is Salukis Step Ahead.
Yeah, that is a game changer as well. We are the only institution in the state that has an agreement with all 48 community colleges in our state through the Illinois Community College Board. And we did that because we knew the growth, if we were going to grow, it has to come from transfer enrollment as well, which our numbers in transfer enrollment are up as well this year. But that program means that if I'm at the College of DuPage and let's say I'm placebound and I'm unable to come all the way down to Carbondale, they start their first 2 years at College of DuPage in a very seamless pathway of a degree plan that we put together. And they finish their last 2 years fully online. So they never have to come to us. They finish in 4 years, right? But you think about the cost savings that's there. We provide that $8,000 overall discount for transfer students. And so our numbers there, we were just asked to present with the Illinois IBHE, the Illinois Board of Higher Education. We hosted and presented the Salukis Step Ahead program. It's getting a lot of attention. That's good, but it's also bad because our competitors start to look at what we're doing there, and the cat's out of the bag. But it's good to share best practices as long as we can own the rights to starting it. They have to give us credit.
And we have first mover advantage.
That's right.
And again,
That's right.
Generous donations have
Generous
supported that
donation for
program.
that. Made all the difference.
Allowed us to do that program.
Yes.
And it's a game changer for the students.
Really is.
Again, the trajectory of our students, that's what we're looking for, the impact.
Yeah.
And I guess we've got only about a minute to go. It's hard to believe how quickly this segment is gone. But in your final minutes, some closing thoughts you'd like to share with the audience?
Yeah, I just want to thank, as you mentioned, we can't do any of this or have any of the success that we've had over the last 4 years without you. You know, I'd be lying to you if I told you, again, I don't take all the credit. I don't even take any of the credit. A lot of times I like to give it, but our donors and our supporters that are out there, you keep the narratives positive for the institution that allows us to recruit even more Salukis. Our students see the work that's being put in by our donors, and they appreciate it. So I just want to thank each and every one of our folks out there, and thank you and your staff for doing a great job, and go Dogs.
Go Dogs. Chancellor, thank you for your incredible leadership. You do an amazing job, and it's a privilege to work for you. I know all of us feel that way at the university. What a great leader. Again, it's SIU day.siu.edu. We're going to break now for a few videos. Thank you for being with us. Watch these videos, and we've got about another 3 hours going on left in the day, and we are at 242,000.
I can say this today, the sun is always shining in Southern Illinois and at the SIU Simmons Law School. What do you think about that?
Lending one's name, one's reputation to a school is a profound gesture. It intertwines their identity with the ongoing story and mission of that institution, and it creates an indelible impact on all of its students, faculty, and staff.
Contribution and investment in this law school will change lives by improving the educational opportunities, by providing educational opportunities to anyone desiring a legal education.
This gift will allow all of our students that are here in the audience and our faculty to continue to imagine.
We wanted this school to represent our family, the firm, and everyone who seeks a legal education that is accessible, approachable, inclusive, and committed to fostering justice. I owe a lot of my success to SIU and what it has given to my family and me.
And we look forward to many future celebrations here of the accomplishments of our students, faculty, and staff at the SIU Simmons Law School.
Hi, I'm Dr. Craig Ingstrom, the director of the SIU Center for Teaching Excellence. It's our annual Day of Giving campaign. Thanks to last year's donors, we were able to invest in some amazing projects and programs like the following: the SIU Teaching and Learning with AI Week, the inaugural Spark Week, which is a week of support, professional development, advancement, resources, and knowledge for all new and returning faculty and graduate teaching assistants. Upgrades in classroom technology for neurodiverse learners, investments in certificate workshops through the Online Learning Consortium, and installation of new podium technology and AV systems in Guyon Auditorium. In total, we hosted over 300 hours of training that connected with over 50% of the faculty. With your contribution, we can increase our outreach and continue to enhance teaching and learning through faculty development that increases learning outcomes for SIU's online and on-campus students. So, as you can see, a financial contribution to the CTE is a direct investment into the central hub of the SIUC campus. Every instructional support activity we provide, every training we lead, and every service call we answer supports and increases the quality of teaching and learning at SIU. A contribution to the CTE is an investment. It's an investment to improve faculty teaching, student learning, and student retention. CTE is the unit that provides training and development to faculty. According to a study by the consulting firm Accenture, there is a 5x return on investments in professional development. This means your $100 contribution will equal $550 of impact to the community. This year, we're focusing our energy on moving the campus forward through strategic investments and upgrades in our instructional technology and classroom infrastructure. With the help of the Office of Information Technology and donors like you, we plan to inject more than $400,000 into classroom upgrades. On this day of giving, we ask you to support our faculty, graduate teaching assistants, and undergraduate students with a contribution of $1,000. That would be amazing, but even a $10 contribution will be gladly accepted. We would like you to support our students and their career advancement as we propel them towards greatness. Thank you so much.
When you think of college, one thing that may not come to mind is food insecurity. Tuition and other academic expenses can be covered by scholarships and financial assistance, but living expenses, including food, can stack up for some students. According to the National Post-Secondary Student Aid Study, food insecurity affects nearly 23% of undergraduate students and 13% of graduate students. Here at SIU, we're trying to do our part to ensure that no Saluki goes without. At the Salukis Food Pantry, our mission is to curate a place to serve food insecure students across campus. The Salukis Food Pantry is entirely self-funded, meaning that it can only operate by receiving monetary and food donations. Whether you give a monetary donation today or food donations throughout the year, it will all go to combating food insecurity at SIU. Thank you for partnering with our pantry and helping keep our students focused on academics and not their next meal.
Being a Saluki is one of the best things to ever be.
Everyone is so excited when they see the chancellor and his team show up in their community, in their high school. SIU is doing a lot of great things. People are starting to take notice.
So our goal was to set out and make sure that we were in the schools that were in our backyard, and I think we've accomplished that.
It's refreshing to have a chancellor and a university president who love their university as much as they do. And so doing this tour and having an attitude like they have, it's easy to see why this ship is being turned and we're headed in the right direction for the first time in a very long time.
SIU means a lot to our community. It meant a lot to our students to see someone like Chancellor Lane stop in. When he comes in, the kids listen, and they appreciated a chancellor stopping in the school. That meant a lot to our students.
There are so many SIU alumni here, obviously, that are local and invest their time and resources in SIU.
I'm really excited for Dr. Lane's initiative here to really capture the Southern Illinois students that need to really understand it's a beautiful institution, opens so many opportunities, right here in Southern Illinois.
SIU feels like home to me, so the fact that they are willing to come out and talk to each and every student, it really makes each person feel like a true individual.
You can't go anywhere in the world and not recognize how much SIU has touched the world.
Hi, I'm Dr. Robert Morgan, Dean of the College of Health and Human Sciences.
I'm Stacy Morgan, and I teach in the School of Education.
We are endowing a scholarship for undergraduate students in psychology, particularly students engaged in research around issues of child development or correctional forensic mental health. We've talked about doing a scholarship for a number of years, and it was just time that we finally had an opportunity to do that here at SIU. As first-generation students who receive support, our children received support as they were going through school. We have 3 children that all are college graduates. We sought an opportunity to give back, and this was the perfect place.
And we chose psychology because both of our backgrounds are psychology. We've had a child go through with a psychology degree and just felt that was kind of our niche. But then mine's more child, his is more forensic. So we kind of hit off on those paths in psychology and really wanted to hit like juniors and seniors or to be juniors, seniors, as sometimes funding runs out when you get to be in those other years. And so we wanted to help out and ensure that they're able to finish and get the funding they need.
We had been talking about it. We had been looking at schools that we attended, and we were really kind of narrowing in on SIU as the place where we thought our scholarship could have the most impact and that we would feel good about it. And it really was Day of Giving that we said, we just need to pull the trigger here and do it. And that's what we did.
I think it's just an excitement of it's a day and everybody's kind of ramped up to give. And so we just thought, let's let's get in on it, and this is a good time and good place to go on and get that scholarship going.
Yeah, we wanted to share in that enthusiasm.
I received scholarships, which I could not have continued where I went to school without them. So it was super important. And I have students that I teach in my class that it makes a difference if they receive scholarships or not. They've had to drop out or go looking for extra money.
And we chose students that were involved in research, particularly child and forensic focused, because of our professional interest, but the idea of bringing science and being able to think critically to facilitate that change is what is exciting to us from a personal standpoint.
So I'm really hoping that the recipients of our scholarship would be able to make some kind of change in the world, no matter how small, make an impact in some way in their lives and somebody else's. So the students that I've been able to meet and get to know have really impressed me with their the knowledge of the world, their thirst for learning more, for education, and their passion, not just for learning, but for other people and their compassion for other people in the world.
And that's what we do in CHHS. We change lives. Our students touch the lives of other people. Health, wellness, behavioral health, safety. And the education is transformative for our students, and they go on to change lives. And so the scholarship for us is an opportunity to support those efforts.
And we chose to do this at SIU because we really love SIU, love the community, and love the students, and wanted to give back here to SIU students.
Yeah, it's an honor. You know, we both are working in education. Again, our children benefited from education. We have a lot of family members who didn't have that opportunity. As first generational students, we see what education can do. And it really is an honor and a privilege to be able to give back in this way and support students.
Ladies and gentlemen, how's everybody doing tonight? Do we have any Salukis in the house? Welcome to the second annual Saluki Ball.
It is just so refreshing to see you again here this year, because you know we're focused on student success and completion. By being here tonight, you're saving that student for not having to come home, and that they can keep and continue their education and graduate and be alums like you.
The support you provide benefits the university in several ways, including and most importantly, in making the difference in the lives of our students.
We strive to ensure that every student can obtain financial support and when they need it most.
When Southern Illinois University students commit to pursuing higher education, they are simultaneously committing to bettering their life and the lives around them.
I can't be more optimistic than I am right now for our future. It's amazing what can happen when people come together with a focused objective and an attitude that failure simply is not an option.
I meet Salukis regularly who express that there's something about SIU, something about Carbondale that transforms them. It's a special place.
Together, our experiences, talents, and aspirations are unstoppable and untouchable.
Thank you, everyone, and go Dogs!
Some students deliberately choose SIU. Some come here on a whim. And for others, SIU takes a chance on them. This is my SIU story. I was super apprehensive about coming to college. My sister encouraged me to apply to SIU. And that's when SIU took a chance on me. I started out as a business major like so many others, but eventually found my passion, obtained my bachelor's degree from the College of Mass Communications. My sister helped me get my first student job. This prepared me for what ended up being my greatest job on campus, which was promotions director at the SIU Arena, where I got to promote all the big shows at the time. We had the biggest arena shows of the time, which included bands like Aerosmith and Foreigner and Van Halen. And then we presented some family shows too, like the Harlem Globetrotters would come to SIU. And then I would leverage all that experience later on to land a job with the national promoter in Houston, and I got to promote shows all over the country. In 1987, I returned to Chicago and I partnered with my sister, and we formed our own marketing company. We called it Marketing Works. And our first clients were some of the companies that we worked with at the arena, like the Harlem Globetrotters and Sesame Street Live. When Julie and I reflected on our success, how did we get here? How did this happen? We could draw direct lines right back to SIU and to the arena, the culture that was here, and how we incorporated that into our company. And I feel very fortunate now to be in a place in life where I can give back. And there's so many opportunities here on campus for me to give back. Saluki Plaza is really something that I'm really proud of, a place that people could gather, for around graduation. We needed some place for people to really celebrate their Salukiness. And so it was great really to put that there, and now we see people using it in so many creative ways. My best day is when I get to meet another Saluki. It's really fun, because we have this connection right off the gate, and we all have some experience that we want to share with each other about being a Saluki. So things that can just make people's lives a little bit better, that's really fun for me. I like doing that. When you volunteer and you give back, what people don't realize is that the person doing that gets as much out of it as what they're giving.
I chose to attend SIU for many reasons. The feedback I received from students who were on campus was tremendous. They were learning, they were flourishing, but at the same time, they were having fun. The support that students receive at SIU from the faculty and staff is just incredible. It was then, and it still is. My sorority experience impacted my time at SIU tremendously. We were so involved, and to this day, we still look forward to going back to Carbondale for Black alumni and supporting the university in any way we can. After I graduated from Carbondale, I became a Chicago public school teacher. I taught in the public school system for 10 years. After I received my second master's in educational administration and leadership, I was at a crossroad, and I had to decide, was I going to become an assistant principal, live one of my life dreams, which was to own and open a daycare center? I went into the child care business, and I've been an owner for 22 years now. I was also interested in becoming a McDonald's owner-operator. I joined the McDonald's system. Being the only African-American female McDonald's owner-operator in the state of Illinois is an honor. It's a lot of fun, but at the same time, we know we need to make changes. Receiving the Lifetime Achievement Award from Southern Illinois University is such an honor. To all of the Salukis in the audience tonight, I want to say thank you for what you do across the globe. Our legacy and our history is strong, and it's going to be strong for many years to come.
My connections to Southern Illinois are really a lifelong connection. It was really kind of a known thing for me that I was going to go to SIU my entire life. And I started here in 1976 in aviation technology with the thought that I would become a commercial pilot. And then a job opportunity came along that took me to Houston, Texas. Unfortunately, I was diagnosed with Hodgkin's lymphoma, which brought me home. Adversity sometimes creates positives, but when I came home and finished my treatments, we started Cook Portable Warehouse as our business. In a nutshell, it started out on a street corner here in Southern Illinois and grew to, much beyond what we would have ever expected. We were in 15 different states with 350 dealers, 5 manufacturing plants, 250 employees. And so the business was very good to us. We utilized aircraft in the business to grow the business, and I always felt that it was important to give back in some ways. We did many philanthropic things with the university. The thing that stands out the most to me was we flew the Secretary General of the United Nations and Ban Ki-moon, who gave his last speech here as Secretary General on the SIU campus. So that was quite an honor. I've got a lifelong connection with Saluki athletics, starting with my father. When Saluki Way came about, and my wife Nancy and I made the decision that we were going to be involved in some way, we wanted to name this room after my father, who felt it was so important that we support athletics and that the benefit that provided to the university. And so this club is what that's about. We're honored to have been a part of that and have been able to do that. I was always surrounded by a tremendous group of people. You bring all those folks together in a room with a focused objective of doing something to help the university, and none of that matters to them, none of the recognition matters. It's all about giving of their time, their talent, and their treasure to see what they can do to help the university. I'm accepting the award not only on my behalf, but also on behalf of all those that work behind the scenes and do so much for the university that it's not just me, it's a group of people coming together to make these things happen. So with that in mind, it makes it a little easier to accept the award for that. And so I'm honored and appreciative.
Hello, this is John Shaw, the director of the Paul Simon Public Policy Institute at Southern Illinois University, Carbondale. Thanks for joining us again on a day of giving. This is an important day in our year. Your contributions are really important to the operations of the Institute. Let me spend a little time and tell you what we have going on this fall. We have a good fall that actually began a couple weeks ago with a terrific event in Chicago on the first day of the Democratic National Convention. We did a special event there on Illinois politics, had former Congressman Ray LaHood, a Republican, former Congresswoman Sherry Bustos, a Democrat, Carl Holst, the chief Washington correspondent of the New York Times, had a really wonderful discussion on the changes in Illinois politics. A couple weeks later, we had a terrific event on campus with the House Republican leader, Tony McCombie. She was excellent. And then coming up, we have some really wonderful activities, including today, we're going to have a lecture tonight by Samuel Friedman, who's a professor at the Columbia School of Journalism. He's going to talk about the 60th anniversary of the 1964 Civil Rights Act. Going to be a great event. Going forward, we're going to have one of the leading philanthropists in the country, really the world, a gentleman by the name of John Palfrey, who is the president of the MacArthur Foundation. He's coming to campus on October 22nd to deliver our Morton Kenny address. So please come to that. And a few days later, we're having our Renewing Illinois Summit. It's the third one in which we convene college students from across the state to discuss the future of Illinois. Governor Edgar, former Governor Edgar, is going to be the keynoter opening up the conference. So that will be really terrific. So these are really great activities. We're actually at that conference going to give out several of our democracy prizes, which we announced earlier in the year. And we're going to have the recipients give a short presentation. Just a few weeks ago, we had the announcement of the fourth winner of the Simon Edgar Award on statesmanship in Illinois. Robert Esbaugh, who's a terrific former mayor of Ottawa, was the recipient. We continue to have wonderful scholarships, internship opportunities, continue to have a lot of virtual events. So the Institute is very busy with doing a lot of things that we think enhance Paul Simon's legacy. And again, your contributions are so important. So we'd be grateful if you make your contributions online and you would put in siuday.siu.edu. So if you can go to that website and make contributions there, we'd be very grateful. Thank you so much.
My name is Morgan Simone Hopkins. I graduated from SIUC in September of 2014. I studied advertising and integrated marketing communications with a double minor in public relations and psychology. And I am now at Schneider Logistics right downtown in Chicago. So one fun fact about me is I lived in Schneider's dorm on campus my freshman year. And now I'm actually working at Schneider on the 11th floor, and I lived in the 11th floor. So it's really funny how things just fall into its place. I went to a career fair. It was my senior year. I was on the job hunt, and I found Schneider, and Schneider found me. I had went to every career fair since my sophomore year, and immediately was told, come back your senior year. So when I did come back my senior year, I was very excited, and I was on a mission to find a place that I can start and continue to build my career. I did get the role as a broker, so I worked in carrier sales for Schneider Logistics. And since then, I have stayed with Schneider. So it will make 9 years, September 14th, for me here at Schneider. So I currently work as a BOM. So I work as a brokerage operations manager, and I oversee a team of about 10 to 11 brokers, and they all manage carrier relationships. One of my favorite things about SIU was my ability to be able to work on campus and earn some extra income. I ended at the Bursar office, and there I really found a family. I really felt like it was home. My leaders were very flexible, and they gave me the opportunity to just open my schedule and only just work at the Bursar office. During that time, I made a lot of really great connections, and I have been able to reconnect with some of those people when I go back down for the career fair for Schneider. My favorite part of SIU would be the family of it. During family weekend, my mom, my grandmother, and my aunt, they would come down and visit me for the weekend. So we went to the student center, we watched the movies there. Just having them out in SIU and feeling that support really was great. So during my undergrad at SIU, I spent 4 years there. I have advertising and integrated marketing communications major. I took advantage of all of the registered student organizations. We had an organization called Pyramid, where we would take on clients and strategize on how they would best fit for a public relations or a publicist or any type of advertising to the campus. During that time, I served as the VP of Pyramid, and I believe I learned some very valuable skills while I was in PRSSA. I'm very thankful for the time that I spent at SIU.
My name is Sierra Crowell. I am a second-year PhD student here at SIU studying animal science with a specialization in canine science. I actually came to SIU as an undergrad and did equine science, so I focused primarily on horses, did my master's here focusing on equine palatability, got exposed to more of the canine research and decided that that's what I wanted to do for my PhD. I wanted to add another species and jump off the deep end, and here we are. So our canine research program focuses primarily on working canines and companion animal canines. That being fitness capabilities, odor detection, gastrointestinal health, nutrition aspects, dermatological aspects as well, is kind of what we're trying to encompass with our research studies. My research focuses primarily on bioinflammatory markers of working canines and companion animal canines and their gastrointestinal health and dermatological conditions. A lot of the canines we're seeing now are having a lot of skin issues, some irritation, as well as our working canines when they're deployed to these disaster areas and they're going through contamination protocols. Down here in Southern Illinois, we have blue-green algae. We have all kinds of other irritants, allergies that these dogs are experiencing. So we have to make sure that we're decontaminating them appropriately for what they're encountering without damaging their skin. My research looks at how those dietary factors can influence those dermatological and gastrointestinal markers. So by utilizing donor-funded research, we are actually able to do more research. We're able to put SIU out there more so into the world connectivity. We're up there with some of those top institutions now when it comes to canine research, and it's really getting us recognized. It's my goal to be able to teach that next generation and continue doing research, and then eventually have graduate students of my own that I can help fuel into the next generation of who's going to be leaders. By receiving donations for the Canine Research Center, we are actually able to fuel the passion and the research and the opportunity into the next generation, and that's going to be the leaders of tomorrow. So your donation today is going to help fuel the passion of tomorrow.
We are back live in the studio here at WSIU. I'm going to say it for the fourth time. These are the largest broadcast studios south of Chicago in the state of Illinois. It's just another one of the great assets we have on our great campus. I am Matt Kupek. I am the Vice Chancellor for Development and Alumni Relations and the CEO of the SIU Foundation. I don't think I introduced myself earlier, Eric, but we did it there. It's second half. We begin the second half. We're off to a great start. This is the 9th day of giving, 9th annual day of giving here at SIU. Again, we've raised $16 million in the first 8th day of givings. We've moved from the spring to the fall. We recognize that could create some problems for folks, but this is the day we ask you to join together and we dream together. We hear from our great academic leaders and campus leaders, and we ask you to consider a gift to your great university. So far, we're over, I think, $250,000 right now. We're trying to hit 3,000 donors this year, and as you've seen earlier, your gifts make an impact. They change lives, and I believe that's what you're looking for. And we've heard from our academic leaders, and we're happy to welcome the Dean of the College of Agricultural Life and Physical Science, Dr. Eric Brevik. Eric, thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me, Matt.
Great to have you in the studio. Come on, man, talk to me.
Yeah, well, let's talk about some fun stuff.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah.
Well, let's talk about it. Great things. A great college. Talk about CALPS.
Yeah. So CALPS, of course, all of our agricultural programs. biology, geology, geography, chemistry, physics. That's where those programs are housed. Some of the great STEM programs that we have here on campus, and of course, STEM's gotten a lot of attention in recent years. A very important aspect of our, national economy, security, those kinds of things. And we have people doing amazing things. So
tell us, what are some of those amazing things?
So, one example of that, we actually right now, there is a project going on in the college called Algae Unlocked, and they are actually using microalgae combined with plants to generate biostimulants, to do biofuels. This could actually someday lead to raising crops on Mars.
Wow, that's pretty cool stuff.
We grew up with Star Trek, right?
We grew up with Star Trek. Beam me up, Scotty. There you go.
And we're doing that now, right here on campus in Carbondale, Illinois.
Wow, our faculty working with our students, very cool stuff.
Yeah,
very cool stuff. That's, you've also got the farms.
We do.
The SIU farms, 3,000 acres or so, probably one of the largest farms of any university in the country, right?
Oh, we've got some good acreage, yes. And one of the big things for us, we have a large farm that is very close to our campus. It's like 5 minutes from my office to be on the farms, and very few places can offer that.
So we're going to call that contiguous. We're going to call it contiguous.
It really is. It really is.
In a few years, we formed a partnership with our friends over at Seidecker, Seidenstricker Nobi Partners.
Yep.
Tell us about that.
Yeah, so that is a fantastic opportunity for our students. Each year, we get new John Deere equipment, tractors, combines, sprayers, things of that nature that S&P, the shorthand.
The shorthand,
right?
That's right.
Provides to us. It is an educational lease, so we do pay something for it, but it is far less than what a commercial lease would cost. So it's a fantastic help to us as a university. I'm pretty sure, as we've talked about all these things, like right now we've got $8.4 million worth of equipment on the farms as a part of this year's program.
Wow.
And so, you know how hard it is to come up with $8.4 million, right?
Oh, yeah.
And so this educational lease has allowed us to keep modern, current equipment on our farms that our students can learn on. S&P, we have times they send people over from their offices where they'll go through the equipment with the students. They can learn about, we got all the latest, greatest gadgets, bells and whistles, right? Yield monitors and things of that nature that are so important in modern day agriculture. And as a university, we'd have a very difficult time keeping up over $8 million worth of equipment and staying current and modern with that. But because of this partnership, we get to have brand new stuff every single year.
It's truly incredible. I think that, again, to reiterate what you said, that laboratory of 3,000 acres, and our faculty and staff are working with the best equipment out there. And then every year it gets replaced with better equipment. It's truly a remarkable gift, and a shout out to our friends at SNP, because you guys have been great partners, but it's also an example of how philanthropy can make a difference.
Yes.
Now that's a big scale there, but again, this is the day of giving. It's siuday.siu.edu. And Dean, tell us about other areas or ways that our alums out there or supporters can support the College of Agricultural, Life, and Physical Sciences.
And a big one always is scholarships, right? College is not inexpensive, and it hasn't gotten any cheaper. When I went to college, I got a $2,000 a year scholarship. It was a full ride.
Right.
I had money left over to buy a pizza. I was sitting good.
You were good.
Back in I'm dating myself, right? $2,000 paid for a year of college. But in today's world, that's approximately 1/4 of one semester. The cost has gone up. And so any scholarship is very much appreciated. It's great for our students. We appreciate our supporters who provide it. But we have a lot of students here that are able to go to school because of the support of our alumni and our other supporters who provide that scholarship money and make college affordable to students who might not otherwise be able to afford it. And then we also, with a scholarship, of course, people can support. If there's something they want to support, they can do that. You want to support a geology student or an ag business student or a chemistry student or what have you, they can do that. Or they want to support particular activities. We are really getting engaged with study abroad opportunities in CALPS. CALPS is the shorthand for our college. For anyone that doesn't know that out there in the wider world. You know, we are running trips. We have routine trips that routinely go to places like Lithuania in Europe. We have a couple of trips that go to Costa Rica regularly. One of that has an ag focus, one has a geology focus to it. We're about to this summer run our second trip in the last 3 years to Australia with a study abroad for our students. And that will look at some agricultural, some geology, and the night sky looks completely different in Australia, the Southern Hemisphere, whole different set of constellations. And we also, a lot of people are aware of the eclipse that we had here on campus, total solar eclipse here on campus back in April. And we are now doing eclipse chasing study abroads. So there'll be a total solar eclipse, Spain in 26, Morocco 27, Australia in 28, and again Australia in 30. And plans are being made to be at all of those. In fact, we're engaging with the Alumni Association to try to plan a joint trip into Spain in 26.
Wow.
So, but you know, all these are things that people could support. You want to help a student get that international experience. That's something to be supported with a scholarship.
It's siuday.siu.edu. If you'd like to support the initiative Dean Brevik's talking about here and our really outstanding CALPS, College of Agricultural Life and Physical Sciences. I cannot believe it, but I had a bunch of questions and you're so good, didn't even have to ask them. And we're down to 1 minute. This is, so you've got 1 minute. Any kind of closing thoughts you'd like to share with our audience?
I just want to let our audiences know what an amazing experience we can offer to our students here. You know, one of the things we really pride ourselves on in CALPS across the entire college is the opportunity that our undergraduates have to engage with our faculty and our graduate students on research experiences. And when a student does research here, you know, they're not just, you know, the dishwasher. I mean, there's some places you go and you're an undergraduate and you're doing research. What you're really doing is you're cleaning up behind the researchers. We have undergraduates who have their names on peer-reviewed journal articles. We have undergraduates who are on grants that they're writing, you know, in association with the faculty that they're working with. You know, we give those students a chance to really seriously engage, and everything out there says this is best practice in higher education.
Great stuff.
So
great stuff. Great stuff. Proud of you, man.
That's
Proud of the college. You're doing incredible things, and thanks for being here with us, Dean Brevik. Great job. You know what we're going to do right now, Dean? We're going to go to a live look-in with Anna, who's with 3 students over at the University Farm. So let's go to Anna.
Sounds good.
Hey Salukis, we're out here at the University Farm Service Center. This is a 2,000-acre farm that's a living lab for students. We're going to be talking with students in the College of Agricultural, Life, and Physical Sciences today. They're behind me here, Erin Burrell, Katie Sutherland, and Ellie Long. Thank you guys for being here today. We're going to be asking them about the programs they're involved in and how you can support those programs. Erin, why don't you go ahead and start us off?
Hello, my name is Erin Burrell. I am a second-year master's student working under the guidance of Dr. Daniel Hummer and Dr. Harvey Henson. And for my master's research, I'm studying Grant's intrusive, which is a potential ore deposit for elements such as barium, thorium, and rare earth elements. It's part of the Higgs Dome cryptovolcanic structure, which most people don't know that we have a volcanic feature in Illinois. And I'm very privileged to be able to study this right in our own backyard. So thank you for supporting myself as a student and my research.
Well, that's awesome. Yeah, I had no idea. Katie, tell us a little bit about yourself.
So I work out at the farms. I work specifically up at the Equine Center, but when you work at the farms, you get a lot of hands-on experience with the animals, as well as like all of the farm equipment we have. With that, it gives you a chance to see if this is something you really enjoy and if you're comfortable with it. It's a lot of fun working out at the farms. You get to kind of give yourself that experience level you want with what you're learning in class. So you can apply what you learn onto like hands-on, which kind of helps it integrate into your brain and stick. Thank you for supporting the farms.
As they describe, it's a living lab out here. You're able to do a lot of what you're learning in class out in the field. Awesome to hear. And Ellie, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, so I'm Ellie Long. I'm studying Ag Business Economics here at SIU. I'm currently an Ag Ambassador, and Ag Ambassadors is a recruitment for Ag students. Hopefully we can get students here at SIU. It's important to be an Ag Ambassador because we can get students here, and it's awesome to have that full circle moment when you see the students here on campus and like you're the reason why they're here. So
absolutely, the Ag Ambassadors are awesome. I love seeing you guys out there. All a bunch of great programs to support here. College of Agricultural Life and Physical Sciences. We're always grateful to the donors who make programs like this possible. Don't forget to give online at siuday.siu.edu. Thank you so much.
We are back live, 9th annual Day of Giving here at SIU. It is siuday.siu.edu. We ask that you consider a gift and join. I think we've got nearly 500 donors already. We're only a couple hours into this. We're rocking and rolling today with this Day of Giving. What a great presentation from Dean Breivik and CALPS. And I think we got a couple of gifts of $25,000 and $5,000 have just come in. So pressure's on, Dean. Dean Hung Chang, who's at the College of Arts and Media. Thank you for joining us. And a lot going on in your college, brother. Tell us about it. What's going on?
Okay. Well, thank you for having me, Matt. Well, a lot of things going on in the College of Arts and Media. We fondly call it a CAM, and even nowadays we have an even better name for it. One of my colleagues said, why we do not call our CAM family, simply call it CAMLY. So CAM-LY. So, well, greetings from CAMLY. And we have a lot of wonderful things going on in this remarkable college. And with limited resources, but we are still doing a lot of great things. Number one, we are proudly to say, and this year, our enrollment has been increased for 3.2% in comparison with the same time of last year. And at the same time, the CAMLY has the highest retention rate on campus this whole year. So we are very proud of that. And thanks to all the creative and the hard work of our faculty, staff, and the students and the alumni, and of course with the entire university community to make that happen. On top of that, we are also doing a lot of other good things in the college. First of all is we want to have the best product to offer to our prospective students and the current students, along the very important promotion and the marketing for our programs. In terms of the products for our college, and all our schools have been consistently, continuously update and revise our programs and our curriculums, make sure they stay current and relevant to today's world, and also appealing to today's market. And another important thing we have been keep on doing in the college is interdisciplinary collaboration. You can see we have a very seemingly very different academic programs in the college. We have architecture, we have art and design, we have journalism and advertising, we have media and arts, we have music, and we have theater and dance. Seemingly they are very different, but we share one commonality, that is creativity. So the CAM or the CAMLY is the hub of creativity on campus and in the community and even in the nation and on the world map in many ways. Okay, so with that strength, that unique strength of our college, what we have been doing a lot is interdisciplinary collaboration. And for example, this past semester, we had our first ever CAM research and creative activity flash talks. Within that 90 minutes, everyone, faculty, students, everyone has 3 minutes to present what they are doing in terms of research. That's one way to bring the entire college together and to enhance collaboration. We have other things going on. Of course, our college is so important for the campus. You already know this marching Salukis, for example. Many of us have been to the theaters, have been to the concerts. We have more than 100 shows from our School of Music, for example. And also, you see the impact from other schools like architecture, the new train station in downtown Carbondale, and also our Daily Egyptian, our ad lab from School of Journalism Advertising, and the documentaries from our School of Media Arts, okay, and so on, and photography. Oh, speaking about eclipse, okay, on that day at the football stadium on campus, our faculty, students were there doing live coverage of that national event to the whole world. And our marching band was there to perform. Our dancing students were there to perform. Our faculty were there to do the big painting on spot, okay? So we have a lot of things going on, basically interdisciplinary collaboration, community engagement, and also speaking about that, well, community to us is both local and it's a long spectrum. Can be local, can be regional, including Chicago, St. Louis, and nearby areas, and national. As far as California, for example, this past summer, with the support of our wonderful alumni, we made our Hollywood studies, we resumed our Hollywood studies programs in West Coast. Oh, I want to take this opportunity to thank the foundation, particularly you, and to support that event and the Saluki takeover in Hollywood this June.
You took it over.
Wow.
You guys took it over.
That's
I'm
literally
telling you
a
what.
CAM and the CAMLY event over there in many ways, right?
Yes.
Okay. And we are still doing more. Internationally, for example, recently we launched Global Arts and Media Visiting Scholars. Our first visiting scholar from another country is coming to Carbondale at the end of this month. With all these initiatives and efforts, we are working together as a college through creativity and collaboration. And one more thing I really want to mention proudly is we are in the age of AI. That's both challenging and concerning, as well as a great opportunity for all of us. The field of arts and media is no exception. In that area, many of our faculty, students have been exploring that unknown area. For example, in our college, we have an interest group called CAM Interest Group in AI. And that's a group of faculty, sometimes graduate students also participated, and we meet periodically. The first action we are going to take is to offer a college-wide AI in Arts and Media special topic course to everybody in the college. Of course, students from other colleges on campus are also welcome. Wow. So these are wonderful opportunities. We have a terrific and remarkable college.
You go, Dean Zheng. You on fire here. I'm telling you what. How about that? As a reminder, you want to support the College of Arts and Media, CAMLY. It's siuday.siu.edu. And I'm going to throw the creativity with the alums within the college. I'm going to throw energy in there. Because when you all come to events and your activities, there is a good feeling amongst CAM graduates. That's pretty cool. Yeah. And I'm telling you, the leader of the college is setting the trend here. Man, exciting. So we only have a minute and a half left because you are on fire. What do you want to say to your alums and supporters out there? You've outlaid an incredible vision where you are. Final thoughts in the last minute 19 here.
Yeah, thank you, Matt. Well, first of all, I wish everyone great happiness and good health. And at the same time, we cannot thank you more for your generous support over the years, and for to those who already given on this day of giving. And also, I sincerely invite and encourage those who are considering giving, please do. We need your help, and we appreciate your help. We'll best use the support you are given to us, and we'll do things to make you feel proud. At the same time, I hope you particularly consider, for example, discretionary funds, and like in some schools we call school activity funds or general funds, and along with the scholarship we need. And the reason for that is we need that flexibility, that resources to do all those innovative things, as I mentioned, and many more. Another area I really hope you will continue to support is what I would like to call humanware, okay, in the world driven by hardware and software, okay. That's, for example, the funds to help us to recruit and retain our students, recruitment and retention fund, and to help our faculty to go to conferences. We call that faculty and staff development funds, okay. And also, that's another focus I encourage you to consider. The last one, but not the least one, is equipment. We need funds to support our equipment, to upgrade our equipment. Thank you, Matt, and
so
thank you,
much to talk.
everyone.
We didn't even get to the building and the great renovation that's going to happen, but a lot more to come from Dean Chang. Again, siuday.siu.edu, and we're going to break now. We got a pretty cool live look-in with Anna. She's with Dick Kelly and Dr. Ricky Spears. We're going to look at the Mike Haynes Marching Salukis Tower. Thanks, Dean Chang. Great job. Thank you. Let's go to Anna.
Hey, Salukis, we're here at the band practice field to learn a little more about one of SIU's favorite programs, the Marching Salukis. Here with me today to talk about them, Dr. Ricky Spears and Dr. Dick Kelly, both with the Marching Salukis. Thank you both for being here today. And Ricky, can you give us an update on what's going on this semester?
Well, sure. We got a lot of great things happening. We're on our brand new practice field, which is new to us this year. We have our brand new tower, and the numbers of the Salukis have increased. So we're up almost 170 members this year, including 30 percussion and 30 trumpets. So a lot of exciting things happening.
Oh, that's awesome. And that's a mix of new and returning students, right?
New, returning, and transfer students.
Oh, we love to hear it. And I know you guys have a lot of different things you're fundraising for. Dick, can you talk to us about your needs?
Absolutely. As Ricky said, we've got this wonderful new tower that we've just completed after about 2 years of work on it, but it's not quite done. There's still some things that need to happen. So we need to provide electricity to the tower. So we have power up there. We don't have any lights on this field yet, so we still need to get some lights so we can practice in the evening. Storage is an issue, so we're looking for a storage shed. And then finally, it's about time to get some new uniforms, as those are getting a little old and tattered. So yeah, several things we could use some donations for.
Oh, absolutely. Marching Salukis are always a great cause, bringing the Saluki pride to all of our games. Don't forget to give online at siuday.siu.edu. Thank you so much.
We are back live at the 9th annual Day of Giving here at SIU, where we come together, ask you to make a gift. If you want to make a gift, it's siuday.siu.edu, and we appreciate your consideration. Great presentation from the College of Arts and Media, Dean Chang. And now we're going to go to College of Liberal Arts, and Dr. Jody Murray, who is the distinguished dean. And I like to say, Dean Murray, that you guys are kind of the heart and soul of the university. But welcome, and tell us about COLA.
Yeah, well, you know, one of the things about COLA that's really important for people to understand is the College of Liberal Arts could also be called the College of Freedom, creativity, citizenship, ethics, critical thinking. The things that we try to future-proof are the things that anyone could apply wherever they end up. Most of the careers that are going to be available to folks 4, 5, 10 years in the future, we don't even know about yet. So this is why the COLA is so much involved in the general curriculum. This is why a lot of the general curriculum that everyone has to take has courses in the liberal arts, and has courses in sciences, and has courses other places, because you need that broad base in a higher education. I remember when I went to the Air Force Academy, I had to take a lot of science courses that I didn't think I should have to take. It was the reverse of a lot of other colleges. I was taking aerodynamic engineering. I was taking 3 kinds of chemistry. But with a liberal arts education and a liberal arts institution, you got to privilege those things that will future-proof a person in a time and a place when automation is coming, AI is here, places and international kinds of workforce cooperation is happening all the time. So can you communicate across difference? Do you know how to engage with somebody who is very different than yourself? It's those soft skills that we try to promote.
The trend is, of course, that you change your job more often now than you used to. So your ability to think critically, analytically, those types of things. So it's pretty cool stuff. So so what are the opportunities within Cole? Again, this is our day of giving, and a chance for you to make the case for our great College of Liberal Arts. What are the opportunities?
Well, the disciplines in my college, they vary quite a bit. We have everything from Africana and multicultural studies, languages and linguistics. We have history and philosophy. We have sociology. We have political science. We have anthropology. We have traditional English, and we have communication studies. We just have a lot of different areas that are all sort of united by this idea where you're learning your whole person, your whole personality. You're trying to become the person that will be able to handle a situation that's unfamiliar and be able to be flexible and problem solve in the moment. So we want to make sure that our alum and our friends of COLA know that we're still consider that at the core of our mission in COLA. There's been some chatter out in the world about, well, does it make any sense to take philosophy anymore? And of course, the answer is resoundingly yes. And I can give you 10, 15 reasons why. But those who have gone through a COLA experience, they understand that when they go 5, 6 years into their career. I mean, it's when people graduate, they may not understand what they have. But if you ask them again, and surveys have shown 5, 6, 7 years later, they're absolutely indebted to the kind of education that we provide.
Former CEO of Bank of America once told me, give me someone who can think, I'll make them a banker. And that is exactly your point. So what are the types of things you're raising money for in the college?
I've been trying to put attention on 3 major funds. One is called the Undergraduate Scholarship Fund. And what this fund is I've got a team of people who are looking out on the radars that we've developed on students and say, where are our students in trouble? Which students are not coming to class? Which students have a bursar hold? Which students aren't able to perhaps navigate some kind of personal health or family issue? And then we try to offer them money from this fund to help them through those periods. Maybe it's going to get them registered for the next term. Maybe it's just going to get them through the month. But that's what that fund is for. It's kind of a rescue fund for our students.
Kind of making sure the trajectory of that student's life continues towards graduation.
Exactly.
That is pretty cool. Now, again, if you want to support Dean Murray and the great College of Liberal Arts, his leadership and the faculty and the students there, it's siuday.siu.edu. You can designate it to the great College of Liberal Arts. And as the dean just said, we'll make a difference. And really change lives.
Yeah, we also have a general activities fund, which can be applied broadly. There's very little restriction to it, so we can use it in many different ways. And then we have, what that's new is the Center for Virtual Expression Fund. This fund is a new center that we stood up this last year that is all about integrating artificial intelligence, gamification, virtual reality into our pedagogies that students will experience. So how do we get our faculty in a place where they can experiment with these technologies in order to then bring it to their students? And it's taken off. It's being very well received by not only people in COLA, but also all through the university. There are people reaching out to us from computer science, from CAM, from all of the various colleges.
From the foundation.
And from the foundation.
Admire what you've done there. The idea of being relevant and recognizing times change, technology's change, but you can bring that into the liberal arts education.
Yes.
It's really fascinating.
It really is. You know, we don't need necessarily someone who can do the coding for us. If a humanist has a great idea,
yeah.
we would have to go to a specialist in programming. Now we just ask AI to write us the program that we need. And so it actually accelerates and elevates what we can do as humanists and social scientists.
It is really cool stuff.
Yeah.
I do it all the time. I did it already this morning.
You did.
You know, it's so what are the, just in thinking again, the challenges that you have within the COLA?
Right. Well, you know, every university has people that are trending and areas that are trending. I think when I came here, my attitude was, let's build more interdisciplinarity. Let's work with other disciplines and other places and other colleges to come together to solve the big, hairy problems of today. You know, you want to tackle climate change? Let's do it. And let's do it from the perspectives around the table, not just one climate scientist perspective. Let's throw a poet in there. Let's throw somebody who understands historical philosophy. I mean, you're going to gain all of that discipline in the interdisciplinary environment, and students really benefit from it.
Yeah, I heard a great expression a couple of weeks ago. If we all think alike, we don't think.
Yeah, I like that.
And I like the way you're challenging that and encouraging that kind of input.
Yeah.
Into the college. I've admired your leadership and what you've done since you've been. How long have you been here now?
Yeah, I'm in my third year.
Third year. Good stuff. Great work you're doing.
Thank you.
We got about 2 minutes to go. Again,
Okay.
I want to remind everybody to support Dean Murray and the great leadership he's doing in our college. Again, some of the really, truly important disciplines that he mentioned. It's siuday.siu.edu. Your gift can make a difference. You can support students, you can support the Dean's Fund, you can support faculty. How would you support faculty within the college?
We have a faculty professional development fund that I tap into to help faculty travel to conferences, or sometimes I can help them with a book project. Maybe they need some indexing and things like that. But really the faculty, I mean, the students are the star, but the faculty are what really make the COLA work. And it's all credible out to them, because that's just amazing with the everyday solving problems that keep our students engaged, keep them in the classroom, and get them graduated.
Yeah, and those faculty support funds help with the recruitment and retention of our great faculty. And we've got great faculty within the college.
Absolutely.
Truly, do you got a minute to go? So just some closing thoughts, some Dean Murray visionary, kind of throw it at us, brother.
I give it to the faculty and my staff. They do wonderful work. I couldn't do my job without them. One of the things that we're trying to stand up are things like the Library of Living Philosophers. This is a series of books that takes a living philosopher and then has a bunch of other philosophers respond to their work. And then at the end, the philosopher that's being looked at gets to respond to all the responses. The things are about this big, but it was sitting kind of in a dustbin for a while, and we've been able to revive it. And then we're coming out with a new volume. We have Crab Orchard Review, which is a creativity journal that has poetry and fiction. I've been rejected from the Crab Orchard Review many times as a writing poet. It's in a wonderful international and national journal. It's being revived and coming out with a new issue soon. So with a lot of things that we're producing that people can pick up, alumni, students, anybody they want to, and experience the kinds of things that we focus on in COLA.
It's you're so inspiring. I understand we just got a $95,000 commitment in. So way to go, Dean.
Hey,
way to work. You're on fire.
It was a good 20 minutes.
It was a good time. Again, thanks to being here. Again, siuday.siu.edu to support Dean Murray and his great program. Dean, you know what we're going to do right now? We're going to go to Anna for a live look-in over at that Center for Virtual Expression, where she's with Dr. Toby Merriman and Rachel Waters. Let's go to Anna.
Hey, Salukis, we're here at the Center for Virtual Expression. This is a program within the College of Liberal Arts located in Feiner Hall that focuses on really cool technology like artificial intelligence and virtual reality. Here to talk with me about these programs today is Toby Merriman and Rachel Waters. Toby, let's start with you. Can you tell us about what you guys do here?
Yes, this facility is meant to be the tech facility for COLA to allow our faculty to experiment with updating their curriculum. So if you want to bring VR into your class, you can do it here. We'll help you design that and implement it. If you're concerned about AI, you want to teach with AI, or you have some new rules in mind for AI, we'll help you develop that. And this place is built to upgrade the firmware in our faculty so that they can provide a more modern experience for the student.
Yeah, you guys are doing a lot of really cool things that are allowing students and faculty here to get updates on all of this new technology. Can you tell us some of the current projects you're working on?
Well, with Josh Daniels, the Director of Writing Studies, we hope to provide the most modern core curriculum in the world this fall. So you're 18 years old, you come to college for the first time, and the first week you're here, we give you a section on AI ethics and AI utility. We want you to understand how to use it without getting in trouble, and also how to be great at it and unafraid of it when you enter the job market.
Yeah, what a fantastic program for our donors to support it. And Rachel, I know there's a lot of other options too. Can you tell us about those?
Yes, so one of the other main funds that donors are often interested in is our undergraduate scholarship fund. So this fund is one where we can pull money out of throughout the semester or the year whenever students come to us and they need kind of that emergency fund. So an example is a student who maybe didn't realize they needed a book for a class during the semester. They don't have the money for that, but they need it in order to succeed. So we can provide that book for that student. And that's just one of the ways that we can use that fund to help all of our students in the college.
Yeah, what a fantastic unit to support. And thank you guys for giving us that inside look. And thank you so much to our donors who make programs like this possible. Don't forget to donate online at siuday.siu.edu. Thank you.
We are back live in the studio here at SIU for the 9th annual Day of Giving. We are having a great day. We're up to almost 400,000. I tell you what, when Salukis get together, we make great things happen. So what a great presentation from Dean Murray and the College of Liberal Arts and that Center for Virtual Expression. I am huge into VR, AR, AI, anything like that. Become my new best friend. So speaking of new best friends, we've got with us, we're thrilled to have with our Chief Marketing Officer, Chief Marketing Communications Officer, Jeff Harmon is joining us. And Jeff, you have been here about a year and a half.
Yep.
You got a big, big, big job. And word before you can talk, brother, I'm talking. You've got, I learned that you were a singer in a rock and roll band back in the 90s, rumor has it. So
rumor does have it.
We'll talk about that maybe on the 10th annual Day of Giving.
That sounds great.
So welcome.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here, Matt.
And let's talk about what you do, your team does, and the branding and raising awareness is so important to the success we've talked about earlier. So tell us what's going on.
Sure. Yeah. You know, when before I even came here, I really thought that SIU needed to do a little bit of discovery to find out what was our real compelling message that we could get out there. What does it mean to be a Saluki? What makes this place special? All of us, the students, et cetera, alumni. So we went through a bunch of focus groups, conducted those, synthesized that information down over about 8 months into a new brand messaging platform, which basically Salukis defy convention, find solutions outside the box.
I love it.
Tell me no, and we're still going to do it anyway and find a way to succeed. So that's kind of the the gist of.
Wow. Could you say those again? Because I think they really would resonate with everybody. What were those?
Sure. Well, essentially, as we defy convention, really get outside the box solutions, think very differently, and when challenged, say, you say no, I say yes, and we're going to find the way to win and find something unique and solve world problems.
Wow.
So
Salukis out there, I think you would agree. That's a great assessment. And I love the way to look at that. That's kind of a leader. It's a little bit rogue. It's a little bit, but that's
a little bit gritty.
It's a little bit gritty.
Yep.
Great. That's very cool stuff.
We also found that we're very open. We are very kind people, the Southern Illinois region, the students, alumni. So it's just a great place to be. And I'm excited to be here every day.
Yeah. Yeah. What can we do to and get that word out more and that description? Just, you work closely with the alumni and the communications there, foundation, of course, across campus. But
sure,
you've got a big job, bro.
Yeah, love it.
Yeah.
Love it. It doesn't feel big. It's great every day. So the platform, that's kind of attitude that I described, We try to write to that in all of our advertising, starting right now. And all of our new admissions materials talk in that way, hopefully to make people think that when they get here, when they leave, actually, they're going to go out and do something big, and we're going to help them learn the skills that they need to make that happen. So that's how we're kind of getting it out there right now. We do need to brag about ourselves in different ways. We've got a lot of programs. You talked about CVEX. I think we need to do some advertising in the region that talks about some of these pillars, as I call them, that we do so well in at SIU.
So you've got a job where everybody has an opinion and thinks the logo could be better, should look better. I mean, that's how do you handle that? And how do you I know you did focus groups, but how do you even on campus? We've got again, I just mentioned Dean Murray. If we all think alike, we don't think.
True.
And so you've got, everybody. We've looked at the logos over the years.
Yesterday
you and I looked at them. So how do you stay ahead of that and show leadership?
Sure.
And a little bit of that grit you were talking about, rogueness.
Sure.
And then how do you do that?
Well, I mean, first we have to be open-minded. So we're managing a brand. It's a really big brand, well-known, with already kind of a pretty new logo. We completed that last June, I think it was. So, and then these new ideas to extend it further, we have to be open-minded to that because the market does change. The dynamics are different every week, every year for sure. And there are a lot of good ideas out there. So it's just a combination of listening and seeing how you can apply the information that you've received. And when you have to say, we can't do it, we just get there if we have to.
So, now there's an online, I believe, there's a promote.
Yes, promote.siu.edu.
And what is that?
That does show a lot of our marketing materials. Matter of fact, I think we just uploaded 60 new program flyers. And you can also see our mailer that we call the Road Piece. Really, it's given out at most in-person events. And you can see how we personalize those. So publication and duplication is able to do that now. So it would say, Matt Kupek, here's the major you're interested in. Very customized to you, and we're really excited about that.
That is very cool. So the promote, what is the address?
Promote.siu.edu.
And you do a great job because you do so much and getting stuff on there. So promote.siu.edu. Sorry,
you got it.
I've got it. So it's and you are so involved with the recruitment side as well.
Yeah. So a lot of our work. So we manage the brand. We've got social media. We've got all the websites basically. And then of course, media relations, which is, there's a lot going on there every day. But the recruitment part is really important. So we spend a lot of money on, and a lot of time on targeted digital campaigns. We actually market every one of our programs in Google search text ads. So those are the highest intent, I'd say, leads you can get because they've searched for exactly what you have. So when it pops up, it's really a good result for us. We've got display ads with art in them as well. All the mailers and things like that. And so we work very closely with Wendell Williams, who was on earlier today. I love Wendell. His team is doing fantastic things. And we just want to support the university to help get this enrollment trend, keep it going. So that's kind of what we
So you've been here about a year and a half. You're originally from Murfreesboro.
Yeah.
And are you taking credit for all the enrollment growth?
Absolutely not. Matter of fact, we're a support role. But we're excited to be part of the team. We really are. I love it. And there's so many people involved. And look at what the students are able to have access to here in these in the buildings and our great faculty. And we've got great staff. And I think some of the most fun moments I have, though, is when students come in Woody Hall trying to find something. And at first, Woody, it's difficult to find your way around. So I didn't do so well. Now I'm an expert. So they come in, I can get the families where they need to go.
There you go.
And to help them enjoy their day. So,
but I love the old Woody Shuffle, right?
That's what it is.
That's gone.
My mom lived there in .63.
Did she?
Yes, she
that
did.
Is very cool. Again, we're at the 9th annual Day of Giving. The address is siuday.siu.edu. We ask you to consider a gift to this great university. I don't think you have anything you're pitching today.
Not necessarily, no. I'm pitching everything.
You're pitching everything.
Yeah.
That's your job. What about billboards? We've got 2 minutes left. We're good. But what about, we've done some work with billboards, correct?
We have a couple for you, and we've got some for branding. They're mostly about branding. Our favorite one is on 64, honestly, right by Busch Stadium. It says, "Join Saluki Nation." And everybody loves it. It just makes you feel good. We can't tie it to ROI or revenue exactly, but the thing is, they have a place in everyone's marketing mix. especially institutions like ours.
Yeah, a few maybe car accidents looking at the billboard, but
that's why there's no QR codes are illegal.
That's right. No, that's right. Oh boy, we put some QR codes on signs. We probably shouldn't have done that. But you got about a minute and a half left. So closing thoughts and just to the Saluki Nation out there.
Sure. Well, I mean, first, what a great place. This is a great day to show your support. Salukis, helping Salukis really. And it just, everything that comes in today and during the course of a year, goes to helping create better access to higher education for undergrads, for graduate students, and it helps make our world a better place, more educated workforce. So we play a really important role, not just here, but nationwide and worldwide in what we do. And the research grants that we get are kind of unbelievable, and going R1 is going to be incredible.
Game changer. What about, I know the website. You've done a lot of great work with that. Tell us about our SIU website.
It is a complex organism. I mean, it's probably, it's hundreds of websites really, all put together. And we're still updating them right now. There's a new template developed about maybe 9 months ago, and we're still rolling that out as we go across the colleges and departments. So trying to stay on top of that. The content, we try to keep it fresh. That helps your ranking in Google. So always working on that.
Other avenues of communication, just a particular note for us worth to think about?
Well, you're going to start seeing more TikTok from us. We've got a couple recent posts that I think one of them has over 100,000 views now.
Wow.
And it's not branded. The thing about social media is you don't really want it to be branded all the time. If it's just organic, having students tell us why it's so great to be here and why they came here, that's the stuff people want to see, and it's taken off.
Wow, great stuff. Jeff, thanks for being here. You
You're
do
welcome.
a great job. You're a great colleague. That's Jeff Harmon, our Chief Marketing and Communications Officer. We're going to go, Jeff, now to a really cool video, a feature on our SIU Veterans Lab. Our university is one of the most highly ranked universities in terms of what we do for veterans here in the Midwest and the nation. I think you'll enjoy this video.
The Veteran Lab, which I run here at SIU, responds to the invisible wounds of war. Our understanding of the difficulty of the military to civilian transition has led us to develop a portfolio of veteran-centered activities spanning peer support, tailored education, policy advocacy, and federally funded research. We invite you to join our mission with a donation to the Veterans Advocacy Fund. These dollars will be used to acquire research infrastructure, disseminate our research, and directly support the education and wellness of veterans. We thank you for any contribution you can provide.
These visits are very strategic. It is really about putting our flag in the ground because we know who the competition is, and we're strategically trying to get in front of that.
I am extremely excited about the Saluki takeover as I walked into the room today and to see the energy.
Just so energizing to be around SIU alumni.
I think these weekends are really wonderful to get the SIU graduates here together.
To know that I've got fellow Salukis over my shoulder in this environment is a comforting thought.
At events like this, and we all get to come together, this is really one of my favorite times of the year. I get to see a lot of old friends and things, people that live in the area that come around.
It just makes me really proud to be a part of the Saluki family.
You can't go anywhere in the world and not recognize how much SIU has touched the world.
This is Saluki territory.
Welcome back. We are live in the studio WSIU right here in Carbondale for the 9th annual Day of Giving. A shout out for our colleagues at WSIU for hosting us and putting on a great show, great production. This truly is best in class. And we're very proud to have them as colleagues and then to support us and drive this Day of Giving. And, we're honored to have with us the very distinguished Dean of Library Affairs, looking good in his coat, John Paulitz, an alum.
Yes.
John's been here, how long, John? About 7.5 years.
It's been that long.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's been that quick.
Like that,
It's
man.
just like
Yeah.
that. But John is Dean of Library Affairs, which includes the Morris Library, the Sharp Museum, and the University Press. I told Dean Murray he's the heart and soul, but I tell everybody that John Politz is the heart, the soul, and the mind. You taught me well on that one. Brother, welcome.
I've been working. Thank you.
How's
Thank
it
you
going
so much.
over the big library? A lot going on.
It's going great. And you know, I wanted to tell you, I was really nervous coming over here. You can hear it in my voice a little bit. I was so nervous. What am I going to say? Am I going to represent my area well? And then I walked across campus and I saw all these students walking. It's busy.
It's busy.
It's busy on campus. And then it reminded me, it doesn't matter what I say. It's what we're doing here. And it's the kids, the students. And that's what the Day of Giving is all about. And that's why I love it so much. So I'm really excited to be here. Talk a little bit about the Morris Library, what we're doing there, what we're doing at the Sharp Museum, and then our wonderful SIU Press.
Well, tell us.
Okay, well, let's start out with in Morris Library, you know, we are the heart of the university. And I always talk about how people come into the library, our students, to get in the zone. You know, they could go study somewhere, you know, in their dorm rooms. You got your roommate going, hey, come on, well, let's go do something stupid. and then, you know, so you have a hard time there. If you're a non-traditional student, you got kids, you got wives or husbands, you got or partners, you know, there's all these demands on your time. If you go to this other places, there's all sorts of distractions. You come into Morris Library, you find that spot that you love, and then you get in the zone because everybody else around you is like head down, nose to the grindstone, and so it's inspirational. So that's what I love about my job. And so, you know, we try to be the place where students can go. We got the coffee shop in there, and it's just busier than heck, full of students. We try to have we have a lot of events that brings the whole campus together, and oftentimes it brings in the community too. So right now, my big exciting thing that we are doing is creating this digital scholars commons. Doesn't roll off my tongue that well, but it comes, you know, it all began with some of the folks over in Cola. And we started out with a small room up on the 6th floor. Now we've cleared out all of our reference books. Because a lot of that stuff is available, so much more easy to use online. And we're going to create a space down there for students to follow their curiosity. I always like that because that's what we do in new formats. And we're trying to keep up with the way people learn, the way students investigate. And so we've created the space. We're on to phase 2. And we've got the money to build it, but we're now raising money to furnish it, get more equipment. And then we're setting up 2 endowments. One is for faculty resources so that we can help people become, you know, come in over the summer and learn techniques, sort of like, just like they're doing in Feiner, but we are agnostic. We can do it for everybody. Then we're also creating areas for the students to produce things, produce new scholarship, new ideas. And right now we've got a classroom set up where faculty from, right now it's from the media arts, they're coming in, exposing their students to new ideas and new formats. So I'm real excited about that. That's a big push for this, to get more money to
Digital Scholars Commons.
Yes, sir. It's kind of like an incubator,
Yeah,
or
exactly.
where you get faculty and students to come
Yeah.
and re-energize, excite, that kind of thing, and constantly improve.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
And so we're making an endowment for
Yeah.
equipment so that it's always going to be up to date.
Gotcha. That one thing I've always admired about you, and I've only been here 6 years, but you've had a very visionary style leadership. It's not, it's not your grandmother's library.
Right, exactly.
You have made it relevant. You have kept up with the times. Technology has changed, and you've continued to be that spoke, that hub that connects the campus.
I think so.
Very cool
yeah,
stuff.
I think so.
Very
Thank
cool.
you. Yeah, that's what we try to do. The other things we've got is the SIU Press. And then we're real excited. Last year, about this time, we got a $100,000 gift from 3 SIU Press authors.
Wow.
Who felt so strong about their experiences working with the press that they put up $100,000, made it a matching gift. So we're raising money today for that. And then what it does is it sets up a paid internship for a student, undergraduate or graduate. Right now, we've got a graduate student who's working for the press in the marketing area, and it gives our students a hands-on, practical knowledge of the publishing industry. And the one gentleman who's working with us now said, it's just great because it gives me some experience that whether I go into academia or the publishing industry, I know how things work. And so it's really excited about that.
Let me put a quick reminder. This is Dave giving, siuday.siu.edu. To make a gift, we asked you to consider a gift. All gifts are important. And certainly I would say probably everybody watching this spent a considerable time at the library. To John's point, it is a key part of your experience. So if you got fond memories, you want to support some of these issues, this is the guy. He'll put your money to great use. Again, that's siuday.siu.edu. John, we've got 2 minutes to go, and our time goes so fast because this time we can get. So just thinking about that, making sure we get in everything you want. But
got one more thing.
Got it. You do, bro.
The Sharp Museum.
Oh, God.
You reminded me about a year ago, we had a great celebration because we got $1 million gift from Professor Franklin Sharp, who was another guy who had a great experience here at SIU, loved it back in the 50s. And now it's come around, and he wanted to do something for the community and for the campus. And we put his name on our museum, and it's a wonderful museum. And so we named it, had a naming ceremony. It was just great. And now we're still in touch. We've used his money to tear up all of the carpeting that was kind of old.
Old.
And we put tile down. So now it's going to stay cleaner. It's beautiful. And we're spiffing up the place, right? And part of that is the next step. We've got more things that we're going to do. But one of the immediate things that we think that the Day of Giving can help the University Museum, or the Sharp Museum out, is to purchase new benches. They need a little work.
They do.
And so we've got a program we're working on with local artisans to build art, benches that are maybe a piece of art almost in themselves.
Wow.
And when we buy them, then we're going to go and ask for people to donate to put names on it, either their name or dedication to somebody else, so that they'll have a piece of art in the museum.
Good stuff. You're doing great things, John. Sorry, we've run out of time. We're going to go to a live look-in with Anna.
Yeah.
She's over at the Morse Library right now with a few of your colleagues.
Oh, good.
This is John Palch, the Dean of the Library, doing a great job. Support the library. They need your help.
All right.
Let's go to Anna.
Hey Salukis, we're inside Morris Library today, and this is a building that most Salukis know very well. They get a ton of academic support here, and there are many wonderful programs that your donations can support today. Here to talk with us more about this are 3 members of Library Affairs, and we're going to talk with them about these programs and how you can support. Anne-Marie, can you introduce yourself and tell us who you're representing today?
Sure. I'm Anne-Marie Hamilton Bream, and I direct the Special Collections Research Center, but I also oversee the Sharp Museum. And this is the 150th anniversary of the Sharp Museum. And we're celebrating by beautifying the museum. And we just got done with renovating our floors. And now we're planning to put in artisan benches made by local arts and crafts people in our community. And donors that support the museum by buying a bench will have their names engraved on these benches, ensuring their enduring legacy in supporting our museum and the students it supports.
Oh, absolutely. That's a wonderful thing to give to and would be a wonderful spot to sit as well. And Amy, please tell us who you're representing today.
Sure. I'm Amy Etchison, and I'm director of SIU Press. And we are highlighting our new Student Internship Fund. And this fund directly benefits SIU students by providing paid undergraduate internships and graduate student assistantships for students who are interested in pursuing careers in publishing. So it gives students great practical experience and resume building experience in various areas of publishing. And this gift was initially made possible by 3 SIU Press authors, Professors Catherine Hume, Judith Milhouse, and the late Robert D. Hume. And they thought that their fields and their careers were greatly impacted by SIU Press, and they wanted to show their support. So we want to build on this fund so that we can continue to provide more opportunities for students.
Oh, absolutely. And what a fantastic chance for them to get that hands-on experience. That's really important, especially in publishing. Thank you, Amy. And Jennifer, tell us who you're with today and how donors can help your program.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Horton. I'm the Associate Dean of Morris Library. And a great way that people can support the library and all the students and faculty on campus is our Digital Scholars Commons. So we're all used to how people normally publish their scholarship, either books, journal articles, research papers, but in this location, they'll be able to do a lot of digital, innovative technology they'll be able to use. So they'll have like virtual reality, artificial intelligence, podcasting, video, audio, all kinds of different new and experimental ways to get their research out there.
That's the latest and greatest technology and a fantastic opportunity for students. Morris Library has it all. They're awesome. Don't forget to give online today, siuday.siu.edu. Thank you so much.
We are back live. It's the 9th annual Day of Giving here on our campus at SIU. We are in the WSIU broadcast studio where I'm telling you, feel big time. You got to feel big time anything you do with this great university. Loved hearing from Dean Politz and the library, what they're doing, great things from the library to the press to the museum. And now we're going to bring on the very distinguished Vice Chancellor for Anti-Racism, Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, Dr. Paul Frazier, who happens to be my neighbor too. So we're going to keep this conversation good here with Dr. Frazier, but it's great to have you.
Thanks, Matt. Good to be here.
Always good to be around you. You do an incredible job. I respect the heck out of you. So brother, tell us about what is going on.
You know, this has really been exciting. This is my 3rd year, the beginning of my 4th year here at SIU. Enrollment has grown each year that I've been here. I'd like to say I've been a part of that, but I really hadn't.
Oh, you have.
But it's been exciting to see the campus so vibrant and to see our numbers grow from our underrepresented populations and from our first-gen populations. So in my mind, that encompasses, you know, students from Cook County or students from East St. Louis or Metro East, and students from Southern Illinois, from our rural communities. And so all those numbers are up, and that's always a plus.
Yeah, it's you do an incredible job. My team's tired of me. I've learned something new. If we all think alike, we don't think.
That's a good analogy.
And it's a good, and here you are doing an incredible job. The diversity of our student population, of our staff and faculty
We've seen dramatic strides under your leadership. So kudos to you. So talk about those challenges, those opportunities. Again, this is the day of giving. You got a chance to support Dr. Frazier and his incredible efforts with anti-racism, diversity, equity, inclusion. You're now part of the campaign, the big Imagine SIU campaign. You got a goal.
Yes.
So you can direct your money to support Dr. Frazier and his efforts. So tell us about what those efforts are, so donors can think about moving,
Sure.
supporting you.
Sure. So our goal is to raise $3 million. A lot of that is for our Bridging the Gap Fund. So many of our students drop out based on bursar bill, and that could be from $500 to $1,500, which some of us think, well, that's not a lot of money, but for a lot of our students, a lot of our families, that's a lot of money, and that's even if financial has paid everything that they could receive from financial aid. You still have a balance, particularly for those students that stay on campus. And so we'd like to keep those students progressing, because my thought is if we can get you to be a junior, we got you. We'll get you closer to that goal of accomplishing and getting a degree. But it's those challenging first couple of years where academically, socially, and a lot of times economically, there are challenges. And so that Bridging the Gap Fund, for a couple of things, it helps us keep students engaged. Research will tell you that engaged students are that they're the most successful. Even though my office has the AD&I moniker as an acronym, I think what we really try to focus on is creating a sense of belonging for all of our students, for our student, staff, and faculty. And so if you belong here and you feel like you're a Saluki, that goes a long way. And so that money for the Bridging the Gap ensures that you stay and that you graduate, and that academically you are successful. And so that's to help us create other wraparound services for students, as well as pay some of those bursar balances down, that just a little bit of money that goes a long way. We also utilize that for book scholarships as well. The last couple of years we've given in the thousands for book scholarships, and it's not like when you and I were in school and $100, $200 will go a long way for a book scholarship. For now, a book may cost you $200, and that's a book. Or a scan code may cost you a couple of $100. And so as we think about those things, and those things add up, where does that money come from? Where does those resources come from, and where do those scholarships dollars come from? And fortunate enough for the donors that have provided funds for us, we've been able to utilize those for the last 4 years that I've been here. And they've made a huge difference for students and keeping them enrolled in school.
Yeah, it's we use the expression, to the world you might be one person, but to one person you might be the world. So you think about that from what Dr. Frazier just told us, that student who's getting that book award, and $200 gift is significant, but your money does go to impact and change and improve the trajectory of somebody's life. So the gifts do make a difference. It's another thing I want to say about you. We talk about servant leadership. And you're probably epitomize that more than anybody. Dr. Frazier has an incredible heart, incredible passion for what he does, and is everywhere. Wherever I go, you're there. It's amazing. I don't think you sleep. But how does that make you feel when you are working with students who that little bit of edge gets them?
Well, I think we constantly ask for alums and others to donate back to the university. I think it's important that we give back, and we, as Salukis, right? We give back to Salukis. And so one of the things that we've started a couple years ago, maybe 4 years ago, was Salukis helping Saluki. And our big thing this year, we went and helped at Prairie Living for their annual barbecue. Our women's basketball team, our alumni center participated. We had some faculty there, and to see their face light up, and even talk about their days as being alums was great. And all it took was time. But I think if you're going to be a servant leader, you got to go where people are. And it is really about providing services to those who have done for you, right? So as you think about the shoulders that you stand on, none of us got here on our own accord. it was someone there. And I think we just owe it back to give back and be a service to them as well.
Yeah. And, you know, we have a rich history of diversity here. We can always do better, and that's what you're pushing us.
Right.
And all of us, we're pushing together. I was with the Ambassador McHenry the other day talking about his experience at SIU as an African-American student when schools like Mississippi and North Carolina were not integrated.
That's right.
So we've always been in a lead here,
Mm-hmm.
and we're just trying to build on that.
Right,
Make
absolutely.
it keep it better, and that's what you're doing.
Absolutely. You know, I think we used to be one of the top awarding colleges for degrees for African Americans. We want to reach that moniker for several different ethnicities. You know, our population for Hispanic and Latinx students was at 11% raise this year, which is outstanding. But I think I'm just a competitor. I always want to be best, and there's a few colleges that have done a little better. But they need to know that we're coming and that we're doing a great job for students, and that's the reason why they need to come. But to keep them here, we have to create avenues to keep them here to progress.
Yeah, there's not a better fighter for students than Dr. Paul Frazier, and because I've been on a number of calls with you.
Yeah.
And again, your gifts can help Dr. Frazier and his team do these types of things. So it's siuday.siu.edu. You've got a chance to support Dr. Frazier and all the initiatives around ADEI. We ask that you do that today. Paul, we've got only about a minute and a half left.
Okay.
And it goes too fast.
Right.
Brother, this is too fast. But thinking about the last minute and a half, other things you'd want to share, make sure everybody heard you out in the audience today.
Well, you know, so I think if you just look at our student body, and one of the things that amazed me about this university is if you have on Saluki gear, if you have a Saluki on any part of your clothing, people light up. You'll hear somebody yell, "Go Dogs!" But I think it's the start, and as we think about how individuals start, and we see wide-eyed freshmen, and the beauty of that is you get to see them in May and see them in December graduate, and so those little gifts, those little words of encouragement, and then those monetary gifts go a long way to helping them achieve that.
Yeah, and you and Sharika Hunt are doing incredible things to engage our alumni community.
Yes.
Back in the life of the university, and shout out to you on Sharika on that. It's pretty amazing.
Yeah, and it's some alum that hadn't had an opportunity to be engaged, and so we want to offer them every opportunity to be engaged. And more importantly, of course, we want your dollars, but we need you to come back as well. We need you on campus. That's important to hear your stories, and students hear your stories.
No, that's right. And there's a lot of great storytelling
Absolutely,
to
they
be
are.
told.
Yeah,
So,
absolutely.
Dr. Frazier, thank you. Great
thank
to have you. Great work. Well, you know what we're going to do? We're going to go to a live feed. Anna is with Dr. Renata Greer and Dr. Chris Marshall. And I think we're going to get a great update from them. Thanks for the great work you're doing. You're a rock star, man.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Appreciate it.
Let's go to Anna.
Hey, Salukis, we're coming to you from inside the Student Services Building. This is an important facility for students to get the help and resources they need. Today, we're going to be learning about programs that help our minority and underserved students. With me here today to talk more about this is Dr. Renata Greer with the Multicultural Student Resource Center and Dr. Chris Marshall with Exploratory Student Advisement. Thank you both for being here today. Dr. Greer, we'll start with you. Can you tell us about the programs you're hoping to fundraise for on the Day of Giving?
So yeah, the Student Multicultural Resource Center is a place and space where students find a sense of belonging. And so we have 5 centers there, our Women's Resource Center, our Hispanic Latino Resource Center, the Black Resource Center, and so on. But it's really that space that's kind of a home away from home for students that come to SIU from minority backgrounds. And so not only do they find that social cultural component, but they also find the academic success and the academic support that they need. It's a place where they can come not only to connect with peers, but they can connect with faculty and staff. They can connect with our alumni. Also, we hope to build an emergency fund for students that come from far and wide all over the United States. And then we can help them in emergency situations like with trains or buses to get home when various situations arise. So again, you know, we want to help students have that well-rounded experience here at SIU and find that place that's like a home away from home where
Yeah.
they can be supported.
You guys
So,
are filling in a lot of gaps. Those are really important things.
Yeah.
And Dr. Marshall, I know you're focused on future scholars right now, right?
Yes, yes. The Future Scholars Program is under exploratory student advisement. And so exploratory student advisement would be traditionally, historically, the Center for Basic Skills, Center for Academic Success. It was first year advisement for a short period of time as well. And so those students in the Future Scholars Program come from that pool of students. It's a program for traditionally 50 students. We had 47 students this past summer. It has over a 90% success rate. The average GPA for students is well above a 3.0 GPA, so they start off with a strong foundation leading into the fall semester. It's a program that I needed when I first came to school as a student under Dr. Bryson, ironically. So it's a great way to support students. The average cost for the program per student is about $6,500, and it goes towards the Future Scholars Program, and also we need your support when it comes to funding other things like peer mentoring for students, academic coaching, as well as tutoring as well is something that we want to move forward with. That's something that we've done historically in the past. So I think it's a great way to build a strong foundation for students in their journey towards success here at SIU.
Yeah, these are both fantastic programs helping our students feel more at home and fill in the gaps here at SIU. Don't forget to give online at siuday.siu.edu. Thanks so much.
We are back live in the studio here at WSIU, the largest broadcast studio in Illinois, south of Chicago. I will submit the best broadcast studio in the state of Illinois, but that's, and I'm going to win that one here right now, because with me, I've got the executive director of WSIU, Fred Martino. And Fred, I think you agree with me that this is quite a resource we have right here.
Absolutely. You know, when I came here about 3 years ago, Matt, one of the things I was so excited about was to have a facility like this, to have two studios, actually. We're in one of two studios that produces a wide variety of engaging local programming, because the studios are wonderful. But what really matters is what happens in these studios. And just this week, I was telling my staff, this is the third university where I have worked. I'm going to be marking 25 years in public broadcasting at universities in December. Third university where I've worked, and the achievements of the past 2 years here, the speed by which we have completely re-engineered the kind of work that we do here, doing a new website, a new mobile app, new television programming and radio programming, all in the span of 2 years, is remarkable. And that's why we're here today. We need donations to make that happen.
Yep, you've got it. We are the 9th annual Day of Giving. We ask that you consider a gift. It's siuday.siu.edu. Certainly, if you'd like to restrict your gift to WSIU, this man right here will accept your generous donations and put the money to great use. Because one of the things that that I admire about you guys is also your reach.
That's right. 2/3 of Illinois. We have the largest geographic reach in the state of Illinois, and we reach about 7 other states because we have transmitters in Quincy, Macomb, Springfield, as well as here in Carbondale and in Olney. That is amazing. The reach, we are one of the largest groups of university-owned television stations in the country that is not a state network. And, you know, that's important to understand, because state networks receive a large amount of funding often from the state where they're located. We depend much more heavily on donations that we're getting today and every day from our members, it really does make a huge difference.
That's a great point, because you almost self-support, and through in many ways the great generous support of our listeners or alumni. I love this also serves as a laboratory for our students in the College of Arts and Media.
Absolutely. It is amazing. You know, I was telling you before we went live that just this week we were starting taping again of one of our longest running shows. This is the 33rd season of Scholastic High Q.
Wow.
And students are the entire crew, as we have many students in studio today, working cameras, working behind the scenes. We have a student who hosts the show. And then, of course, we have high school students from throughout the region that compete on this show, learn, prepare for it, and compete to give their school, their high school, the glory on Scholastic High Q.
Yeah, I walked in the set to the earlier, and I didn't feel like I could handle it. I wouldn't do very well on that game.
Me neither.
I think I'd be the loser. But anyway, it's pretty cool to see that, and also knowing that the students are working on doing that show, and the reach, bringing high school students, students in here.
We love celebrating high school students. We want them to become Salukis,
That's it.
come to
That's
SIU. And for many students now throughout the region who are not even interested, perhaps, in media, their first exposure, perhaps, to television in their lives is with WSIU, because I interview students from all over the region on Zoom to talk with them about their achievements in our segment called Top Teams. Everywhere I go, when I meet new people, it's the most common way that people know me. They say, "Are you the guy that talks to high school kids?" Yep, that's me. I'm Fred. Good to meet you.
Signing autographs too with that?
No, okay. The stars are the students.
There we go.
The students are the stars, not me. But today, the stars are all of you who are donating to WSIU, because through SIU Day and every day of the year, because we'll take donations any day, won't we? Matt has done a lot of great things here with lots of departments to encourage everyone to give. And one of the things we always say, Matt, I know you live this, you've lived this at several institutions, is when people give, they feel good every single time. Whether it's going to a football game, whether it's watching WSIU, every single time they feel good because they know they're part of the reason for that success. And we feel good to be able to help make that happen.
Well said. And I love the way you transition there. You're a pro at this. But it's so with that.
It's easy to be a pro because I'm working with a pro, right?
But with that, so you have significant needs here.
Very significant.
And I would like to call them opportunities. So share with the listeners, what are those?
You know, Matt, it's a good time for me to be on with you today because television is an extremely expensive endeavor. Radio has a lot of expenses too. Television, extremely expensive. We just put up a new transmitter in Quincy, Illinois. And SIU, a number of years ago, saved public television in Quincy, Springfield, and Macomb. There was a organization that owned all three of those stations. We took those station licenses over to help keep those stations alive. And I just was in Springfield. I'm going to Quincy next month. But we need to develop support because it's an expensive endeavor. In the case of the transmitter that we just put up in Quincy, this is more than 6 figures. So more than $100,000. And that is a good deal on a transmitter. Could have easily been $200,000, but we also manage the money here extremely effectively. Every dollar we spend is carefully managed to ensure that we keep this organization strong, and we do as much local programming as we possibly can.
Yeah, it's phenomenal the work you do. We've, again, siuday.siu.edu. I'll say that again, siuday.siu.edu. We're here with Fred Martino, the great executive director of WSIU. We're asking for you to consider a support of the incredible program. It's 8 states, 5 million people. Is that what the reach is?
Yes,
Or am I
yes,
wrong?
that's about right.
That's about right.
And
it's
worldwide online,
online.
with on-demand television and even live radio, because as you know, you can stream radio anywhere in the world. Television, you can live stream us in our broadcast area, but you can't everywhere, and that's not our choice. That's a rule that we live by.
Now,
So
it's tough to interview someone who hosts shows all the time. But as you know, Fred, we've got a minute to go, and our 10 minutes goes very quickly. So just want to make sure you get a chance to, in this last minute, to share any final thoughts with the viewers out there.
my final thoughts are that public media, and particularly at a university like SIU, is more important than ever before. We've seen an incredible consolidation of ownership of commercial broadcasting. Most places and most stations, every other broadcaster is owned by a corporation out of state. So very often the only locally owned broadcaster is your local public television and radio stations. And that local connection is crucial to do in-depth programming, to do educational services, as we've talked about. And when the internet's down, we're still on because we broadcast. And you know, about 1 in 5 folks, it's their only way to get emergency weather information or in-depth coverage is through the airwaves. So we've got to keep that alive. And it's an expensive thing to do. I'm happy to see we're about almost $400,000 on SIU Day.
We're over it. We just went over.
We just went over 400.
Good job,
Got an
Fred.
update.
Appreciate it. We're going to go to a video of,
I love it.
of programs and students here at WSIU. Thanks for being here. Great job.
Thank you.
WSIU. Let's go to the video.
My name is Aaliyah Pompey, and for HiQ, I am a camera operator. I make sure that we get a good game, a nice clear game, focusing and operating a camera. I make sure the contestants have their 15 minutes of glory. I love the environment that is given off by everybody here. I got to meet a lot of good people here, and honestly, it's like one of the best experiences I've had since being in college, especially being a freshman. If I'm gonna be honest, IQ changed my life for the better. I mean, it's not the career that I thought I would have, but it's better than the dream that I anticipated when coming here. If you're looking to join HiQ, you should join HiQ.
Aaliyah is just one of many students getting real-world experience here at Southern Illinois University, Carbondale. I'm WSIU Executive Director Fred Martino, and I'm so happy to be with you to talk about the importance of investing in WSIU. The local program Aaliyah just mentioned is a great example of our service to the community. Every year, Scholastic HiQ welcomes high school students from across the region to compete in a game show like no other. And students at SIU Carbondale serve as the crew, getting valuable real-world experience before graduating. There are so many opportunities for students here, and the experience builds new skills and offers career opportunities that wouldn't be possible without WSIU. Just listen to Danny Valle. He's a news anchor and reporter and told me about the incredible value of working at WSIU while he was a student.
I mean, it was the backbone of my education here. I mean, WSIU was everything. Freshman year, you know, I took a year to kind of explore the campus, kind of explore everything else out there. And then sophomore year is when I kind of got the gun jumping on doing sports with WSIU radio. That's where I started doing sunrise sports downstairs in the basement at WSIU FM, spending long Friday nights putting together that show. It was so worth it. It was so fun. There were a lot of hours down there with so many great people. It helped me form friendships and relationships that I still have. And, the thing I love about WSIU is that, you weren't just sitting on the sidelines. I mean, they asked, they trained you, and then whenever you were ready, they let you go and do your reporting.
Alums like Danny and students like Aaliyah are living examples of the WSIU story. But we couldn't offer the educational opportunities we provide or the programming we deliver without your help. That's why we say WSIU is powered by you, and your donations are more important than ever. Here are the facts. It's true that we received some funding from the states and federal governments, but that money is not increased every year with inflation, and yearly donations don't increase every year either. Our members give whatever they can, and we need your investment today. Thank you for considering a new membership or an additional contribution. You can ensure programs like Scholastic IQ and the educational opportunities those shows offer are here for generations to come. We leave you with another student telling the story of WSIU.
My name is Jared Harris. I am a sophomore here at SIU, and I am the technical director for Scholastic IQ. My job as technical director is to switch different shots during the recording or live broadcast for our shows. And this is also my first year ever doing something like IQ. They'll definitely start you on cameras or audio, but if you want, you'll be able to learn other positions like floor or technical director or even the host of our game shows. The best part about working at WSIU has been actually being able to learn every position that I've wanted to learn. They're absolutely willing to let you try positions that you want to try, and if you don't like them, they'll be more than happy to put you on other positions that you're more comfortable with. So Scholastic IQ is definitely a place to go to if you want to start your career in TV broadcast or anything considered media.
We are back live here in WSIU. Great segment with Fred Martino. Thank you all for your support of WSIU. Understand, Stanford Sam, that they're running closely with the 80s and 90s group for most gifts. So folks, we got some challenges out there. We got some matches. Go to siuday.siu.edu to find out more. Find out how your money can be matched and trigger additional money. So that's the cool part of this great day of giving. We're at the 9th annual here at SIU, and we're honored and pleased to have a dude that's on a roll right now. This is Brian Croft. Let me officially introduce you with your title. Who is the director of the Touch of Nature Outdoor Education Center. And folks, put your seatbelt on because you're going to get a 10-minute ride for your life. Brian,
I find it funny when they ask people like you and I, like, hey, do you want some talking points? I'm like, I think, like I was telling you, I think this is just preparation for Matt and Brian in the morning, which is coming to WSIU, soon. No, I'm stoked to be here. Stoked to also to be here representing the center. And a lot of people say this, and I truly mean it. Like, I have my dream job. You look at everybody, and I've heard it listening today, oh, we're the heart of the campus, and we're the soul of the campus, and we're the living room, and we're the bathroom of the campus, whatever. We get the pleasure of being the backyard of the campus. And I always tell people, like, think about that metaphor. Think of everything that you learned or learned in the outdoors, right? And in your backyard. And we get the opportunity to provide that. And it's one of those things that makes SIU special. And, you look at all these other universities and, they have student centers and rec centers. How many of them have a touch of nature? And so for people that don't know, Touch of Nature is our outdoor center. We've been around for over 70 years. And we have 3,100 acres. So I always tell people, if you don't know what an acre is, that's a football field. So we have 3,100 football fields. Not only that, we actually have the original practice football field. Back in the day, the football team would come out to Touch of Nature, and that's where we practiced. But we've been providing outdoor education, experiential learning opportunities, inclusive and therapeutic recreation opportunities to not only the students of SIU, but the Southern Illinois community for 70 years, and we hope to do it for 70 more.
And we did it when it wasn't popular.
We did. We were one of the first.
We were one of the first.
You know, if you're not familiar with the history of the center, we really believed it was kind of the brainchild of Dwight Morris, right? And he believed that we in Southern Illinois had this opportunity to introduce the outdoors in a very affordable way, right? You look at some of these like outdoorsy towns, you know, they're expensive. And Carbondale is in this mix of what I call the perfect blend of access and affordability. Tells to students all the time. If you are interested in hiking, backpacking, climbing, canoeing, any of it, SIU, that's the place. And it's what brought me back here. Even when I left for a little bit, I made a mistake and I left for a little bit.
That's okay.
But then they just, it sucks you back in every time.
Yeah, it's 3,100
Yep.
acres.
Yep.
Beauty of Touch of Nature is a Special Olympics.
Yep.
It was the start of it was with Touch of Nature, correct?
We have a video. It's one of my favorites. It's so Eunice Shriver, who was JFK's sister, is sitting in our dining hall. And in 1962, and she literally saw what we were doing, came here, and the Kennedy Foundation said, these people and what they're doing, they're innovative. And so the Kennedy Foundation partnered with SIU and the director at the time, a guy named Dr. Bill Freeberg, and went up to Chicago in 1968 to start this first Special Olympics.
Wow.
So you think about what is now this international thing,
Yeah.
and it all started here at
right
SIU.
here, right at SIU, Touch of Nature. So under your leadership, we've always been really good, but we have an opportunity to position ourselves as the nation's premier outdoor education center.
We really do. And I think we get to reimagine. We get to take, again, I think that the mission of Touch back then was we believe that outdoor experiences are good for people. And I think even given this sort of political time, that's something that everybody can agree with. Going outside makes people happier, it makes people healthier. And so we have the opportunity to provide that space, not only as a campus, but also offer opportunities to the Southern Illinois region. If you think about sort of the community of Southern Illinois, outside of potentially athletics, I don't know if there's a facility at SIU that serves the community of Southern Illinois more than Touch of Nature does, which is something we're really proud of. We had 60,000 people come through our doors, trails, whatever, all things Touch of Nature last year. And we have every reason to think it's going to be even more this year, from our mountain bike trails to our campus programs to our large community events. You know, we have our own music festival. I mean, the Little Grass name another university that has its own music festival. And that's just one of the things that we're able to do and a lot of it comes from the support of all these incredible donors.
Again, the website is siuday.siu.edu. If you'd like to support Brian and his colleagues at the outstanding Touch of Nature, please go and make a gift, siuday.siu.edu. I think with your plans, we're talking about getting that 60,000 number up to about 125,000.
That's
think about what that will do.
Yep, and that's really, I mean, so in terms of where we'd like to take some of this money that we're hopefully going to get, you know, we've been around since 1952, which means that we've got some dated facilities that we have to deal with. You know, I use the analogy a lot of when they built camps back then, air conditioning wasn't really a thing. It is now.
It is.
And addressing some of these things that to make the outdoors more comfortable, so that we can help introduce. We do a program, you're familiar with it, called Dog Days. So Dog Days is, think of it like a summer camp for incoming freshmen, right? And the number one thing we can do to help our Salukis, our incoming Salukis, be successful is help them develop a community. And what better way than to go and they come in, they stay 4 days, 3 nights, they eat in the dining hall together, they roast hot dogs, they go on our zip line, they do all of this. And when they come back to campus, they have at least 5 to 10 people that in those first 6 weeks when you're questioning, did I make the right decision? Am I scared? They have that Dog Days community. And so one of the things we want to do is renovate some of our facilities. So we've had a wait list for Dog Days for the last 3 years. We've been at capacity with the wait list. And so hopefully with some of the money, we can refurb some of our existing dorms and cabins to allow us to grow that capacity so we can continue to offer this awesome opportunity to more students.
Yeah, I love the way you integrate touch of nature with the campus.
And that's what it was supposed to be. It was, the idea was it is an experiential laboratory. So Delight Morris originally believed whatever you're studying on campus, you will find a way to experientially do that thing at Touch of Nature, and then also provide an inexpensive and affordable program or experience to the Southern Illinois community. So it's this cool holistic thing where it's helping students, it's helping the community. You know, you look, you know, we see thousands of 5th or 8th graders come through our outdoor ed program, and oftentimes that's their first interaction with SIU. And that's where we start. I mean, recruitment starts right then, and everyone leaves with a Salukis sticker. And that's how hopefully their relationship with this university starts.
Well, you got great vision. And unfortunately, bro, you know, this conversation goes so fast. So we got about a minute and a half left. You've talked about air conditioning and things. What are some of the other bigger opportunities or needs out there?
I mean, I really think that that's, it's just looking at the existing facilities we have and then refurbishing, whether it's air conditioning, whether it's tearing down, whether it's adding beds, buying new beds and bunk beds and furnishing these places. Right now we're looking at how do we grow our capacity, and then how do we make things more comfortable so that people feel more inclined to come out to Touch of Nature and you know, give it a try.
You got two campsites, Camp 1, Camp 2, and you got a public site.
Yeah.
You got how many acres?
So
I mean,
30,
how many miles on
3,100 acres. We have 12 miles of trail
12 miles.
with a master plan of 30 miles. If you've not been on our mountain biking trails, get out there. They are the premier trails within a 6-hour driving range.
Thanks to the generosity of the SIU Credit Union,
Yes,
we'll have a
brand new trailhead facility that's going to have a pavilion. It's got an indoor bathroom. It's got a bike wash station. You know, the good times are ahead. And we need help. And so if you're watching, please consider helping and just come visit us at the center. Come to one of our events
off Giant City Road. And just an incredible asset. If you haven't been out there, get out there. You won't leave, as Brian said.
That's right. Well, we'll eventually, you know,
you'll leave.
Or we'll give you a tent.
They'll give you a tent. There you go.
Yeah.
Brian, thanks.
Hey,
you do a
thanks for
great
having
job.
me.
Incredible leadership. Love working with you. What we're going to do now, how about this? We're going to go to Anna, who's live. She's over at Touch of Nature with Sydney Pogue and Morgan Cruz. So we're going to go right here to Anna live at this beautiful 3,100 acre Touch of Nature. Great job, brother. Let's go to Anna.
Hey, Salukis, we're out here at the beautiful Touch of Nature Outdoor Education Center. We're going to be learning more today about the facility upgrades needed here and how that can help with programming. Here to explain more is Sydney Pogue and Morgan Cruzy. Thank you both for being here today. Sydney, let's start with you. What types of upgrades are you guys needing?
So the main upgrade that we're looking for our facilities is to upgrade our rustic lodges and cabins. And so right now our rustic lodges don't have air conditioning. And for the November to April season, that's really appropriate in Southern Illinois. But trying to serve groups from May to September gets very difficult without air conditioning. Additionally, we're looking for help to increase the capacity in our lodges. So in order to do that, we need to lock down and knock down walls in order to get more beds in those spaces.
Absolutely. And I know these kind of upgrades help with programming, right, Morgan?
Absolutely. So Dog Days, this program, it's my heart and soul, but this program is a 4-day new student orientation program for incoming Salukis. Our registration capacity is at 100 students. So that is about 6% of an average new student class. And so we are hoping that with this donation that we could upgrade our facilities so that we can fit more Salukis or just individuals into our dining hall and into our cabins for overnight programming.
Absolutely. We're all about helping more students. And Sydney, I know there's other programs that could benefit from this as well.
So we do a lot of stuff here at the center. I think last year we served about 55,000 people. And so not only would this renovation and your donation help with our Dog Days programs, but it would help with our outdoor education programs, our large community events, our camps for neurotypical kids, our camps for people with special needs. It would really be a big asset to many of our programs.
Oh, yeah, Touch of Nature, such an excellent cause. Don't forget to give online at siuday.siu.edu. Thanks so much.
We're back live. What a look at Touch of Nature. Golly, great things are happening out there. This is the 9th annual Day of Giving here on our campus. We're live in the studio of WSIU. We are getting after it. We're closing in on $500,000, and we got a whole day to go. We've had some great talks. We got great more coming. And I tell you what, we are honored and thrilled to have with Dawn Carty's in the house right now.
That's right. Let's bring some energy to this.
Dawn, one of our great alums, distinguished alums, an incredible career. And we're not going to take the whole segment there because you and I would need an hour to go everything you went. But we asked Dawn 3 years ago, to start this women's leadership group that we want to engage alumni, Salukis alumni in the life of the university. And I tell you, we asked the right person. And now we are celebrating our third annual. Is it the third annual this weekend?
Yes.
We've seen a couple of videos earlier.
Oh, good. Okay.
But
great.
let's stop talking and let's welcome and let's talk about where we are and where we're going.
Well, thank you for having me, as always. It's a true pleasure. My heart is definitely here, and I bleed maroon. So it's exciting time for me. And it is the third Salukis Women's Weekend. Make no mistake, we are on the campus. And starting tomorrow night, we've got a packed couple days. And there's something for everyone. So I want to encourage all women to come out. So Thursday, we're starting out at the Glenn Pritchard Transportation Center. And we're going to highlight women in non-traditional industries. So last year we did automotive services. This year we're doing aviation. And then we're going to give an award. It's going to be a great evening. And then Friday, super packed day. We're going to have, Cheryl Tucker will kick it off as our keynote. And you know how visionary she is. And we're super excited about that. We're going to have a topic on AI.
Love it.
Artificial intelligence. So let's talk about how we can do that and better. And we're going to have panels on wellness, because I think any and every woman needs wellness in their lives. And certainly have the expert. Then we have lunch. We have all these award ceremonies we're going to have. It's just going to be exciting, networking, and certainly an opportunity for every woman to think about how they can give their time, treasure, and talent to any portion of the Women's Leadership Council.
Yeah, what I love too is the registration numbers are off the chart.
They are.
And we have seen dramatic growth.
A little nervous.
Yeah, that's we love it.
I'm getting a little nervous about it.
Dawn is like, bring it on. Here we go.
I am, but I'm like, woo!
It's to see the way it's catching on. And
Yeah.
again, through your leadership, and you got a great.
I was going to say it's not me.
You got a great committee as well.
It's not me. Yeah, I'm just the person out front, right? It's the village.
Yeah.
And they're fabulous women. We have 19 on the board. And then we have a robust group. Of course, we have basically three areas.
Yeah.
We have the mentorship group, we have the networking and the membership, and then we have the philanthropy arm, which I'm really excited about what we're doing there. And that's where I really want to ask women today to think about how you can make a difference, because everything does count.
Yeah.
And I heard you say that before.
Yeah.
And every woman has a story. Every woman can make a difference. And we now have programs and infrastructure where even, we can support scholarships all the way to micro grants for faculty and staff on the campus. So my goal, although the Women's Leadership Council, you helped me develop this mission statement, right? Improve the lives of SIU students, encourage diversity and inclusion, and certainly, empower change. But if we don't do anything with what we do, we're not going to empower change. So for me, it gets really exciting when we can start to fund these grants through the dollars we raise today and every day here. And that's what's going to put us on the map to be a place where women can come.
I love there's an expression, never mistake activity for achievement.
Okay.
And I love what you're doing in terms of the connecting of the students, the mentoring. Tell us about that.
Yeah, so we had a couple graduate, normal process, but now we're recruiting, and we have 35 that have to be matched.
Wow.
So again, I'm always looking for mentors. I'm always looking for women that can help us with structure, processes, writing different things that these students may need help with. So there's a place for everybody, but we're super excited. And here's what we did. So at the event last year, I had a couple students come up to me and say, do you have any students on the board? And I'm like, well, that's a novel idea, but no, I don't. So I put 3 of them on the board. Amber Cortez
Mhm.
and Audrey Gully, and
Mhm.
they have started the Women's Leadership RSO. So now we have a group for students.
Wow.
And you talk about a feeder farm and a bunch of girls that
Yeah.
just can run circles around us. I mean,
Yeah.
they're incredible. Those students are doing a great job. So it's just adding to it and lifting all women up.
And I love, Chancellor and I were in DC. We heard about someone recruited years ago. We had a host they had a host on the recruiting visit, and to make sure they didn't get lost. And I love that's what you're doing with this mentorship. That as our students start and they're here, they've got that. It's a great connector, and it's a great way for them to build their career, their professional and personal growth. For sure.
Well, if you ask women, and the statistics are out there, 3 out of 4 women will tell you that it was their mentor in business that helped them be successful.
Yeah.
And yet only 25%, in some schools, it's only like 20% that students actually have a mentor.
Yeah.
So we know it works.
Yeah.
We just have to build the systems to connect them.
Yeah.
And so that's what we're doing. And I, for one, 3 of my mentees graduated.
Wow.
I know they're out in the world, they're
Yeah.
being good working women, and I help them. And even now I talk to them. They have a question at work, and that's the lifelong commitment that you make to them.
Very cool.
So it is really neat.
It's a lifelong friendships, relationships.
Yeah.
It is the day of giving. We ask if you want to support Dawn and her incredible Women's Leadership Society. You go to siuday.siu.edu, siuday.siu.edu. You can restrict your gift to the wonderful things that Dawn and her committee are doing. A shout out to Sherika Hunt, who's in the studio here, for her great work in leadership. I've seen we got some cool flower arrangements and stuff. I tell you what, it's going on.
We are getting big, and again, I'm nervous. But Sherika's so calm, right? She's the calm I need.
Big is good.
Big is good. Go big or go home is one of my mottos.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So what are those funding opportunities? What are those priorities that you would want someone to give to the Women's Leadership Council?
I'm speaking to every woman out there. You matter. Your story matters. It is, and again, we're here to raise dollars because obviously that goes to great things like scholarships, and that's where we really want to put our emphasis right now. That's the greatest need. But I just met another faculty member today that is talking to me about some exciting things, and I want to be a part of that and fund that through the micro grant. So, but the emphasis is on scholarships, but it isn't just writing a check, because that's kind of easy.
Right. Right.
I mean, it's donating your time and treasure
Yeah.
and your elements and the things that you and only you can bring. And that's why I say every woman has a story and every woman has a place. And we're constantly looking for volunteers and anybody that wants to be involved, because we do have, we are growing exceptionally quick.
Yeah.
And with that, we need a lot of hands to make it work.
Yeah.
So,
and for those of you out there who want to get involved, certainly you could reach out to Dawn or Sherika. It's fun to see this thing take off. I've been at another place. I saw similar growth, and it's just so it's exhilarating to know, you have an idea, but it takes leadership. It takes a lot of involvement, and to see that you're having that achievement.
Yeah,
it's very cool, and we just scratched the surface.
I know.
We just scratched the surface.
I know.
Any other funding kind of priorities within that, or those the key, right? The ones
Again,
you just touched on.
For me right now, and for our group, it is really a focus on scholarships and how women can help with their time and not just the treasure piece. Because again, these students, these Salukis that are currently on campus need your guidance. They need your stories, and they need the wisdom that we all have when we go a couple years in this life, right?
Yeah.
And then when they start to trust you, it's the vulnerability that you get to guide them through things in their life, which creates that deep relationship that you talk about. So
I wish I had that. I wish I had that when I was an undergraduate. So we applaud you. We've only got a minute to go. And unfortunately, it is unbelievable. This is a force to be reckoned with right here. Dawn Cordy, she is an incredible leader. The things she's doing for the Women's Leadership Council, but the SIU Foundation and our university. And we can't thank you enough.
Well, I appreciate it.
You are just a rock star. You do have 30 seconds left.
Seconds.
Any final thoughts to our audience out there?
My final thoughts to the audience are this. Again, every woman, you can do it. I need your help. The students need your help. The faculty here need your help, and know that all we're really going to do together is what women do best, which is raise each other up and empower change. And so your dollars today can help us do that. And again, we're focusing on scholarships and micro grants for faculty on the campus. So anything you can give will help us. And I appreciate you letting me be here today.
Yeah, oh, thank you for being here. You're awesome. You know what we're going to do right now? We're going to go to a live look-in. We mentioned Sherika. Sherika is over at the Morris Library.
Oh, okay.
And yeah, she's going to discuss the Salukis Women Weekend.
I'm so excited.
Stay tuned. Dawn, thanks. You're a rock star.
Thanks
Appreciate
for having me.
You're the best.
Thank
you. All right, let's go. Anna, you take it away.
Hey Salukis, we're coming to you from inside Morris Library, and this is the venue for a really cool event starting tomorrow called Saluki Women's Weekend. This is put on by the Women's Leadership Council, and here with me to talk about this today is Sherika Davis-Hunt. She's our Assistant Vice Chancellor for Anti-Racism, Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Corporate Partnerships. Sherika, thank you for being with us today.
Hi, no problem. Thank you so much for having us here, Anna.
And tell us about the goal of Saluki Women's Weekend.
Okay, so as you all know, that the power behind any driven force are women, and behind every great woman is another great woman, and that is the energy and what we're bringing with Saluki Women's Weekend. We want to inspire and encourage alumni, our students, our faculty and staff, and the community as whole, and coming together and networking, fellowshipping, and learning from each other.
Sherika, I've been to this event in years past. The energy is fantastic. Really looking forward to it this year. What are some of the sessions that are going to be part of this event?
Yes. So each year we focus on an industry that shows inequities in gender. And so our aviation program has just been a very prestigious program here at SIU for a very long time. And we are one of the top aviation programs in the nation. So this year we are focusing on women in aviation. So we have some prominent alums who are coming back. We are recognizing women in aviation and showcasing our students who are currently in that program. That Friday, we will have our Women Empowerment Conference. Dr. Cheryl Tucker, who is our very own provost, is leading a discussion with women and how we can impact SIU and leading with a purpose. We will have a session on the power of AI, this transformative technology that is changing industries beyond leaps and bounds. Our very own Dr. Susan Wegman will lead that discussion. We will have a discussion on career planning and as well as how to be a well woman in today's society. So well in not only the physical sense, but also in the mental sense as well. We will have a philanthropic luncheon. Our keynote speaker is Gloria Tyson, who is a Women Leadership Council board member, and as well as a general counsel for Legion's Bank, and she's also an alum. And so during this session, she'll talk about just the power of what giving back means and how we as women can give back and impact and empower each other. We will also have an Empower Her grant opportunity where we are in partnership with Legion's Bank. We are awarding 2 grants to rising entrepreneurs, and that could be anyone in the community who will receive this grant. We're also giving out scholarships to our mentees, and then we will have an expert panel. So we want to give women the opportunities to ask questions that maybe we didn't cover during the morning sessions, and so that'll be the opportunity to partake in that platform. And then we will end that day with a networking session. So we all believe in the power of network. We all know that our network is our biggest asset. And so we want to give not only our students, but our alums and our faculty and staff the opportunity to know each other, right? And to put each other in our back pockets. And then the last thing, we will host a tailgate that Saturday against SEMO. So we will be on Saluki Road. We will have some giveaways and as well as some food. So I'm hoping you can join us this year as well too, Anna.
Absolutely. Oh, I plan on it. This is going to be great. And where do donor contributions on the day of giving, where do they go? How do they help you guys?
So the Women's Leadership Council, the organization, we're in our 4th year in existence. And so the heartbeat of this organization is our mentorship program. We've been able to double our numbers every year for this program. And so contributions help to provide scholarships for those students, and as well as some professional development opportunities. And then we also have a micro grant initiative where we allow individuals at the university to apply for funding for any women-led, women-driven initiatives across the university. So providing opportunities and funding for those initiatives. And lastly, I wanted to mention, Anna, that although the Saluki Women's Weekend is about women, that we welcome men as well, because we believe that, other genders are our advocates and can be our allies. And so it's a women's conference, but everyone is welcome, and I encourage everyone to attend.
Oh, this is awesome, Sherika. I can't wait to come myself. This is going to be great. And we're so thankful to our donors who make programs and events like this possible. Don't forget to give online today at siuday.siu.edu. Thank you so much. Nailed that.
On this day of giving, the Southern Illinois Builders Association and Southern Illinois Construction Advancement Program are happy to support the engineering college here at SIU Carbondale on behalf of our 500 members with 150 members here down in the Carbondale, Marion area. Go Dogs!
We are back live, 9th annual Day of Giving here at Carbondale. And what great news we just saw, a $25,000 check from the Southern Illinois Builders Association to the College of Engineering, Computing, Technology, and Math. And I tell you, that handsome dude we saw in that just presentation was the great Dean, Frank Liu of the college. Dean, how the heck did you get over here so fast? You can move.
Well, we got great support team, the development officer, and the work hard, and the Southern Builder Association has been great supporter to our college in the past.
Congratulations and thank you, Builders Association. That's just a great gift, and it just obviously, I think we're going to talk for the next 10 minutes about the college and your leadership, but some really good things going over the Dean. Tell us about it.
Okay, the enrollment growth has been the top priority of the college. After we grow 6.2% in fall 23, 12.7% in spring 24, we continue to grow. Our enrollment reached to 1,389 students, the highest since 2020.
Wow.
And then we also have the largest freshman class since 2020.
Wow. How do you do it?
Well, we try to look at the entire recruitment cycle from the marketing to outreach to high schools, community colleges, engage with the prospective students, and also engage with those guys who already accepted our offer. And so those time consuming, we pay a lot of attention and work hard on that. Finally, we get to this point.
Yeah.
It's a truly a story of enrollment turnaround.
Yeah, great leadership too. I know it's a team effort, but kudos to you for leading that effort. I hear about it all the time in meetings, the great work you're doing. And those numbers reflect it. That's very exciting to see that all those students over there within the college. What about new programs? And where are you? We've got some things on the horizon. Remind you, this is the Day of Giving. This is, if you want to make a gift, we ask you to make a gift. You go to siuday.siu.edu. And if you want to support Dean Liu and his great program in the college, you have a chance. You can restrict that gift towards the college. Dean, I got to tell you, we got to look at the screen here. We just got great news. You got to have to sit here longer. We just passed 551,000. You're on fire. I'm telling you what.
Wow,
So tell us about where we are at the college and where we're headed and some great creative plans you have.
Yes, you mentioned the new program. We launched 2 new programs, the undergraduate level. One is cybersecurity technology, and then another one is the statistics. We launched cybersecurity technology in February of this year, and actually that's in the middle of the recruitment cycle. is half the way. But turns out this is a great program. We already got 62 students in the first cohort for this fall semester.
Wow.
We expect to continue to grow that program, and we offer both the on-campus and distance learning options.
Wow.
So in addition, we have developed another PhD program, a PhD in mechanical engineering, and to support SIU's the aspiration for being a R1 institution.
Yeah.
So we have a long-term plan. We create what we call the strategic plan of the college. In that strategic plan, we want to have 1750 by 2030. So that if we do that, that will support the SIU to achieve the 15,000 students by 2030.
Yeah, that's so. How can donors support these great initiatives, and how do their money make a difference? What are the things you're raising money for?
Well, we raise money. The number one, of course, is scholarship. We need to raise money for supporting our students, and we have a great program, but sometimes the students just cannot afford the tuition, those type of things. So we really need to raise money to have the scholarship, not only for our current students, but also for the incoming students. So that way we could, recruit them and compete with our peer institution. So attract them here. And the second priority is the laboratory infrastructure. We are basically a STEM college, so science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. The laboratory is critical, so we want to basically provide the best technology equipment, the tools to our students, so they could, get best training in engineering technology. So of course, we also want to raise money to support our faculty and the staff, for professional development and so on and so forth.
Yeah, and that's again, if you want to support these important initiatives, to support the dean, his leadership, his great colleagues, and the entire team over there at the college, it's siuday.siu.edu. Please consider a gift to support Dean. I've admired your leadership and what you're doing. We talked about research and the university's push for R1. We've talked about it earlier, that could happen or will happen, excuse me. It's a donor, I think, calling again. I tell you what, you got us over, keep talking, Dean, you got us over 550,000 right now. But you've had some real nice increases in your research efforts, correct?
Yes. We actually increased our external grants to $3.87 million for the past fiscal year. That's represent almost 60% increase annually from last year. And almost double the amount in 2020. So 90% of those research projects come from federal funding agencies, which typically has the highest, the most competitive funding source. So we are very proud of our faculty who go out to compete to get those federal, funded projects. And typically those federal funding project, the funding rate is 20%. So this represent the strengths of the college. So we want to do this, and because we want to certainly increase the reputation of the college. We have nationally ranked program by U.S. News and World Report, and in the category of national universities, and also support our graduate programs. So our graduate program actually has been, enrollment growing in the past several years, and we grow our graduate enrollment by 7% this year, and this is the third consecutive years with growth rate more than 5%.
Wow. How long you been here?
Good, good.
How long you been here?
4 years.
4 years. Yeah. Wow, remarkable success. I remember when we interviewed you. I said, hired this dude. You know, and we knew you were good. I'm telling you, it's pretty cool stuff. So unfortunately, we're down to a minute.
Yeah.
If you come, we're gonna let you talk all day. You keep these numbers going. But in the last minute, when you think about final comments to the audience out there, thoughts.
Good. We have a great college. You know, we offer a wide range of programs in STEM field, and we really need your support. And please donate to support our college. You know, particularly scholarship, the laboratories, infrastructures, faculty, and the staff. And your support is critical to, you know, in our pursuit for excellence. And we are basically want to become well recognized at the national level, not just local. And so with your support, we should be able to do that. So the first is please donate to support our college.
Love it. All right, you've heard from the great dean of the College of Engineering, Computing Technology, and Math, Dean Frank Liu. Great job. Congratulations. Congratulations on that incredible gift from the Southern Illinois Builders Association. Thank you for getting us over $500,000. You know what we're going to do right now? We're going to go over and talk about cybersecurity. We've got Anna live with the Look Live to talk about one of the programs that Dean Liu was just talking about. Anna, take it away.
Hey Salukis, we're here inside the engineering building, and this is home to the College of Engineering, Computing, Technology, and Mathematics. We're going to be talking about cybersecurity today, which is a fascinating topic. And here to explain more is Professor Tom Imboden and our student, Philip Hartke. Thank you both for being here today. Professor Imboden, can you talk to us about this program and just give us an overview of it?
Sure. The Cybersecurity Technology Program is a brand new offering this fall of 2024. It's something we've been working to have in our school for probably 5-10 years. And it's going to be an additional supplement to our information technology degree and focuses on cybersecurity needs and skills.
Yeah, no, that's fantastic. You guys are a brand new program. Can you talk to us about how donor dollars can support you?
Sure. Well, it's important that our students have access to the hardware and the software and the services that they will be using when they get out and they work for employers. And without donor contributions, it's very tough for us to provide cutting edge technology for them to work with.
Yeah, absolutely. What a great program to fund. And Philip, you're one of the students in this college. Can you just tell us a little bit about yourself to start us off?
Yeah, so I'm Philip. I'm the 75th Student Government President here at SIU, and I'm a student in the Industrial Engineering program. And in my experience here, the best thing that we have are the student organizations that work in the majors to give real experiential skills to the students to take into the workplace. And I'd really like to highlight the importance of a dollar now being worth more than a dollar later, because in a field like cybersecurity, things are moving really, really quickly. And we need that money now to get ahead of the curve and to have better prepared professionals that are going into the fields that they're studying.
Absolutely. And just on a personal level, as a student, speaking for all students, how donations help you guys just make it through?
Yeah, I mean, what we see everywhere is that students have plenty of time and plenty of energy, but you need money to do things in this world. And that's something that college students lack. Everybody knows when they were in college, everything that they needed, they could have gotten with a little bit more money. So whether that be better experiences, better equipment, higher level instruction, all of those things can be achieved with greater funding. So today's mission is really just to get that missing piece, and we'll do the rest.
Absolutely. No, I love that. And I can't wait to see where this program goes. What a great program to fund, and a huge thank you to our donors who make all this possible. Don't forget to go online and donate at siuday.siu.edu. Thank you so much.
All right, we are back live. We are rolling along here. This is our 9th annual Day of Giving. We are here in the broadcast studio of WSIU. My name is Matt Kupek, Vice Chancellor for Development and Alumni Relations and CEO of the SIU Foundation. Great segment with engineering. God, it rocked. And we're going to rock even more now because we got the rocker, Molly Hutchins. Molly, officially, you are the executive director of SIU Alumni Association.
I am proud to be a executive director and proud alum.
And you wear a lot of hats and just doing a great job.
Thank you.
And so, again, I always think everybody knows Molly, but tell us a little bit about you. Again, I think we're an audience that's going to know you very well, but I love your story.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I just mentioned I'm a proud Saluki alum. I'm born and raised in Southern Illinois, Carbondale to be exact, and worked at another university for about 20 years and had the chance to come back to SIU about 2 years ago. And Matt, I have to owe you a lot for that because you were pretty instrumental in bringing me back here. But for me, it's been like coming home. This has been the best place for me to land. I love being on this campus every day. SIU gave me a lot. I really feel like it helped make my career. The people that I met here were amazing. They were influential in my life, and now I get to give back to the place that gave me so much. So this is a special opportunity for me, and I want to make the best of it. So much of us is connecting for the Alumni Association, and this role is kind of giving me the chance to do it. It's the connector piece for our alumni, but also a big connector for this community. So goes SIU, so goes the region and the city of Carbondale. And being able to work together and bring back Carbondale and this university together and really give us a good relationship does so much for the community and the university both. So proud to get to do it and be here for part of it.
And you are a great connector, and you got a great way about you. You're smart as heck, and you're innovative, and that's the other thing I love about what you're doing with the alumni. Shout out to Jeff Gleam, who's in the audience here, for the wonderful work he did. To see you build on that, and sorry, Jeff, even make it a little better. But it's just, Molly speaks to at meetings with us, and when she gets done presenting, I say, man, that was good. And I just, your team and the way you're engaging Saluki alums, they're everywhere, 260, 70,000. I really admire what you're doing to engage our alums. And talk about some of those plans.
Sure, and we're trying to do more. I mean, obviously, we're all about the events, and you're right. We've had a great traditional leaders with our Alumni Association, and we have an unbelievable staff, and it goes a long way. But really, part of our strategic plan is to connect with as many alumni, but also our current students, and so making this the place for future alumni so that they remember how great it is to be a Saluki when they leave here, and then also making sure our alumni know how important it is. I kind of said probably a big part of the heart and soul of this university is our alumni base. They're passionate. They bleed maroon. And so that's the reason our Alumni Association is so important, is because it's those people who brings that spirit of Saluki Nation, that love, and we need to make sure they remember how important it is, how great it is to come back to this campus and see how good it is again. I've been talking, and my favorite thing to talk about right now is homecoming. Homecoming, I keep saying it's going to be epic in Carbondale. And this is one of the partnerships that's come together, is to bring the city of Carbondale, the Alumni Association, the university together. We're hosting an iconic band, two of them really, the Modern Day Saints and the Jungle Dogs for the Jungle Dogs final show ever. We're closing down the Strip. We're going to have a great tailgate and a winning football game the next day, beat North Dakota State, hopefully. So it's one of those things that's the life and who we are, in addition to, all the great things that we have going on this campus academically. Enrollment's up, students are buzzing around campus. It's fun to be here. And we want to make sure those alumni remember this is the place that they remembered it to be, and they can talk about the new memories they make. And we want those students to remember and come back and think the students now remember that as well.
Yeah, and I love too that these events are fun too.
Yeah.
You make it fun to be part of, you want to be part of. The homecoming's taking over the Strip is just an awesome idea, and just can't wait.
Yeah, we did a fun event last night with Night of Beer.
Yep, please.
we're going to do it, and it's one of those things that, we're here to make sure our alumni remember their affinity. So to give back to what they're passionate about, their college, their sports team. I give to my golf team as well as the Alumni Association. So we're here to connect the dots for the people back to what SIU meant to them. But there's a little bit of us that's out there raising a little bit of money as well. But our money goes back to giving our students today the best environment they can have at SIU, and then leading a path for future Salukis through scholarships. And then, you know, I'll be honest, our events, you mentioned fun, raising a little bit of money to give Salukis more fun, to have the events that alumni want to see, to bring them back to campus and to do some great things. And then all of our alumni should stay tuned. We're rolling out a couple new programs in the next year that really allow alumni to connect across the world without coming back to campus. A Saluki market that is going to be able to help our Saluki entrepreneurs. We know that Salukis have a great entrepreneurial spirit. So stay tuned, Salukis. Those things are coming. And, you know, the support of the university, the support of the Alumni Association really allows us to do those things and make them even better.
Yeah. I love, too, the chapter or the regional activity just seems to be going off the charts, because you seem to be every weekend, everywhere, you're somewhere with Saluki alums. Pretty cool.
It is fun. It's great. You know, our chapter leaders are kind of the heart and soul of us. They volunteer. They organize the Salukis in their area. I was in Detroit this summer. We have a great automotive group in the Detroit area, and they've done a great job. We're going for a takeover tour in the Dallas, Houston area. We have chapter leaders down there that are amazing. Houston just started a chapter. So it's one of those things you don't think about, that you have a Saluki leading something for the alumni where they are, but they are. But they are. We're going to visit a great winery in Virginia in December, again Saluki owned, and our chapter leader out there and one of our board members is helping to lead that event. So we do a lot of things that are planned by our association staff, but then it's amazing how our chapters plan and do some things on their own. Our scholarships are chapter scholarships. So some of our biggest alumni area, Chicago, St. Louis, the lower half of the state, our Prairie Capital Scholarship in Springfield, they are chapter scholarships, which means those alumni have dug in and raised money or are raising money to help endow a scholarship. That's one of the other things we're raising money for today, are those chapter scholarships. We gave away about $60,000 to current and incoming students this year. We will give away close to $25,000 more in textbook scholarships. That money's coming in from our chapters. We are this close. We want to get closer to endowing the Chicagoland Scholarship. So, I mean, calling out to all of our Chicago alumni right now, give a little bit, because we're not far away from having an ongoing scholarship to bring more Chicagoland Salukis to school here. We're also that close in St. Louis. So I'm, you know, calling out today, if you guys are, if you're listening, to make that donation to those Chicagoland, that St. Louis scholarship. And then, as you know, the lower 618, the lower counties, the takeover tour was huge. We're seeing more Southern Illinois students stay at home. That's me. I stayed at home to go to school, and it was a great experience. So being able to endow those scholarships in our lower counties is also really big for us. So, you know, our colleges are talking about scholarships, so are we, just to give back to students and get our enrollment to continue to increase.
We're excited. We're in this Imagine SIU 2030 campaign, $500 million, and we're adding, the Alumni Association has been added as a unit, and you have a goal of a couple million. So again, this is the day of giving. You can make a gift to support Molly and her team's efforts. That money will help. It will be put to scholarships wherever you want within the Alumni Association. Molly, we got about 50 seconds left, because this goes fast.
It does go fast.
Final thoughts to the audience?
Yeah, you know, one of the things that I probably haven't touched on quite enough yet is our giving to students. We have a student leadership fund as well. We are bringing in an alum speaker to help students transition into their career. That's what you do as an alumni association. And so one of the other ways to really give back is, we love our alumni to be mentors, but we have that leadership fund for professional development for our SAC students. Our Student Alumni Council are really big parts of us as well. So to give to those students that are our leaders on campus, and then help us do some programming to breed future Salukis that are out in the workforce is great as well.
Awesome. Great job, Molly. You're doing a spectacular job. Pretty cool. We're going to go to a live look-in with Anna, who's with Michelle Dirks and Prisha Kudu, recipient of this year's Outstanding Student Alumni Council Member Award, which is a pretty good program. Anna, take it away.
Salukis. I'm out here in front of Alumni Plaza at Polium Hall to speak with the SIU Alumni Association about a fantastic new program that helps students with career development. Here with me today is Michelle Dirks. She's our Director of Student Relations, and Prisha Katu. She's a member of our Student Alumni Council. Michelle, let's talk with you first. What is the purpose of the Student Leadership Fund?
Yeah, the Student Leadership Fund is a way for SIU supporters to give back to current students, and in turn, they get leadership development opportunities.
Yeah, what a fantastic program to get students ready for the workplace. That's kind of the purpose of this, is to give them that experience so that they can leave SIU and be ready to go.
Yeah, exactly. So we're super excited about an event that's coming up. We have an event on September 24th where we will be welcoming back alumna Cheryl Mitchell as our keynote speaker. She has crafted a workshop that is called Crossroads of Generations: Crafting Your Path to Leadership. And so we will be learning about how younger generations work with more wise and older generations, and how the two have synergy, and how when they emerge, they work really well together. And so we really hope that our current students can take these tools from the workshop and take them back into their RSOs and their workplaces, and so that they really get that leadership development out of that workshop.
What a fantastic topic. This is going to be great. And Prisha, I want to get the student perspective from you. I know you're a junior, so you'll be graduating soon. When you hear about an event like this and a fun like this, what comes to mind for you? How can you benefit?
Well, it definitely gets me excited, that's for sure. And I feel like other students would be excited as well, because college is kind of like this area in life where you're preparing to go into the real world, and you're really building yourself to be like an adult, a real adult, which seems kind of crazy thinking about it now. But the career opportunities, the different RSOs, the different interactions you make, and relationships that you form is all super important, especially in the workforce. So when you form those in college, you're also kind of building those kind of skills for the workforce too. So I think that's super beneficial.
Oh, I love that. And Michelle, you work with students a lot. What does it mean to you to see a program that was made possible by alumni donations now actually helping students?
Yeah, this is a really exciting opportunity. We're so thankful for all of the SIU supporters who've given to this fund to make this possible. We're excited about the first event that's coming up here in September, and just welcoming an alum back too. You know, we have an alum keynote. So the Alumni Association, we're super happy to have this, and we hope that we can continue to get the support from our donors.
Absolutely. And a reminder about that event is that it's open to everyone, right?
Correct. Yeah, this is a free event. It's open to all students, and registration is required and seating is limited, but we welcome all students to attend.
Awesome. Well, thank you both for sharing about this, and thank you so much to our donors who make a wonderful program like this possible. Don't forget to make your donation online today, siuday.siu.edu. Thank you.
We are back live for the 9th annual Day of Giving in the studio. Just great presentation with Molly and the Student Ambassador Award there. Just incredible things. Again, this is a day we ask you to consider a gift to this great university. It's siuday.siu.edu. Gifts of all size matter, and they make a difference. As I think you've heard throughout the day, your gifts have an impact. You are changing lives. You're improving the trajectory of our young people, our faculty, and you're helping to make this great university even greater. So we're appreciative of that. We're at we've gone over 600,000, so we're doing really well. This thing runs to 6 o'clock in the morning. Unfortunately, we will not be live. We shut down at 3:30 because I don't think I can hang until 6 o'clock in the morning. But let's get to our next guest. Our speaker is the esteemed, distinguished Dean of the College of Health and Human Science, Dr. Robert Morgan, affectionately known as Bob. Dean, welcome.
Welcome, or thank you, Matt. It's a pleasure to be here. What a great day to be a Saluki, to see the generosity of our
of our alumni, our partners, our faculty and staff, they're giving as well. It's really cool to see. And you know what today makes me think of? You remember when I visited? I came to visit SIU before I accepted. What did you tell me?
Don't be selfish.
I said, don't be selfish. And I went home and told my wife. And what I thought was you were communicating to me directly, but you were really laying out the embodiment of what being a Saluki is all about. The generosity, the giving, the support. That's what we do. We change lives. We make the world a better place, and it's cool to be a part of it.
Well said, brother. Well said. I got goosebumps right now. I also understand you got some gifts you need to announce.
We do. We've had an incredible day. We started today with a matching gift of $15,000 from an anonymous donor, Neil Schwartz from School of Automotive, pledged a $5,000 matching gift. And then Nissan, at about lunchtime, we received a notice from Nissan that they donated 10 cars today, 9 electric vehicles, and then a Titan truck. So it's awesome to see.
Man, we could start dancing on that one. I'm
right.
telling you what.
Very exciting to see.
I tell you, you know, and thank you for the anonymous donor. Thank you to Neil, who's an incredible member also of the foundation board, one of our great alums, great leaders, and thank you to Nissan. But, you know, those things don't happen without great leadership and great programs. Tell us about your world within health and human science.
You know, the cool thing about being the dean in the College of Health and Human Sciences, beyond having a fantastic team, and I truly have an incredible team, is that we have elite and premier programs. And I don't want to undersell what my team does, but our programs sell themselves. You know, talking about changing lives, changing the world. We grew by 4.5% this year. We've grown by 13% over the last 3.5 years. And it's because students want to join programs where they can go out, make a difference, and change the world. And that's what our programs do. We put graduates out there that impact every aspect of people's lives. We were talking one day and we realized there's not a moment from the time somebody wakes up until they go to bed that we're not impacting their life in some course through the day. From the time they get up and brush their teeth, we have dental hygiene. They get dressed for work or to go work out, whatever they're going to do. We have occupational therapy, which is about daily living. They eat breakfast, we have diet nutrition. All the way to the end of the day with sleep. We have sleep hygiene with psychology and health services. We touch every aspect of people's lives throughout the day, and it's so cool to see. And it's great to see the enthusiasm from students that want to join our programs.
I love the way you've wrapped around all those pretty diverse programs, but you have a kind of a tagline or something. What is that? Your mission?
The changing lives.
Changing lives.
And making the world a better place. Health, wellness, safety. Safety in terms of transportation from point A to point B for work, leisure, whatever it is. That's what we do. That's what we aim to do. We have incredible community partners, and we like to put students out there that can have an impact while they're in training. We don't wait till they graduate. They're in externships, internships, and making an impact in local communities almost as soon as they walk in the door.
Wow, changing lives. We are at the 9th annual Day of Giving. And if you want to support Bob and his incredible programs with the college, changing lives, we ask that you go to siuday.siu.edu, siuday.siu.edu. You can restrict your gift to Dean Morgan and his great team of leaders and faculty and the remarkable things they're doing. It truly is great, great, great work. So what are the challenges you face?
Our biggest challenges are resources. Again, we have elite and premier programs, but they're resource intensive. You know, automotive, for example, we need vehicles. That's why that wonderful gift from Nissan was so important today. Airplanes and engines, they're expensive. You look at, we're going to have a live shoot in at the conclusion of this in radiological sciences. That's expensive equipment. So one of our biggest barriers is supporting the equipment needs and the resource needs of our faculty.
And donors can make gifts to support all those types of things.
Absolutely. We have a number of program activity type accounts, technology accounts to support our needs in terms of resources. Of course, we have some state funding and things like that, but we're also dependent on the generosity of our partners and our alumni.
Yeah, we've been talking all day. About 25% of our budget comes from the states, and we're a state-assisted university. 75% is we've got to find money to run this great university, and a big part of that is philanthropy. Now, I think you are the biggest college in terms of alumni.
We are. We're the biggest college on campus.
Right.
We exceeded 4,000 students this year. We
Wow.
have 4,100 students, and we have 66,000 alumni.
Wow.
So we have an incredible alumni base, and we're working to connect. For those of you that are out there that we haven't connected yet with, we're eager to connect and engage. We have a tailgate on October 12th for the homecoming weekend. Invite all of our alumni back to visit with us and to engage. But yeah, we have 66,000 alumni.
Yeah, I love what you've done and admire what you've done, the way to engage and communicate with alums. Whether it's the homecoming tailgate or what you do around football games, you and your team with Steph and Hannah seem to always be out there. And little things like we had an incredible golf tournament for aviation up in Chicago. I think it raised almost $200,000. And just the energy that you can feel, that sense of belonging, and it's one of the great programs in the country.
People are eager to come back and join. Yeah, we had a record year on that golf outing, and Steph and Hannah do a fantastic job of pulling it all together. It's hard to reach out and engage with that many alumni when you're talking to 66,000 people, but they do a great job of connecting and make sure that we're in some form or fashion trying to communicate to all of our alumni groups.
And I love to take an example of within Center for Behavioral Science. It may have a bit different term, but some of the ideas and thoughts you have there.
Yeah, so we have some programs across the college that provide incredible services to our community, mental health, behavioral health, a variety of services. And our thought is to bring those together into one center to create some synergy, some energy, some wraparound services where we don't have that right now. Bring faculty together so they can collaborate to improve services, provide services that are aligned with best practices, but also to foster some research opportunities, some cross-discipline, interdisciplinary collaborations. And so that's a big push for us right now is to really develop this center and change what we're doing in the Southern Illinois region.
And I love how it's also going to lift the region and the
Absolutely.
services we provide in the region. It's going to be 1 + 1 = 3 when you get done with that. And
that's what we're shooting for.
It really is cool. Unfortunately, we only have a minute to go. I'm glad you were selfish, or not selfish. You came here. Again, we stole Dr. Morgan from Texas Tech, one of our great hires. You got a minute to go. Final thoughts to folks out there.
Just again, for those that we haven't connected with yet, please reach out. My email is robert.d.morgan@siu.edu. Reach out, connect. We're eager to engage. We want to hear your story. We want to hear about your experience at SIU. And more importantly, we want to have a discussion about how you can be engaged and how you can contribute to all the wonderful things we're doing. So please reach out. And for those that are in the area or want to make a trip back for a football game, join us on October 12th. We'll have a cool tailgate.
Yeah, love what you're doing. I love what you and your team are doing. You're making a difference, and you are changing lives. I love it. So this is Dr. Bob Morgan, the great leader of the School of CHHS, Health and Human Science. We're going to go to a live feed right now. Anna is going to be at a radiologic science lab with Dr. Richard McKinney and Shannon Anderson. We're going to showcase
doing cool things.
The cool lab right now. Anna, take it away.
Hey, Salukis, we're here inside the sonography lab. This is part of the Radiologic Sciences Department in the College of Health and Human Sciences. Here to tell us more about this awesome program is Dr. McKinnis and Shannon Anderson. Thank you both for being here.
Thank you.
Dr. McKinnis, start us off. What is your program all about?
So within the radiologic sciences, we have a number of different programs that we provide to students. First off, they begin with radiography, and then they can transfer into 3 specific specializations that we offer within the program. The first one being MRI CT, which is all diagnostic. We also have the cardiac interventional program, which deals with heart catheterization. It's a minimally invasive procedure that we can diagnose heart procedures with. And then we also have the radiation therapy program, which is a little bit different than the other realms within radiologic sciences because it's a therapeutic regimen that allows us to treat cancer patients. So we have a lot to offer, and within that, we also, under the umbrella of radiologic sciences, we have the sonography program, which is also a diagnostic procedure that allows us to diagnose different parts of the body on our patients whenever they have ailments or issues going on. So within that, we have a lot of labs that we really have to keep up and keep the equipment as new as possible. And that's where the Day of Giving really comes in and assists us a lot in being able to provide those labs to our students and make it available to them before they ever go out to the clinic to actually start learning on actual patients. They can actually do it on phantoms and their classmates in order to start learning that hands-on procedure that they're doing within the labs. So it's very beneficial.
Absolutely. Your students really get hands-on in these classes. And Shannon, I know you're going to kind of show us a procedure here and a student doing what a student would normally be doing in class. Can you walk us through what's going on?
Yes, this is Emma, and she's a sonography student. She is using sound waves to create images of the abdominal organs here. When she angles, we can get images of the liver, the gallbladder, the IVC, the aorta, the kidneys, all of those structures right now she's seeing on this screen.
That's fantastic. And this is important to a student's education. Can you tell us how critical this is so that they can leave their education at SIU and get to work?
Absolutely. We are preparing our students to enter the workforce and to take care of patients. This hands-on scanning that they get in our scan lab is so important to their clinical experience and to their learning and their overall patient care skills.
Yeah, what a fantastic program. Thank you both so much for showing us this. And a huge thank you to our donors who make programs like this possible. Don't forget to give online at siuday.siu.edu. Thank you.
All right, we are back in the studio. We're live. Again, this is the 9th annual Day of Giving. If you want to make a gift, we ask you to make a gift. Consider a gift. The site to go to is siuday.siu.edu. We are at over 600,000. We've got about 800 donors in. We go all the way to 6 o'clock in the morning. So we're just getting started in many ways. But our live programming is going to be concluding pretty soon. The penultimate guest here is the distinguished Dean of the College of Business and Analytics, Mark Morris. Mark, welcome. It's great to have you here, brother.
Great to be here.
You're about taking us home here.
Taking you home.
I love it. Let's talk things. Let's talk all things COBA.
All right. We got a lot of great things happening at COBA. And I guess one of the things that we want to focus on today with this is thinking about how we can really remove barriers, for our students. I think that that's going to be important for us. There are a lot of challenges that they face, in coming here, whether it's, from a financial standpoint or just security with respect to food and things like that, And they work so very hard to get here, and then they work hard once they are here too. And so what we want to do is really focus on elevating scholarship opportunities for them in the best way that we can. I think that that's key in removing those barriers for them.
I love it. Just again, in talking about Mark, I believe you're a 3-time
I
SIU
am
grad?
a triple dog
Dog, all the way to PhDs, alum of the year.
Through. Yes, indeed.
And Mark has been a very distinguished faculty member for a long time. Chair as well. I was interim provost, was interim dean, and was promoted to full-time dean this spring. Was it this spring?
This past spring,
so we're really excited about where you're going to take us, brother.
Well, the important thing to me is where's COBA going to go next, And I think that the outlook for us is really good. And the thing that we can focus on is becoming that leader in all things, all aspects of business analytics. And that's really where we need to go as a college, because I believe that's going to not only help the college go to new heights, but it's really going to take the university and the region and beyond to new heights as well. And so we're really going to hone in and focus on that. So just to give you some just quick history on this, you know, I mean, we delved into analytics in 2017 and started that off. And of course, we all know about the 5-letter word that I won't say that happened, you know, that kind of came across too.
Yes.
But so we never really had that opportunity in the way that we do now to leverage our analytics expertise. And so we've got great programs. We got an MBA with a concentration analytics for managers. We also have an MS business analytics, as well as an undergrad program in analytics. And, you know, the next phase for us really, to me, Matt, is research. Becoming a research powerhouse with respect to applied analytics. The analytics that's going to be applied from a business perspective, and that can be applied through society as a whole. And I think if we can get there, and I know we can, and we will really make an impact on the world and beyond.
Yeah, I love the way you've introduced, you know, I've talked often about differentiating our business school. I love your vision, and I love the relevancy of it, is bringing analytics in, and then that's going to further our position as truly one of the leading institute business schools, not only in the Midwest, but the country.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. You know, and it feeds well into our R1 status that we have. When you think about that, we are the only, and I believe this is still correct, the only business school that is the College of Business and Analytics. And for us to begin to leverage that and embrace that and move that forward is going to be huge for us.
It's and this fall with enrollment,
yes,
just great news.
Yes, great news. We for the first time in 4 years broke through that 1,000 ceiling. So we're at 1,016 with respect to enrollment. And so just from a mental aspect, if nothing else, it's like, yes, you know, we're above 1,000. And so we see it growing beyond because we've been really innovative, the faculty, staff, innovative with the program offerings that we have. And we're really poised to grow even more. So our growth was about 5% growth this year.
That's awesome.
So
make Ren get a little tight in Ren, right?
That's what we want.
That's what we want.
You know, fill up every space, every room, and then bust out. And let's see, maybe we could bust into a new building.
We got some plans. We'll probably share with you all pretty soon. But again, Mark's leadership is just so exciting. Again, this is the day of giving. siuday.siu.edu. We ask if you'd like to support Mark. He's mentioned scholarships. He's mentioned research, certainly faculty support. We're going to talk we have only 4 minutes left. It's unbelievable how fast this goes. But business school, I think we got about 26,000 alumni.
Yes.
And we just really excited about your leadership, your vision. It's a shared vision about where we're going to take our business school to even greater heights.
Yeah, you know, it's in all honesty, it's humbling to you know, small town kid, Carbondale, and now sitting as the dean for the College of Business and Analytics. So it means a lot, you know, particularly being a Triple Dog alum, like I said, and just really the bleeding maroon through and through, and knowing what this university has given to me, and now being able to give back in the capacity that I'm able to give back. It's very special to me.
It's thinking about the Carbondale kid, and within your College of Business and Analytics, you're working on things like supply chain center that can change the world.
Yes,
tell us a little bit about that.
Absolutely, yeah. We're in the works of getting a supply chain center going. We are in the stages of getting it approved by the Illinois Board of Higher Education. It's looking good. We've got great support. We have a great gentleman who's directing it, Dr. Greg DeYoung, doing amazing jobs. You probably heard of him because he's often quoted, and I'm sure they'll be calling him now about the Boeing issue that's going on too. But doing great works. You know, we were also able to secure scholarship funds for supply chain management students because of the possibility that's there in growing this center and making it become not only a teaching and training ground for our students, but also a hub for research and what we can do in the Southern Illinois region. We got the confluence, right? The two rivers meeting. We have rail. Cities aren't far away. St. Louis, Indy, Memphis, you name it. We're there, and so we're in a nice location, prime spot, and we got the right team in place to really do some great things with respect to supply chain.
Yeah, we got some great alums who have really had their career in the area.
Yes, we
are the leading
do.
experts
Yes.
to work, and you've done a great job engaging our alumni.
Yes, and getting them on board, that buy-in from them is important. Them providing that expertise has been humongous for us, and not only their expertise and knowledge, but also their financial support too, because we couldn't do it without them. And the impact that they've had on the students to date, and we haven't even become a full approved center yet, so watch out,
Watch out.
But just having that happen is great for us.
It is. Again, we're down to a minute, Mark. I'm amazed how quickly this goes.
Yeah.
We want to hear more of Dr. Mark Morris. Again, making a gift to support the College of Business and Analytics. We ask you to go to siuday.siu.edu. I can tell you that this man right here will put those gifts to great use, he and his team. Mark, in your last 45 seconds, any final thoughts?
Just that watch us, and join in with us, be a part of the process. We want alums to come back. We want you to be a part of what we do. We want to hear from you. That's important. But keep an eye on us, because I believe in my core that great things are happening, and you'll see. You'll be pleased. You'll be proud, and you'll want to be a part of it too. And so come on and join us. As you heard earlier, we are having a tailgate on the 12th at Rain Hall, College of Business Building. So please join us that morning before the football game. We'd love to see you and get to know you better.
Good stuff. Our great leader of our College of Business and Analytics, one of the great programs in the country, Mark Morris. Congratulations on permanent dean.
Yes, sir.
You are going to rock, and watch out, because here comes the business school. Mark, you know what we're going to do right now? We're going to go to Anna.
All right.
She's live over with some of your business students, including the Olympic swimmer, Celia Pulido.
That's right.
So, Anna, take it away.
Hey, Salukis, we're coming to you from inside the College of Business and Analytics. We're going to be speaking to some fantastic students you see behind me, Celia, Summer, and Richie. These students are doing great things here at the college, and they've all benefited from scholarship support. Celia, will you start us off? Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Hello, my name is Celia Pulido. I'm a management student with a minor in marketing. I am from Mexico, and I'm a senior at SIU.
I know you're a student athlete. Tell us about that. Who just competed in the Olympics?
Yeah, I just came back from the Olympics. It was such an experience, and it was great to be there and also come back, because I also missed being here.
Absolutely. Well, we're so glad to have you as a student here. How have scholarships supported your journey here at SIU?
It has helped me a lot. It supports me in every single way, and it also helps me to achieve my goals. I have like scholar and also sports goals. So being able to achieve those, and also with the financial support, that is like also a huge part in like my life. So having that support is like a less worrying for me, and helps me to have less stress.
Absolutely. Oh, we love to hear that. And Summer, tell us a bit about yourself.
Okay, hi, I'm Summer Stubblefield. I'm a senior accounting major here at SIU, the College of Business and Analytics. Yeah.
Absolutely. Tell us, Summer, how scholarships have helped your journey here at SIU.
So I started out actually at Indiana University for a semester, and due to some, I'm going to say financial constraints, I couldn't continue to go. So I decided to come to SIU, and the financial help that I have gotten from scholarships definitely has helped me. I also just enjoy the class sizes here at the College of Business. It really makes it more attainable for me to receive like a quality education.
Oh, that's great to hear, and glad SIU's been there to support you in that way. And Richie, tell us a bit about your academic setup here at SIU.
Sure. I'm Richie John. I'm currently a PhD student in business administration focusing on finance. I'm a 2-degree alum from SIU. I did my undergrad and my MBA here in finance at the College of Business and Analytics. And I am quite some distance away. I'm from Bangalore, India. It's a city south of India.
Oh, that's fantastic. I know you've been at SIU for a bit then. What's your favorite thing about SIU?
It's just the vibe of the campus, it's just the quality and the opportunities you get at the College of Business and Analytics. It's tremendous. It's just a very friendly campus, excellent faculty, and just a very pleasant atmosphere to be in research. Just the beauty of the campus is phenomenal.
Absolutely. And how has financial support from the university helped your journey here?
It's been huge, actually, because all along I've been beyond blessed to have scholarships along the way. So it's just one stressor less, like Celia was mentioning, it's one stressor less. You go to classes, you're not thinking about, how to pay your bursar off. So it's lightened a lot of load, and it's kept me keep the main thing, and just enjoy my learning experience. And moreover, I came as a non-traditional student, so supporting with scholarships are huge. It's very, very impactful in my journey.
Oh, we love to hear it. Thank you all so much for sharing. These are great students to support, and we're so thankful for the donors who make it possible to support them. Don't forget to give online at siuday.siu.edu. Thank you so much.
All right, we are live back in the studio. This is our last and final segment, Susan, of our live production. We will go till 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. This is the 9th annual Day of Giving. And this is a day, one of the great days of the year. We ask alumni to join together, mobilize together, dream together, and reach deep and see if you would considering a gift to this great university. We've had 20 speakers. You're 21, Susan. And just incredible, the leadership and the passion and the stuff going on at our university. So our last segment is with Susan Wegman, who is the Extended Director of Extended Campus. And many of you will know that we have at SIU had a long history with Extended Campus. We've had working with military bases throughout the country, but Susan and I were just talking. In many ways, the world's changed, and Extended Campus is this is not your grandmother's Extended Campus. So Susan was asked and joined and recruited to lead this effort and reimagine Extended Campus. So we're pleased to have Susan here to talk with us and share your thoughts and again, what that means. We still want that outreach. We certainly want that, but tell us where we're going and with this program and it's really exciting things in front of us.
Thank you. What a great introduction, and what a great day.
Yeah, great day.
Congratulations
Great day.
on the money raised and all of the energy towards scholarships. Extended Campus has gone through a metamorphosis really over the past few years, and we are no longer focusing on our off-campus sites. We're now focusing on our online programs. We have 48 online programs. Can you believe that? Wow. 48. We've got 2,400 students who are taking only online classes. Wow. And what we have decided is that, talk about changing lives, when you can offer a degree where a student can live while they're learning, that's our kind of motto, but live while they're learning, and you can change a life in that. So we are so excited to be a part of that. We have a lot of ideas for the future. We're working on some scholarships right now. In fact, we have a transfer online part-time scholarship. We call it TOPS scholarship that we are excitedly raising money for. And those are for our working adults. So we know that our audience is the 30-something, probably has a family, probably has a full-time job, and they need to get through or want to get through. Maybe there was some sort of event that caused them to stop their bachelor's degree at the beginning, or maybe at their job they know, oh, if I get a master's degree, I could really earn a lot more in my work. And so that's the kind of student that we're reaching for. We are excited also in that our students help the Carbondale economy. And I love to think about it in this way. Every single tuition dollar has a portion of it that stays right here in Carbondale, even though it's an online student. we know that our online programs draw from about a 100-mile radius around Southern Illinois. So we know that we're keeping people in Carbondale that probably would have gone away for school or would have gone away even just for their jobs. So we're really excited. We are looking at in fact, one of the new degrees we had coming on board just this fall was cybersecurity and technology. We have had a long history of, those kind of really excellent degrees at the right time. And so what we're looking for, and our unit gets to do these really cool things like figure out what's going to be the next hot degree, what's going to be the degree on which we're, living and learning for the next few years. I know that you're also thinking about the women's weekend and the women's events this weekend. And so I'm doing a speech on AI and how AI has changed the lives, not only of women, but of students everywhere. And so I think it's really important for us to see that what we do as an institution and how we support these students, we're changing lives. It's an amazing place to be.
It really is. I will tell you though, in AI, I pride myself on being out there, but you were asked to be the speaker. I'm telling you what, they didn't go to me. I'm gonna talk to Dawn. I'm gonna talk to Sherika. You showed me up on that one.
I can get you on the phone real quick.
I tell you, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna listen. I'm taking notes. But I love that innovative thinking, being out front of it.
Right.
There's an expression: failing to prepare is preparing to fail.
Absolutely.
So you're getting ahead. I love what you're doing, the transitioning from the old model extended campus and now to be, the stat about how miles away from campus. I think the chancellor quotes sometimes that a lot of people taking online courses in Illinois, getting them outside of institutions outside. So we want to make sure they stay home. And that's your job.
Yeah, and we have a new idea that's come about with student success coaching. And so we are matching up new students with a success coach. And this is a cradle to grave. This is a application inquiry really stage all the way through graduation. And so what we're trying to do is be very thoughtful. So we've been in the infrastructure building stage for the past few years, but we're ready to roll out some really exciting things. So come February, we're going to have some exciting news about name changes, and our organization is slightly changing, but we really want to do things, for example, to help online students feel a part of the Saluki Nation. I mean, we have this amazing campus, we have these amazing resources, and we want them to know when they're coming through Carbondale, maybe on a trip, or maybe they make an attempt to come here, that they're welcome, they're wanted, and they can feel part of the Saluki Nation too.
Yeah, again, it's the day of giving. And we ask you to consider a gift, siuday.siu.edu. If you'd like to support Susan in her efforts, she mentioned scholarships. That certainly would be greatly appreciated. You'd put it to great use. You would change the trajectory of somebody's lives for sure.
Absolutely.
It's so again, siuday.siu.edu. It would go to what would it? It's still an extended campus
and
for
there's
now.
A scholarship.
For now, so if you'd find the drop down right there. And where are we as a University of SIU in this space? Clearly, you've got us towards the lead, or not the lead.
Well, so the things that we can offer are things like our faculty create and teach our online courses, and that is huge. Some of the larger institutions, that's not the case. And so what we can say is that we have the expertise right here. We also have, just like across campus, the same tuition for out-of-state versus in-state. And then we offer those amazing opportunities within those degrees. And so right now we're looking at doing things virtually that maybe you can't do face-to-face. For example, doing some research, using our Center for Virtual Expression, doing some things in the realm of VR and AR, and so those exciting things are coming up. I think we're positioned very well. When I go to conferences and when I go to meetings, I'm always very proud to say what we're doing, say who we are, and I think it's only bodes so well for the future. There's positive trajectory. So 2,400 this year, 5,000 next year.
Wow! Wow! You heard it here, folks. That's pretty cool.
My team is going, oh my God.
You're cringing right now. Turn her off. Get her off the I must say, you've dropped AI, you've dropped VR, you dropped AR. You are a show off. The only thing you haven't said is ChatGPT.
Well,
I know you brought that. No, you were one of the first. Susan, of course, sits on the Chancellor's Cabinet. She's a great leader of this institution, integral to all conversations. And you talked about ChatGPT months and months ago. You know, the opportunity there.
We were given a gift in December of 22 when that opened up to the world, free AI.
Yeah.
And for the first time, we really realized, this isn't going to go away. This is going to stay. And so we are making it a point to try to embed that in all of our programs, all of our courses. And so,
you got to love the leadership, folks. This what Susan's doing is making sure we're connected, we're relevant, we're staying ahead of the curve, thinking 2 steps ahead of us. It's just incredible. We've only got, can you believe it, less than a minute to go, Susan. Where did the time go? Final thoughts you want to share with the audience?
You know, since coming to SIU 2 years ago, I've really enjoyed not only the feel of SIU, the brick and mortar, but also the academic integrity and the academic prowess that we have here. It's substantial, and our online programs are a great example of that. They run the gamut, and again, students can live and learn at the same place. They can learn while they're living.
Yeah, very well said. Well, thanks for joining us. You're doing a great job. We're excited about that prediction of doubling the students. I think the Chancellor is out there hooting and hollering right now. He's down on the strip yelling his arm. So great job, Susan. Thanks for being here. Thanks for your leadership. We're going to go to a video here on the Salukis Women's Weekend that's again happening in beginning tomorrow and run through Saturday. Let's take the video.
I am from Jos, Nigeria. I grew up in a little town in the middle of the country. As a little child, I grew up close to an international airport, and I always looked up and I saw planes flying. But unfortunately, I grew up in a conservative area where women were not supposed to get education. I had my first flights on my way to the US, and I had a female pilot, and that inspired me that I can be a pilot. So as soon as I came to the US, I sought out aviation. I applied to SIU Aviation. I got accepted, and now I'm here. My name is Basola Saliu. I am a recent graduate from the School of Aviation at Southern Illinois University.
I'm Amy Rutledge. I'm an assistant professor at SIU School of Aviation. I teach in the Aviation Management program. So what inspired me to become a mentor in the Women's Leadership Council is my love for my students. So mentorship just seems like a natural pairing for that, because I'm already wanting to know where my students are and wanting to know what's going on with them and wanting to help them achieve that next level.
The reason I joined the Women Leadership Council for mentorship is because in aviation, we do not have that many women, and we need the support and encouragement of other women. Just like Amy said, I don't have the experience that she has, but I can learn from her and grow from that.
Things I have learned from being a mentor is to always take the time to stop. When she's at my door, no matter what I'm doing, I just pause. I think a successful mentorship, it requires effort on both sides. It can't be a one-way street. I need to stop and take time for her, but she also has to take time to meet with me.
So the importance of having a female mentor is just someone to share that life experience with them. Someone in aviation knows the struggle about aviation and then being a woman, and they've probably been a mentor. They've already been there. They've seen it. They've done it. They've faced all the challenges. And so they'll help you navigate that journey, especially in a male-dominated world. Having a female mentor, it opens paths for you that you can go further than they ever did.
Other things I've learned from her is just to go for it. She's such a strong woman. She faces challenges head on. She's had a lot of challenges this past year. She's overcome so many of them impressively. And I've learned a lot from Basola, as much as she's learned from me.
I have another mentor that says, if you can see it, you can be it. And so I know that if people can see me as a woman being in aviation, knowing that I am making it, I know that I can motivate other people to keep on pushing and make it also.
Unfortunately, I never had a female mentor, but I'm also from a different generation, so there wasn't as many women around. So to be able to be a mentor, that's such a neat thing. It's a new world. I feel like we're on the edge of opening up more in diversity in the world of aviation, which is exciting. I am so proud of you and the growth you've made and the difference you've made, and you're making a difference every day, and I know you're going to be successful.
All right, Saluki Nation, that wraps up the formal presentation programming today in these incredible broadcast studios here at WSIU. We hope you've enjoyed meeting with 21 of our leaders across campus, seeing 15 of those live interviews with Anna, and watching some 30 of the videos produced by Prescott. I do want to reach out and thank this foundation team, the Jeffs, Wilson, and Gleam, McCoy, Bateman, Brittany, Prescott, Anna, Larry Hunter, and the entire team here. Just incredible. It's an honor. It's an honor to be in this position and be your host today. This is really a glorious day for us, and there's something in that sauce about being a Saluki. We do protect each other, we rally around each other, and it's just an incredible day. So I believe we've got an update on the numbers, and I am told, I'm looking into there we go back there. I can't read backwards. So I think the number now is, wow, we are at $659,000 from 839 donors. We are off to an incredible start. Again, just incredible 5 hours. We're going to go through all the way tonight. So you got all night to think about a gift, and all the way to 6 o'clock in the morning. Don't want to come across as ungrateful. We are truly grateful for any consideration you're going to make of supporting this university. We want you to know your gift makes a difference. You can change the trajectory of the life of someone here with a gift of any size. Our folks will put the gift to great use. And you know, it's something about being a Saluki that you're going to change a life. So we really appreciate it. We thank you. It's been a fabulous start. Let's make this 9th day of giving one of the most historic ever. Thank you. Go Dogs. And we will see you soon.